I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Good morning. I remembered to put my face cam on immediately this time instead of forgetting like I keep on doing. When we last left off a couple days ago, we had started the new Archon quest, but very quickly hit a roadblock because it was time gated. Well, it's been 2 days since then, so you know, things have opened up so we can do more. I was, just for the sake of warm-up, going to do the commission, like the daily commissions, but then I saw that one of them was the whole escort or transport balloon. I was like, I can't be bothered to do that yeah, today, right now. I'll do it later. Small things that have changed. I've started grinding out a new compass piece, or a new middle piece. So I started working on this one, but then I wasn't happy on it. Like, all the bonuses didn't go where I kind of wanted at least one or two of them to go. But essentially, it's like, I'm happy with her health. It's just this one, like, it's got the crit damage and a little crit rate, but I kind of need more, like, raw attack on it. I think that's what's letting her down. Like, the HP boost is fine. Like, if I can get a piece that's got a HP boost, but with a substat that has attack on it, I think I'll go with that. Because to be honest, her crit rate and damage, I think, are fine. I think she can risk losing a couple % and like 9% off the crit damage or whatever it was, just to try and get her raw attack just that little bit higher, you know? So I've been grinding that, but no luck, because, you know, it's artifact grinding. Also, I managed to get her again on the wishing, so I now can use her Invisidash twice before it has to recharge instead of just once. Which is, I wish they'd stop doing this for constellations. There are a few too many characters where their first constellation is can use their ability again, and it's like that. I feel like that should just be a part of their raw toolkit, not they can now use it again. Like, there's another character, yeah, and Shen-He can use her spirit, a special summoning spirit one more time before it has to recharge, and it's like, I feel like that should be a part of the core moveset, not something that's like, you have to get again to get lucky with, you know? Like, the one that always annoyed people was Zhongli, where, like, Zhongli, it felt like his C2 should have been a part of his base kit. So it annoys me that exists. Like, I mean, I'm glad I've got this now, so I can now double dash, but it's still a bit like, it shouldn't have been like that, you know? But anyway, we've got an Archon quest that we can now continue, so let's do so. Oh, wait until the next day. Oh, so they were here for a whole day, at least. Oof. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh. Yep.
There's nothing for Paimon to do here. So boring.
That's your concern? At least we've got food and shelter while we're trying to figure out where to go and what to do.
Oh, Paimon longs to stretch her legs and run free in the world outside again.
You mean fly?
Alright, fly free then. Basically, Paimon just wants out of here.
And just like that, a whole day has gone by.
Just a day? No, it feels like we've been down here for months.
Paimon!
Maybe not months, but at least like 20 days, surely.
Yo, thought I heard you chatting over here.
Hey, so, and everyone else.
Oh, hey, Bullchucker.
Well, everyone, I just completed another survey of the surrounding
Oh, Yanfei
area.
sounds exhausted.
Still nothing has changed today.
She sounds exhausted, and she sounds kind of like depressed. It's like, okay, we're stuck down here. It's that, like, it's kind of set in that they're stuck.
Here, have some water and take a rest. Thank you, Shinobu. It's easy to forget to keep hydrated down here.
God, she sounds so like she's not completely out of it, but you can tell like her spirit's starting to weigh down on her a little bit. They're all trapped down here still.
Ow! out! I want out! All I want is to cruise the streets and have beetle fights again.
Ito.
Boss, remember there's your image to consider.
But it's so boring, walking around this hole every day. If only I could slurp some ramen and see the beautiful flowers again.
Oh, Ito. That's actually kind of sweet.
Ramen. Wait a minute. Speaking of ramen, Traveler, are you hungry?
Not really.
I'm not hungry either. But let me pose the question this way. Who is the biggest eater among us? It's definitely not me.
Among us. Ito's like,
Hey, what's everybody looking at me for? Well, it's definitely not me.
It's
If
the
anyone,
Paimon's
it's
probably the one
this
that makes the most
right here.
sense.
Huh? What are you looking at Paimon for?
Paimon, are you hungry?
No.
Oh, are they trying to imply it's like some kind of weird magic's going on, keeping them like keeping them safe?
If that's the case...
Huh? What am I missing here?
Paimon says she feels like it's been at least 20 days.
Yes, I heard that too, as I was walking over. The question is, how can you not feel hungry, even after 20 days?
And I feel like it's only been about a day.
That's also strange. Of course, everyone has different perceptions of the passage of time, but how could one...
Oh, I just
person
thought
feel like
Paimon was
it's only
exaggerating
been
because she's
one
super
day
bored.
and someone else 20 days?
Yeah, now that you mention it, I feel like we've been here 3, 4, 5 days, but I don't feel hungry or thirsty at all.
Although I cooked some food, it wasn't because I was hungry. I just wanted to keep our spirits up. I was planning on saving our rations so we could survive a few more days, but I haven't really felt hungry since. Now that I think about it, not only am I not hungry, but I don't feel any real signs of fatigue either. Whether I sleep or not doesn't seem to have any effect on how I feel. Yes, I concur. Resting doesn't make me feel more refreshed, and staying awake doesn't make me any more tired. Very peculiar. It's almost as if our physical state has been suspended.
The more you say, the scarier it sounds. Paimon doesn't even want to think
Yeah, there's a
about
lot of
it.
weird shit going on in the chasm. We are insanely close to like the actual land of the abyss at this point, right? With how deep we are. Like the Genshin lore is it's like a sandwich. The world of Itavats. Like it's just you go from this crust level, and then there's a whole nother level with things going on, then another level with things going on, then another level all the way down to the end of the other crust. It's like we're gonna hit the abyssal level if we go any deeper. So maybe that's what's creating this suspended state, that we are so close to the abyss, it's having this effect on us. What if Xiao is experiencing the same phenomenon?
Huh? What's wrong, Traveler? Did you think of something?
You tell everyone that you're unable to summon Xiao.
That's pretty weird. Sounds like the little dude must be in danger.
But he is an Adeptus. This kind of situation should be no trouble for him. I fear that this problem underground is bigger than we thought.
Yeah, everyone's here except Yelan. What's she doing?
I found something,
Oh,
everyone.
as I said that.
I just discovered a new path over there that seems to lead to an unknown area.
You mean a way out? Oh, finally!
Alright, let's go have a look.
Hey, you found something! Oh, please be the exit!
I still suspect things can't be that simple. We should all stay prepared for whatever comes.
Huh? Paimon doesn't see anything out of the ordinary here.
Appearances can be deceiving. As I was examining the wall just now, I noticed there was something unusual about this stone. Seems to me that it's been created using some illusory magic. Hidden behind it lies a passageway.
Whoa!
Ooh.
So there really is a path behind here!
Gotta hand it to ya. That sure wasn't easy to find. But at least we can finally get out of here.
Yeah, thanks to Yelan.
Miss Yelan's determination and eye for detail are certainly impressive. Not to mention, you've hardly had any rest the whole time we've been trapped here.
It doesn't matter. I'm not tired. Well, given we're already here, we might as well go in and explore.
Right behind ya! Paimon can't wait to get
God,
out of
imagine though, if they are all suspended, imagine if you came into here when you were hungry and tired. You would just feel permanently starving and tired and exhausted no matter what you did, what changed. You know, like you'd be so screwed. It's a good thing they all came in at like midday-ish. They all at like kind of like peak condition. We have a teleport waypoint unlocked. Okay, I guess we'll just proceed onwards. Okay. City of Hidden Ruins. Oh, we don't have any geos. I hope that's not going to cause a problem. I hope it's not a mandatory geo. The symbol of a platform will have several colours and images. Matching them together seems to be the key to solving the puzzle. If you step on the correct symbol, it will be activated, but you will take damage if you step on the wrong one. Search for and activate all the symbols on the platform to solve the puzzle. Uh-oh. Whoa! This is cool. What the hell?
Lucy, is that you?
Hey, did anyone else just hear that voice? It sounded super creepy.
Ow. Okay. Okay, so we got to match those symbols. That's what this is about. So, okay, I think I can recall that one. That's this. Yeah. Anything else? Okay, so that one's oh Jesus.
Quietly now.
Shine down! Vengeance will be mine. Crush!
Because the puzzle's simple enough. It's just identify the what icon you're looking for, and then clear the board.
Beg for mercy.
This is cool. The light shapers on the platform will shine unique beams of light upon the platform opposite them. Operate these devices to control the position and direction of those beams of light. The light shapers can be used to cast their light upon the large symbols on the platform opposite them, thereby activating those symbols. Activating all the large symbols seem to be key to solving the puzzle. They've actually made like a proper puzzle system. I like this. I wish the thing would rotate quicker. And that's step one done. This is a cool dungeon. This is really sick. I like this. And then we'll just circle around. This is a bit. Ah, why did they make us time gates look at this? This is sick.
Hit me. Top fight.
Is some sort of
That sounds like
taking
Shao.
place here? I wonder
Oh,
who
these are
involved.
the colours of the other 4 Yakshas, isn't it? That's what it is. We're gonna learn more of those other Yakshas instead of just Shao all the time. So this one's kind of like the spidery grid. This one in the middle. Now get back here.
Gotcha. Busted. There is no escape. Ah! Crush.
So that's the reason why I'm glad they got the 2, because it means I'm allowed to like mess up the first one and still try again to try and catch the enemies. Maybe these are going to turn on again. Okay. I want more of this. I'm always going to want more of this. Actual puzzle solving, dungeon crawling, this kind of thing. This is fun. This is cool. And the fact this entire place rotates like this as we go around is just really, really like eye-catching.
Still alive. Why would you become like this? I won't attack you.
That sounds like Shell.
Is one of the Yakshas still
Sounds like
alive?
someone forgot to invite us to the fight. Let's go and help him.
Yeah, but how are we gonna find him?
By solving this puzzle. Oh, jeez.
Quietly now.
I like that I love that Yelan's sprint ignores shields.
Beg for mercy.
It'll just go straight through the sons of bitches.
Rack and ruin.
Not that I've ever really had a problem with the shields, because, you know, I've got a fire user for the wood shields, and I have Eula for, like, the brick shields. Is it, like, over here, then? Yes, okay. And then this one has to be these two. Alright, one more. This is so sick. More of this, please, Genshin team. More of this, MiHoYo. But this is amazing. This one? Yeah.
Take it easy. Here comes the catch.
Time to go.
Alright. Alright, last lasers. Will it make the full... I think it'll make the full distance. Yes, good. Alright, that's all of them. So now we just get back to where we were, I assume. Or to the opposite end.
The light seems to be leading to another platform. Let's go and take a look. The ground has dissolved? What's down there?
And how deep into this chaos are we now?
Is that little dude called Xiao down there? We gotta
Little
help-
dude. I mean, he is like the smallest of the character model, but still.
Hold on. Something's not right here. What's this?
It appears to be a small fissure.
What can you possibly find inside? It can't be a living person, can it?
Conqueror of demons? Xiao, is that you?
Oh, and quit trying to scare us, okay?
Huh? Wait, is this some kind of illusion? Paimon can't touch him! Conqueror of demons, can you hear us?
What happened? Are you okay?
Hello? Little dude! Anyone home?
Ito, I'm glad you're here.
He isn't responding. What's going on here?
You.
Oh, he finally said something!
Oh,
We followed your
Oh!
voice and found you here, but it's kind of strange. We can't touch you. How did you become an illusion?
An illusion?
talk about a coincidence. We were just thinking you went missing and stuff, and then we heard the sound of you fighting. Pretty lucky we found you, if you ask me. You didn't get hurt, did you?
A coincidence? Wait, something's not right. Something's wrong with this domain. Leave now! Get out of there!
Wait a minute, Zhao, are you hurt?
If he can, we should have him regroup with us as soon as possible.
Tell us what happened and where you are now. We'll come find you immediately.
No. Your safety is the top priority. It seems this space can...
Huh? He disappeared. Where'd he go? It sounded like he might be injured. We need to go help him.
It seems the only option we have to explore any further is through that entrance over there.
Huh. He's injured and telling us to be careful? It's not like we're in any danger here. Anyway, the secret
Okay,
behind whatever's
Ito.
going on should be in this cave, right? Don't worry, little dude. Ito's on the way.
And off he
Boss,
goes.
Please don't go charging ahead. You're an Oni, not some hunting dog.
Don't worry, I'm invincible. Ah! Oh, my
Looks pretty deep. Be careful, everyone.
I feel for Shinobu so much sometimes. Like, just like, boss, please stop being an idiot. And it's like, no, we'll be fine. Gets hurt. Oh, we're back as just normal Emmy. How deep are we now? Oh, Jesus Christ. Get up the... Ooh.
Well, Bullchucker, how's your ear?
It's fine. Ugh. My butt is tough.
Good.
Go ahead. You can cry if it hurts. I promise I'll try not to laugh.
Oh, Shinobu. That's what she's had so much. She's. Shinobu is so done with Ito's shit now. It's like, I know you're my boss and everything, but you're a goddamn idiot and you didn't listen to a single word I said. And now look what happens. Well, do you want to go kick the door as well? See if it'll open for you? See if you just don't just hurt your foot?
What do you mean try not to laugh? You should be feeling some serious sympathy for me right now.
But wouldn't feeling sorry for you be a violation of your dignity? Besides, it's harder not to laugh when I'm not the one in pain.
Wow, Shinobu. Wow. Yeah, Shinobu's making sure it's like, no, you make sure you actually learn this time. Literally just poke on the bruise.
Paimon, don't laugh.
It's okay, everybody. If you want to laugh at him, just let it out.
Wow, she's really going hard. Even Ito's like, alright, enough now.
Don't you have a heart, Shinobu? Oh, and people think I'm the monster.
Wait a second. Xiao's not here. But...
Is that a door?
Seems a little out of place here, don't you think?
Maybe it's some sort of, I don't know, an emergency shelter? There was a picture book I read once that said nice people sometimes build cabins in dangerous places so that anyone in trouble can take shelter inside. Our little dude must be inside then.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too sure about that. Any person with a normal sense of danger wouldn't be so optimistic.
Wow, Bullchucker. Looks like your subordinate is telling you what's what.
Oh, I believe she was talking to both of us. Yeah, so you can wipe that smug smile off your face. All right, watch and learn, Shinobu.
Uh-oh.
This is why I'm
Ito,
the
you've
boss
already,
and
like,
you're the
embarrassed
deputy.
yourself enough. Are you sure this is
If no one's
wise?
wrong enough to open the door, then allow me. Step aside.
Uh-oh. Is he actually going to, like, kick the door? I was joking.
Once this door's open, we are out of here.
Even though he punched it. There's a switch right next to him. Yep. Oh, at least he just opened the door. Oh, he just kind of took his dignity there for what it was and opened the door. Bless him.
Eviloni, be gone. You hurt me. Get out of here.
Ah!
Am I seeing things? Or was there someone behind the door?
He ran back out quick.
Ah, can't be. You're just saying things.
Why don't we just open the door again and see?
Who? Me? Oh, all right. I'll open it again.
All you do is goof around all day.
Jesus.
You're a bad influence to our child. Be gone.
those people are carrying bowls. Bowls full of beans. What's that all about?
People throw beans to drive out Oni. Boss is an Oni, so they throw beans at him to get rid of him.
Gave me the fright of my life. What are people from Inazuma doing in a place like this anyway?
Is it opening the door reveal your fears?
Calm down now. You're a person from Inazuma too, you know.
Hey, let's get one thing straight, all right? I'm not a person, I'm an Oni.
Right, but that's not the point. The question is, does this door lead to Inazuma?
Huh? How could that be possible? Ugh, this place is so weird. Paimon's starting to think it really is haunted.
Open the door again, see
You
what
guys
happens.
go right ahead. I'm not opening it again. So, who's up? Oh, how about Paimon? Why don't you open it?
Oh yeah. If it opens the door to your fears, what's Paimon's fears?
No way! Somebody somebody else do it. Paimon's scared.
I think if she opened it, we might have learned something.
All right, I'll try.
That's our Shinobu. Now, don't let whoever's behind that door push you around, okay?
All right. Let's see what's behind the door this time.
Is it something else? Oh.
Still reading, Shinobu. Listen, young lady. You should keep your nose out of those books and start taking my advice. I've already found you a perfectly good job as a shrine maiden at the Grand Narukami Shrine. You'll be far better off there than...
Yeah, it shows your fears. It shows the things you don't like or your regrets or just things you can't handle.
Shinobu? Who is that?
No way. Was that who I think it was?
Oh, this is embarrassing. That voice was my mother. This was one place I wasn't counting on having to hear that speech again.
Your mother wanted you to become a shrine maiden?
The whole reason I came to study in Liyue was because I didn't want to become a shrine maiden. My family never approved of my studies, so they wanted me to work.
She wanted to be a lawyer, and her parents told her, "Nah, be a maiden." What a what a downgrade they wanted for their daughter. I want to study law and become a professional lawyer. I can do it. I've done all the research. I've done all the studies. I'm ready to go and learn it professionally. I'm ready to go. Nah, be a shrine maiden. What? Jesus Christ. Yeah, no wonder she left.
From what we know about Lady Guji, it seems being a shrine maiden is a pretty cushy job.
Yeah, but just because Miko doesn't take it seriously doesn't mean it's not a difficult job.
Think of it this way. Some cats can be domesticated and kept in the house, while other cats are meant to survive in the wild. As for me, I need complete freedom and space. Although I do admit that being a shrine maiden is a decent job, it's just not for me.
That's right, your calling is with the gang. I mean, just look at you. You rock. You're totally
Ito.
hardcore. Come on, am I the only one with chills right now?
That's actually really sweet. I know Ito kind of worded it weird, but that is sweet. He's like, no, you're a badass. You do what you want to do. That's kind of what he's trying to say.
It's true. You've got a good thing going. What's most important is that you enjoy what you do.
Gotta agree with you there.
From the look of it, what's behind the door can change. And not only that, it always changes to something that nobody wants to see. So, how are we gonna get through that? And don't forget, we have that little dude waiting for us to save him. We need to get our rear in gear.
Would any of you like to give it a try?
Yeah, I think we sent Paimon in.
No thanks. I'd prefer not to open it if only something terrible awaits. If anyone's going to find a way through, it's not going to be me.
Yeah, because the Yelan probably has the most secrets of everyone here.
Why?
Because I don't buy it. That's why. I don't believe for 1 second that we're gonna find the Conqueror of Demons by going through that door. So I'm sure as heck not gonna be the one to get us through.
Not gonna lie, you don't really sound like you have much of an imagination.
All right. I'll try.
Oh, are you sure,
My
Yanfei?
savior, show 'em what you're made of.
Do you have any phobias,
I'm
Yanfei?
sure I probably do, but nothing springs to mind right now. Anyway, I suppose I'll find out once I open the door.
You old geezer. Out of 8 pounds of salt, today you gave away 3 for free, sold 2, and exchanged 3 for booze. How much money did you actually make in the end?
Huh? But didn't you tell me to sell things as I pleased? Why can't I give the customers something for free?
You fool! You told the old man next door to come and fetch the salt. Well, he broke his leg on the way over, and now his son is asking for compensation. Seriously.
Family. That was her parents arguing or something, wasn't it?
A civil dispute. Didn't see that coming. Who were they? No one in particular, but it is a prime example of the many.
I think they were her parents or something.
Handling before.
It's the way that she went, ah! And then left so quickly. If it was just another civil dispute, she wouldn't have bothered. You know, she is a professional lawyer. It wouldn't have bugged her to hear that. I think that was her parents or something.
So you mean you don't like handling disputes over petty matters?
Not exactly. What I mean is that I don't like working with people who cannot let go of trivial grievances, especially of the kind you saw just now. They start with good intentions, but end up making a big fuss. It's not long before those good intentions plunge into injury and accidents. It's always a shame. It's my desire to solve problems for people. That's why I became a legal advisor. It just seems that I still can't fully comprehend the complicated minds of some people.
I understand what you mean. The human mind is probably both the most complicated and tragic of things.
I wasn't expecting it to get kind of poetic.
I suppose there's no need to discuss this any further. Does anyone else want to try the door?
Don't look at me. I told you, I'm not taking a chance with that thing.
So I know why Yelan's resistant. It's because she has more secrets than anyone else. Of course she doesn't want to open that door.
Come on, Yelan. We're a team here. If you're not gonna try, then at least give us a convincing reason why.
In that case, let me be perfectly clear. I serve Ningguang, the Tianxuan of the Qixing. The scope of my work includes some of Liyue's biggest secrets. The chances are, if I open this door, there can be no witnesses left alive. Is that a sufficient reason for you?
Jesus Christ, yeah. So she has more secrets than anyone else. If she opens that door, we might learn something we're not supposed to.
Oh, yeah, sounds impressive. Hey, Shinobu, who's Ningguang?
The queen of the country?
She's someone who won't let you walk out of the chasm alive if she finds out that you're prying into her secrets. Boss, you really do need to work on learning who's who in the world these days.
Look, I knows what I needs to knows. It's called being a free Oni.
Oh, now Paimon gets it. Yelan works for Ningguang. Yes, which is precisely why I was trying to keep her secret. We should avoid letting Yelan open this door. What about you, Traveler? Would you like to try? Yeah, go for it, Traveler.
We'll just see Aether, won't we? We'll just see the brother.
Maybe it could even be Shell.
I say give it a shot. Who knows? Maybe little dude is waiting for us on the other side.
Find who we're looking for. Maybe. I'm always looking for someone.
So, wait. What's Paimon looking at?
Is this the Abyss? Is this what scares me? The Abyss? Because the brother's trapped in there? Or what? Ruling it? Oh, damn. Is this what I feared? I'm not in control, by the way. The exit suddenly disappeared. Is it trying to trap me here? Now I'm in control. Whoa! They're all standing there waiting. I'm just gonna pop up behind them again. Like, hi guys, that was something.
Hey, there you are! You sure had Paimon scared. We couldn't open the door after you went in. Everyone was super worried about you. Are you okay? Did you find anything, Traveler?
It's now's your time to speak.
So, did you find the person we want to rescue inside?
No.
Judging by the look on your face, I'm guessing you saw something a little unpleasant in there?
Yeah, I did. Behind the door I saw the darkness of the abyss that took my twin away.
Huh? How could that be? Don't worry. Paimon will keep searching for him with you. Cheer up!
Stupid door, I'll smash you to pieces!
If Paimon wasn't feeling so exhausted, she'd help out too.
Yeah, we spent so much time digging into Yelan, like, why won't you open the door? Why aren't you opening the door? And she had to, like, completely explain herself what to do. We haven't questioned Paimon once when she's the one that most needs to open the door, because it would help solidify most theories people have had about whether she can actually be trusted or not.
Hey, what is this? Nap time?
So let me get this straight. Not only did we not find Xiao through that door, we saw all the things that we wish to avoid. I'm starting to have a very ominous feeling about this domain. It's constantly changing, and it's changing.
Yeah, they've swerved it. They've completely swerved it. Like, things that used to just be stray theories that something's weird with Paimon, I feel like they get more grounded every update. It started, like, it proper started, I think it was 2.5, the update after Enkanomiya, when we came back to Enkanomiya, and within it, the Abyss Lector we found, when we told him that we couldn't trust him, he questioned why we were struggling to trust him, yet we trusted Paimon. And that was like the biggest show to a lot of people. And I was like, the Abyss knows something about Paimon, and they're keeping it secret because they want to see how it plays out. And they know something's weird with Paimon. Like, Paimon's evil. Like, she's not just this cute little buddy that's with you all the time. There's something up with her. And the fact that like Paimon keeps on finding a way, like, you know, feigning tiredness, and now the conversation swifted away, suddenly is awake again. You know, like, I think if Paimon opened that door, we would learn something she doesn't want us to learn. Something that she's a little bit more of a malicious entity than she makes out.
I feel the same way. We need to watch our every step. There is definitely more to this place than meets the eye.
I concur. We came here following the Conqueror of Demons, but we ended up only finding a strange door. The things we've encountered on the other side of that door are equally strange. It shows us whatever we fear the most. We're in a space that defies common logic.
On top of that, I'm starting to feel tired after that experience. But I thought we'd established that getting tired doesn't happen down here.
The phenomenon hasn't reached a lethal stage just yet. Otherwise, we would have starved to death without eating for so long.
I'm starting to worry that we're being affected by the changes in this space. In order to avoid the sudden accumulation of hunger and fatigue, we should eat and rest regularly from now on.
Yeah, that's a good point. If this effect suddenly ends, we've all done several days without food and water. It would wreck us.
Paimon suddenly feels exhausted. It's really tiring going through all this.
Now that you mention it, I'm starting to feel tired too. No, it's all just an illusion. I will not let my mind play tricks on me.
Paimon's whole body just feels so heavy now.
According to the current evidence, it seems our physical condition was suspended in this space before, which granted us immunity to the effects of fatigue and hunger. But now it seems that mental fatigue is unavoidable. Though we have yet to locate the Conqueror of Demons, I suggest we go back and get some rest. It'll be difficult to rescue anyone if we're on the verge of collapse ourselves.
She's right. Hey, Lavender Melon, you okay? Want me to carry you?
After a persistent search, found a shortcut to back to the entrance and returned to the camp for a rest. And we just got back. Talk to everyone. Oh, we can do the next step of that as well now. Okay. We'll alternate. We'll finish off part 2, then we'll do that, then we'll do part 3.
You haven't slept at all. Are you sure you're okay? This place seems even more perilous than we first thought.
Don't worry about me. Staying focused under pressure for as long as it takes is my specialty. Now, if I'm not mistaken, looks like you've got some new ideas.
How could you tell?
It's my job to keep tabs on people.
I figured as much. They're just preliminary ideas at this point, but I haven't completely thought them through yet. I'll tell you more once my ideas have taken shape.
Sure. Sounds good. I also have some ideas of my own. I'll fill you in after I've confirmed some things.
Seems like a productive conversation.
You think so?
As they say, 2 heads are always better than 1.
Can we actually go back to that space at any point, or is it just that space was only for that plot cutscene, and now we're done, we can't go back? No, we can't go back to that little space at all then. We're curious what shortcut they found to get back up then. That sounds like a little bit of writing BS to, you know, avoid having to figure out how they got here.
It's hard to believe what we've encountered. Well, I suppose there's no use hiding it anymore now that everyone's seen it. What you all saw really was my biggest fear. I never want to become a Shrine Maiden. Who could tolerate such a boring life?
Yeah, I get you. It's also the whole, you know, your parents trying to dictate the life that you must leave. You know, all that old culture bullshit. That's like, we get it, like certain cultures are like that and it is the way it is. But when you look at it as an outsider, you're like, man, they really just dictate the life of their kid against their wish. Wow, okay. That's what they were trying to put Shinobu through.
After these last few years with the Arataki gang, I suppose you could say I've seen it all. It's taken every skill in my arsenal to constantly clean up the messes they make. Though the list of annoying things to deal with is practically endless, I am totally free in the Arataki gang. Strolling around the streets, roasting lavender melons with friends in the open country. I know it sounds pretty silly, but that's the life that I want.
Yeah, the gang may annoy you, but you still treat them as family. I get it.
Don't laugh at me, okay? Otherwise, you might find yourself on the receiving end of a good beating.
What the other
It's
thing?
hard to believe what we've encountered. You don't look very well. At least not like when we just arrived. Are you troubled by what you saw behind the door? Listen to me. The most important thing is always the choices you have in front of you. Get some rest before you gather the courage to take your next step. Once you've chosen the path to take, don't hesitate. You must believe in your decision.
Ushi, you sure you can't find a way back to that door again?
Oh, Ushi, I forgot about you. About the door.
Ah, perfect timing. I was just having a chat with Ushi about that. You know what? I can handle those mean people behind the door throwing beans at me, but causing trouble for you? Nuh-uh. That ain't gonna fly with this guy.
Oh, always a sweetheart, Ito.
What? There's nothing we can do? Listen here, Beefcake. You shouldn't give up so easily. Can't you have one last look for it? If you really can't find it, we'll just have to find another door. With any luck, one that connects to the outside world. You feel me?
By the way, Traveler, if you have a moment, could you do me a favor? I'd like to discuss something with you.
Ushi,
Okay, I'll do that in just a sec.
You can't find a...
I want to ask the other thing.
Yep, that's the big question. Gotta be honest, I have no idea. Oh, come on, don't get mad at me. I'm just being real here. I did think about just using my Oni super strength to dig our way out, but the rocks here are even tougher than prison walls. The rocks didn't even budge when Ushi charged him. It's pretty obvious this place is meant to keep us in here. The only thing I can do now is, well, take care of this exhausted little lavender melon.
Oh yeah, right, Paimon's like knackered.
Yeah, I know. You're helping too, Ushi.
Please, come meet me over there.
Okay. We're gonna Oh no, we're not done with this with this plot quest yet. We have to go see what Yanfei's struggling with.
Thanks for coming to speak with me, Traveler. I've been thinking about this place. Since we still don't know just what kind of danger we're up against, we can't afford to delay any longer. We have to find the Conqueror of Demons as soon as possible.
That's what I was thinking.
Don't you think it's a strange coincidence that as soon as you told us about the Conqueror of Demons, we heard his voice in that place? It almost seems deliberate. As if something was trying to convince us that the Conqueror of Demons was there in order to lure us into the unknown. I have a theory, but I can't tell the others just yet. I don't want anyone to panic. Judging from the Conqueror of Demons' reactions, I think that he was somewhere else, but his voice and image were projected to our location. Is it possible that we've entered into a chaotic space?
Yeah, she's like, is it possible we're in between the actual world of Teyvat and the Abyss? What do you mean?
We're seeing things in people that shouldn't be here, even ghosts. And we don't feel hungry because the state of our bodies is suspended. It's as if
Yeah,
time
we're
itself
in no
has
man's
stopped
land in
us.
time and space.
If that's true,
Like the
it
Chaos
means we've
Realm from
entered into a
Vania.
place where normal logic doesn't apply. When you put it all together, everything points towards one possibility. This is a place where time and space are thrown into chaos.
So when we saw him at the domain entrance, he didn't really go the same way as us.
And yet, if it's truly chaotic, how did we find our friend's voice even when we had no idea where he was? It doesn't make any sense. Unless this space wanted us to hear it. Which brings me to my next point. I also have a theory about our encounter with the Conqueror of Demons earlier. I submit that we didn't actually see the Conqueror of Demons. He was somewhere else. But his status was transmitted to us through some kind of mind-bending spatial alteration. Traveler, you said you saw the Abyss in that room, didn't you?
Yes.
At first glance, the door may seem like a prank.
I'm trying, because now we're doing interesting stuff with me, so I'm double reading everything Yanfei says to make sure I understand everything, because this is what I'm interested in with like Genshin's lore and story. Like this chaotic space, like this is cool. At first glance, that door may seem like a prank. It just shows you whether you're afraid of, but it managed to lure you inside.
There's no way of knowing what might be in there. 1 minute, it's playing a joke to get you to lower your guard. The next, the danger is real, and it's trapped you. This space is a powerful opponent. It wants to use our minds against us. But I'm not gonna sit here and do nothing. Do you remember that small spatial rift next to the dissolving ground?
So that was a spatial rift?
It felt like spatial magic, but it seemed much more powerful than usual. When we saw that illusion of the Conqueror of Demons, it seemed like he wasn't expecting our spaces to intersect at all, and was even more surprised that we could hear and see him. I think that this space purposefully transmitted the Conqueror of Demons' voice to lure us into a trap. But I also think it didn't count on that spatial rift happening. In other words, the fact that we saw and spoke with the Conqueror of Demons was never part of its plan.
That's why we were interrupted?
Yes. Also, I had a good look around after coming back. I have a feeling that these chaotic spaces are constantly intersecting with each other, meaning that anything is possible. I think this gives us an opportunity. If the space creates phenomena meant to deceive us based on our imaginations, then we have to keep imagining, Traveler.
Oh, jeez.
If we try to stay calm and listen carefully, maybe, just maybe...
I like the idea, Yanfei. I hope it pans out.
Can you feel that? Let me see. I think it's here. And... break! I secretly learned Yelan's illusion-breaking method without her knowing. Really didn't expect that to work. The sound came from behind.
I'm guessing he actually did break. I think I might have pressed X too soon then. Oh wow, she's actually just following us. That's kind of cool. It's like we're in co-op. Hi. What does she say as we go?
We try to stay calm and listen.
She just tails us along. That's kind of cool. So yeah, the path splits a lot of different directions. We just got to find a way through.
No, this is the chasm. What did we go through here? Just in that battle. What is he doing here? The one I... Is that...
The voice is much clearer now. We're close.
There it is. It's my spatial rift.
Can you hear me? It's Yanfei. The Traveler and I are trying to find you.
Zhao, are you there?
Traveler? Yanfei?
It worked. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
You don't sound fine. We heard the sound of you fighting. What happened?
Listen to me. It's chaotic here. We may not be in the same space, but sometimes the sound can get through, which means these separate spaces intersect from time to time.
Everything is chaotic here.
Find a way to get to us.
No, the darkness that sullies my soul is harmful to mortals.
Right now, we have more dangerous things to worry about than that. This space is using our urge to find you to lure us into traps. Without you here with us, our search for you could very well lead us into danger.
Please come.
So, you're in danger too?
Oh, you said too.
There was no need for you to search for me.
But we're worried about you. And earlier, the Traveler was tricked into entering a dangerous place.
It's true.
How do we meet?
It's like, fine. How do we meet?
Conqueror of Demons, can you find out where our voices are coming from? Find the spot where our voices are the clearest and try... something there. It might work.
I see. The spaces may intersect amidst the chaos. By try something, do you mean...
Hurry! If we miss this chance, we might not get another one.
Zhao?
Stand back!
Uh-oh. He's gonna break through a wall or something. Hey, there he is. Oh, he's actually radiating evil energy, though. He looks badly injured. That's an cool way of doing it. If they can't have like proper blood splat and whatnot, have like these like almost dimensional rift cuts in his body.
Let's get him back to the camp.
Yeah. Interesting transition.
Now we can avoid getting split up.
He sounds so worn.
Oh.
Hello, Yelan. Oh, thank you.
A lot's happened here, but this wasn't just for our own safety. You're injured. We can't just leave you alone.
It's just a flesh wound. I am fine. I shouldn't let myself be a burden to you.
You're not a burden. Don't think that for 1 second. We need you. All of us. For our sake, please. Stay here. Please?
Oh. Sal, I was like, Sal, you can't be the tough evader that you always are. People here genuinely need you. You have to stay.
Fine. As you
Like,
wish.
Yanfei had to basically beg him to stay.
You're injured. Get some rest. Everything else can wait.
Don't worry about anything else.
Oh,
Oh, whoops, I thought even... I was waiting for him to say something. Xiao closes his eyes and seems to be resting. Could he be dreaming? It's quite astonishing. Is a Yaksha who never lowers his guard capable of having dreams? No way home. Achievement complete. Talk to Yelan. From what I can tell, this actual story quest will remain after the event ends, but like this will go. Like this will leave as it goes on. At least that's what I think. What are you guys doing way back here?
As expected, something strange is going on here. Oh, Traveler?
You're both here. Great. I want to talk to you.
Let's all talk. Let's put our heads together. We'll put all our heads together. You, Yelan, and Yanfei share the information you have of each
I also
other.
thought that the space was targeting us, but Yanfei managed to exploit its weakness. Leave it to Yanfei to find a loophole.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Based on what just happened, we can now confirm our suspicions that space and time function chaotically here. In addition, we must stay vigilant to avoid the traps set for us by this place. Now that we've found the Conqueror of Demons, the next thing we need to do is find a way out.
I went back to the domain again just now. Although I couldn't find a new route, it wasn't a completely fruitless trip. My clan has practiced magic for generations, and has created some catalysts that only we know how to use. I recognized something like one of those catalysts in the domain. Unfortunately, it disappeared as soon as I approached it.
Was it an illusion?
I think so, but it's hard to distinguish between reality and illusion here. I can't be sure. Also, I am the only one out of all of us who could know what it would look like. To me, that confirms that this place really is reading our minds.
Just like with that door. It's like it's alive, and testing us.
By reading our minds and showing us what we want, it creates the reality that we want to be true. Everything it does is either to get us to lower our guard, or to wear us down. If that's the case, it can only have one goal. To trap us here until we die. What else could it be?
I get what Yelan's saying. She's looking at an extremely practical mind, but there's probably more that meets the eye in here than just that.
We should prepare for the worst. But we mustn't give up.
Agreed.
I've always known there were secrets hidden in the chasm. But even the Qixing have never heard about anything like this.
Yelan, when we first ran into you, you said you had something to do. What were you referring to?
So I don't think that's something she can share.
I was looking for the truth behind the monster invasion from Conria.
Interesting. Which makes sense, because the chasm, we found, like, the Hilichurl borderline death camp that they made for themselves, their suicide camp, where it's like after like 500 odd years of living for eternity, when the darkness finally starts to consume their soul and wear down whatever's left, they go to the chasm to rot. So it makes sense that Yelan would come here. Khaenri'ah?
Please keep everything I'm about to say to yourselves. No one else can know. Otherwise...
Yeah, we get it. You'd beat us up.
500 years ago, a wave of dark beasts from Khaenri'ah attacked the 7 nations of Teyvat. Naturally, Liyue was also affected. Under Rex Lapis's command, the Millelith fought hard to hold the front line near the chasm. But these were vicious beasts, and this was the most desperate battle Liyue had ever faced. At a critical moment, someone distracted the monsters and led them away. Just when all hope seemed lost, the tide turned. The Liyue army eventually won the war, but there were many who never returned. 2 of my ancestors took part in that war.
Oh!
And the one who made it back went insane. Everything about it was strange.
Okay. I know it's 500 years ago, so you don't know these ancestors, but that's interesting. That people, like your own people, involved, but one of them became psychotic.
The current generation of Qixing knows very little about these events, and very few came back from the chasm alive. Finding out the truth has been a waiting game. The day the chasm was unsealed, I put in a request to be transferred here, so I could finally learn the truth of what happened back then. But this place we've ended up in, and the possibilities we're facing...
Yeah, no wonder they might have come back insane.
Than I'd imagined.
This entire place might have mentally broke them, but if they got out, we can too.
We can't give up. Right now, our #1 priority has to be getting out of here alive.
Chasm, Khaenri'ah, what happened 500 years ago? And what did Shao see back in that other space? Who was he fighting against? Can we really get out of here in one piece? Talk to everyone again. The other thing I'm really enjoying, and yes, if it was all in one thing, I think I would have enjoyed it more, but you know, it is what it is how slow the story quest is going. That we're spending a lot of let's think about this moments, so letting you kind of process things. There's a lot going on here. Chaotic space, we're tying in Khaenri'ah, which was already alluded to from the last interlude, like Archon quest that was in the last update. Like, they're building a lot here in the background. It's really exciting, at least for me it is. As someone who's really interested in the lore and seeing where the story goes. Like, I was talking about it in another stream, I really want to see this game go to Khaenri'ah eventually. Or as some kind of abyssal location. And I mean, like, proper abyssal location, you know? Like, there's so much here that they need to unpack. There's so much here we need to see the end of the light with. It's like, they're setting up a lot, and they tried to like slyly like skirt around Paimon's secrets, but I noticed.
Are you all right? You've suddenly gone quiet. It's not.
But now they've introduced like kind of subtly the idea of if they stay here too long, it's going to affect their psyche.
Shh, we'll talk later. I'm just processing all the existing clues we have. Maybe the key to our escape is hidden in some detail I've overlooked. I have to go over everything again.
You're trying to exhaust yourself.
Well...
Oh, don't worry. I won't write down anything that you told us about.
No, I meant if you're going to analyze the facts, count me in.
How's everyone else doing? Paimon's still very exhausted and tired and doing that thing. It's nice to be able to just talk to everyone of our own volition and not have Paimon be the voice in our ear the whole time. It's really refreshing, actually, to not have her around all the time.
You don't look well. I guess things still haven't improved. It's okay. You don't have to go into all the details. Sometimes I really envy the boss.
Well, because of his more carefree attitude. Makes sense. Zhao's eyes are tightly shut and he's not making a sound. No one has the heart to interrupt him.
Ushi, looks like our little lavender melon has fallen asleep, huh? Do you think she's dreaming?
How did she dream floating?
Man, she looks wiped out. It's kind of hard to see her like this. I mean, most of the time she never shuts up. Aw, poor thing.
Oh, Ito actually cares about our friendly little shit that we have to look after all the time.
Man, that little dude looks stunning too. I'm kind of worried about him.
I think that's the thing, like, Ito is a giant carefree idiot, but he's a giant carefree idiot with a heart of gold. It's like, you know, Paimon's tired, he's worried about her. Zhao's slightly injured, but he's like, you know, he's like a demigod, yet he's still worried about him. You know, like, Ito genuinely has a heart of gold. It's just, he's a giant, loud, carefree idiot all the time, so it's not always apparent.
I sleep like this when I'm in jail. Good one. I do slumber like a king. Traveler, when did you get here?
Hi, Ito.
Wait, where are we?
Yeah, we're still on the ground. Paimon, are you feeling better?
Yep, way better. Paimon just got a little fright because she's never seen a crazy place like this before.
I think, if we're going to pull out theories again, I think her link to Celestia got severed down here. Because I do think she's tied to Celestia. I think this chaotic space severed the link, and so she was completely, like all of her strings were suddenly cut, and that's why she's so tired. Because like suddenly she had to process everything that she was, sort of thing, and not just the puppet I believe she may be. Because like genuinely, I can't shake the theory enough. I hope I'm wrong, but I can't shake the theory enough, and I've had it for literally updates upon updates of this game. Something's not right with Paimon. I think her link to Celestia's been cut off, and that's why she's so tired.
Who would have thought the best guide in all of Tibet could end up so out of their depth?
Fatigue and fear are normal.
Yeah. So anyway, Paimon just had the weirdest dream. There were cattle mooing constantly.
Well, like
Yeah,
that?
just like that. Aw, Ushi, were you looking after Paimon?
Yanfei, well, now what have you found? I'm getting slightly worried for Yanfei because she keeps on just waddling around and finding things. You know, it's like, is this place, is she completely in control, or is this place like influencing her and directing her and giving her hints all the time? Because she keeps on just wandering around at near random and finding things.
Traveler, it looks like the Conqueror of Demons is awake.
How do you feel?
I'm fine. Don't worry.
Yeah, Ushu just rolled on over.
The karma I carry is dangerous to humans. Keep your distance.
Well, I have Adepti blood in me, so I wouldn't worry too much.
Yeah, and I'm not from this world, so you shouldn't worry so much. And Ito's an Oni, so you know, technically not a human, so I think he'll be fine too.
Even so.
What happened while Paimon was sleeping? How did Xiao get here?
With a little help, I was able to find my way here.
Oh, thanks to Yanfei.
Conqueror of Demons, could you tell us what happened before you joined us?
No need to be so formal. Just call me Xiao.
Oh, I didn't even notice the cut on his face. I saw the ones on his arm. I didn't even realize there was one on his face as well.
Sure.
It was a senseless battle. I came here looking for someone. But when I found them, they weren't anything like how I expected.
Madame Ping says that you usually base yourself at Wangshu Inn to guard the main road through Dihua Marsh. It's unusual for you to go looking for someone yourself. Are they an Adeptus?
I think they're a Yaksha. I think it's one of your kin. Yeah.
Osatius.
I'm sure I've heard that name somewhere before.
Osatius. Is that one of the 5 Yakshas? Like you?
Yeah, one of your brethren from the old war.
I thought that you were the only one left. Aren't the other 4...
I think this is opening the door that maybe some of them are alive or in different spans. Which, like I said before, is the perfect opportunity for them to just leave loose threads to add more characters later. Like with Alice and Varka in Mondstadt. To have it that the Yakshas might be alive leaves that door open that later on they could have them be new characters if they want to do a new story in Leeway. In the same vein that I think one of the Raiden Shogun's old comrades, before the Ikanrian War took and strapped everything away and everything's like to fall apart for her, one of them went missing and is believed to be insane but isn't dead. So there's like, it's another loose thread that they could touch upon later if they want to.
You could say that. But Bosacius's body is the only one that was never found.
Oh, that's kind of depressing then, never mind.
Yakshas deal
I was hoping.
Time.
But that's it, they can still change it. They can still say that, like just because the body dies, maybe there's something else that keeps them going.
Drives us to madness. The last time I saw Bosacius, it was the day he lost his mind.
Oh, so whatever he is now, if he is still alive, could be far worse.
He left. No one knew where he went.
I wonder if Bosacius lost his mind. I wonder if that's the same person who was ultimately an ancestor of Yelan, because Yelan said the ancient ancestor from that era went insane. What if they're one and the same? Or it might be a bit of a stretch because like Yelan's descendant went insane because of this area, because of the chaotic realm, whilst Xiao's old war buddy went insane because of their demonic blood. It eventually corrupts them.
But Bosacius was the eldest of us. He once told us, as Yakshas we will experience countless wars. Whether we live or die, we must promise to take care of each other, and know each other's fate to the very end.
Did he forget his promise because he lost his sanity?
It's possible, but I did not. I am the sole survivor. So it is my duty to find out the fates of the others.
What made you come to the chasm? Did you hear something about Bosacius being here?
Did you know that 500 years ago, the beasts of Congo
there is a link.
The chasm?
I heard a thing or two.
That war lasted a long time. It is said that in the midst of the battle, a brave Yaksha was seen putting up a heroic fight, but no one knew the Yaksha's name.
But there were many more than 5 Yakshas in total, so there's no guarantee it was Bosacius.
Wow. But you must think it was probably him if you came here to investigate, right?
I am by no means certain, and I didn't have any other clues except for this one. But Bosacius was proud. If he had taken part in that war, he would have announced his name. So at first, I thought the nameless Yaksha couldn't be him.
You found him?
Wait, so it was Bosacius you were fighting with? Did he injure you?
Yes.
No way!
Ooh.
The invasion of monsters from Conria, the battle in the chasm, and Yelan's ancestor. I have a feeling that somehow these are all connected. Life is full of coincidences, but this is too much of a coincidence. Could this all be related to the fantastic compass mentioned in the will, too?
What will?
Oh, right. I came here because of a will. Maybe it's not something you've come across much before, but both mortals and adepti sometimes write out their final wishes so somebody else will carry them out after they've passed. It's known as a last will and testament.
Yep.
And this can be done at any time?
Whoa, whoa. You want to write a will? Now?
Actually, Paimon, I think that is something Zhao would genuinely consider. He's been in this like demonic battle for hundreds of years. He probably knows that demonic energy, that darkness in him is going to consume him eventually. I'm doing good, are you? We're continuing the Archon quest. I haven't seen anything, so no spoilers. We're still in part 2. Yeah, thanks, dude. Yeah, I'm alright. It was actually it was stupid. I was helping my mum wash windows, and there was one that was slightly higher up, so I climbed up onto a bin to reach it, and the bin had wheels, and the wheels went out from under me, so down I went. You know. But I'm not a teenager, so I didn't bounce as much as I probably would have, and I was a bit achy-breaky. And yesterday I was like, yeah, I'll stream, I'll be fine, and I just couldn't sit comfortably whatsoever because of my hip being quite painful. It's not perfect now, but it's a hell of a lot better. So I'm managing. But yeah, I'm alright really. I had a stiff shoulder because I landed like angled like that, so I was like, I have a stiff shoulder from like sparing my head, and I think the worst one was I hit like my butt directly on that, you know, that one bone on your butt that always super hurts. Like I landed like directly on that. But I'm alright. I am. I wouldn't be streaming today or laughing it off if I wasn't. If it was anything serious, it was no doctor or hospital visit. It was just a few scratches up that I needed an extra day just to kind of check up. Yeah, I'm doing alright.
It was no accident that you saw my illusion that day. This place used your desire to find me
yeah, it was like
a trap you would willingly walk into. Pure deception
I'm all good.
is easy to
So we
spot,
streamed this the other day, but
the
I didn't
truth
realise
lays
that the
with
actual
lies
story
in that
quest of
fatal
this
combination.
was time gated
What you
because it's
heard
tied to
were
that
really
event.
things that I said.
So we did a bit of it, and I was like, okay, I'm going to wait for it all to come out, and I think / hope all of it is out now, because I didn't see any more notifications for another day other than just the event side of it. But the actual story stuff said last piece was today. And it's really interesting. I'm like even more sure than ever that Paimon's evil, because that door into your worst fears, Paimon suddenly became super tired and didn't want to go into, which at first I thought was just her feigning an excuse, but the more I think on it, if this is a chaotic realm that they're all trapped in, where it has no connection... I get starting to think since I'm grinding chests and all. Ah, fair enough. Well, in here we found this door, and when you go in, whoever goes into it sees their worst fears. But their worst fears are then broadcast to everyone else that's in here. Yelan refused to go in because she says, no, I have extremely deep secrets that if they became public, people would have to die to keep them quiet. So she didn't go in. While everyone else but Paimon did take the risk and go in. Paimon, however, feigned tiredness the moment it was her turn. And it's like, oh, no, she was too exhausted and fell asleep, so we didn't force her. And I theorise that the fact that she was the only one, if she went in, we might have seen things linking to the whole theory that she's evil. And if anything, her being the only one that didn't have an excuse to go in adds more to it. But then afterwards, because this is established that where we are is actually a chaotic realm, we're not in Tevat at all. We're not in the Abyss either. We're in a chaotic realm where time and space doesn't exist. Which is why none of the characters have felt hungry or tired since coming here. Yeah, Paimon is definitely evil. But no one has felt hungry, like regardless of whether they eat or not. No one has felt tired. And what doesn't help is that everyone believes they've been in here for a different amount of time, despite everyone entering at the same time. Paimon feels like we've been here for at least a month. The protagonist said at least a day. Ito said about 4 or 5 days. Like, you know, it's a full-on chaotic realm. Time and space don't exist here. It was Yanfei that figured it out that we're in this, that we're literally in a chaotic realm, so time and space doesn't exist. We're not into that anymore. We're elsewhere. But Xiao is here because Xiao is looking for his old comrades. Or at least the only one that might still be alive, Bosacius, of the Yakshas. And he somehow ended up in this as well, and was badly injured. Yeah. The demon that children pray to, Paimon. That one. I'm aware of the book. But my theory of her feigning ignorance shifted slightly. If this is actually a chaotic realm where time and space literally do not exist, what if her connection to Celestia or whatever is severed? And that's why she was genuinely tired, despite the fact no one else really was. Like, people were like mentally exhausted from everything they were trying to figure out, but she was the one that actually, like we've had a big chunk of this plot. Paimon's just been straight up asleep. Like, she woke up and was like, oh, when did Xiao get here? Because she genuinely was out of the count for a while. And I was like, what if it was because she, like, her strings were cut kind of thing, temporarily while she's here? That she has no connection or whatever to whatever she is, she works for or is tied to, or, you know, etc, etc. That it has just kind of taken the light out of her for a minute, and that's why she passed out. And now she's having to kind of, you know, keep up her illusion, but kind of fend for herself a little bit until we get out and those connections can be re-established. Kind of like a spy who loses the walkie-talkie kind of thing. Like, you know, because it was just weird that the plot went out of its way to point out that she was so exhausted she passed out, and Ushu and Ito had to take care of her for a while. So long, in fact, that Yanfei and I went on our own little adventure, found Xiao, dragged him back, and he managed to get some sleep as well to rest from his injuries. You know, like, why does she pass out for, if we're being generous, you know, about 12 hours? You know? Like, it's weird.
It made sure you heard.
You can even see it on Xiao. There's a cut on his face and there's, like, cuts on his arm.
This one-way communication was the bait.
No, since we know Celestia's overthrown, the original creator is gone. Yeah, like, but who's there now? Like, is it the unknown god? Is it something else? And do they have ties? Because I think they do. I mean, it's like the most common theory. Since day one, people have identified all the little symbols on Paimon and assumed that she has ties to Celestia, and she's just not telling us about it. Paimon could have been a good person at the time and then got exiled. Yeah. As I was saying earlier, it's like this story quest is actually kind of slow. Like, it's not jumping into the next crazy thing. There's a lot of sitting down and talking about what happens, and if I'm honest, it makes it more interesting, because there's this entire story quest is a lore dump. It's like, we're going to learn more about little glimmers of the Abyss. We're learning a little bit more of the Yaksha. We've learned more about little bits of characters. Like, when we had everyone's nightmare bit, Shinobu went in, and it was her mother angrily shouting at her for wanting to be a lawyer instead of just a shrine maiden at home. Telling her it was a worthless job and that she should be a shrine maiden, yada yada. And then, like, Yanfei, she saw a civil dispute that seemed to really freak her out and leave, and then she downplayed it as she just doesn't like seeing civil disputes that much because she deals with them all the time. And I was like, no, it seemed more personal to her. It seemed more like her parents were arguing and it scared her and she wanted to leave, and she just tried to play it off, but you know. But then when the Traveler went in, we saw the Abyss, because of course the Traveler is scared for the status of their other twin, and they know that they're tied to the Abyss, so seeing just the Abyss makes sense. The fact that the door shut behind us when we went in there was a little freaky, but we managed to get out, so we're fine.
If we hadn't managed to get in touch through the spatial rift, we may well have lost someone by now. Rather than murdering in cold blood, this space seems more intent on consuming souls.
Yeah, and this chaotic realm, it's been established that Yelan had an ancestor from like 500 odd years ago, you know, during the War of Karnia, who got trapped in here, and by the time they finally got out, they were completely insane. Like, there was no salvation to their sanity. They were completely bonkers. So it's like there's already things that suggest this chaotic realm isn't interested in killing people. It's interested in breaking people and letting them go. Because the fact that they only escaped after they went insane, sort of thing. It's like this chaotic realm almost has like a will of its own to catch people in, break them in every sense of the word, and then let them loose back onto the world like a monster. And Xiao also talked that the last living Yaksha might have also been in here, but he's unsure until he got here and was attacked by Bauschus, or whatever his name is, one of the other Yakshas. So one of the other Yakshas is actually alive, they just might be crazy. And I hope the rest of them are alive. I hope they find a way to, like, I know, like, Xiao's already said that, like, their bodies were found. There's only one that never was. But at the same time, they're Yakshas. I'm sure there's ways of writing around it if they want to make them more involved. Because I'd love to see how they are and what they're like and what became of them more than just they died, whoops. You know?
How is this even possible?
But it's like Paimon, to go back to her, she's been asking more questions than normal. Because like I said, her ties to Celestia or whatever have seemingly been cut. So she doesn't know anything. She's out of her depths all of a sudden. So suddenly she's constantly asking little questions and trying to get information. She's not the Teyvat travel guide she always tries to be. She genuinely has no idea what's going on anymore.
Our opponent is very clever. It is not safe to stay here. Everyone, whether I accomplish what I came here to do or not, I must find a way to get you out safely.
Xiao, don't worry about it. You're as in danger as we are. Look at the cuts on his arm and face. You're as in danger as we are. Meanwhile, Yelan, what's she up to?
I rejoined to warn you that it's extremely dangerous here. If you stay here too long, this space may well devour you.
But how do you know?
What happens if we get devoured?
You might become a shadow of your former self. wandering the underground like a lost soul.
Sounds like you saw them too.
Yelan, you're back.
I've been back a while. I was listening to the conversation.
Well, at least she's honest.
I've seen some strange things here too. Objects that shouldn't be here. Strange figures appearing, then vanishing.
Where's Shinobu and
I don't
Ito?
think any of
That's
it is
just crossed my
real.
mind. They're around here somewhere. That's why, like, Ushu's here. We're looking after, you know, Ito's pet cow. But where's the other two?
So they're just illusions?
At first, I had the same thought, but it's not that simple. There may come a day when these illusions become real and attack you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's actually... illusions that become real is that they could use that to justify the Yakshas coming back. Xiao's memory of them becomes manifested into real beings.
From what you were saying a moment ago, it sounds like you know a way out of here.
I can't say for sure. It's just a guess. As Yanfei said, this space is chaotic and unstable, but it has its weaknesses. By attacking the point where both spaces connect, I was able to create a rift and move from one to the other.
Yeah, the chaotic realm, the easiest way to explain it from what I can tell, it's like this, like I said, there's no space and time, but it's basically like a bunch of bubble dimensions just floating around aimlessly. And Xiao was in a different one from us, but as they passed by, we happened to link just enough to get him to hop through to our one. So we're kind of like free floating in like limbo right now. Which is why this cave has no entrance or exits. The fact that the chasm leads into here is probably the most curious thing. You know, how does this underground mine, that we already knew had some mysteries, directly link into the chaotic realm? You know, like, how does that happen? What mysteries are really down here? And they said yeah, it's like, yeah, it's a tons of many pocket dimensions. That's exactly what it is. It's a bunch of, like, free-floating bubble spaces that aren't tied to the planet, aren't tied to the abyss, aren't tied to the dimension. They are just little pocket dimensions in a non-existent limbo. But it's the fact that the chasm is the we entered here by falling through a hole in the chasm. It's like, how? Why is the chasm linked to this place? What's going on, you know? Like, we knew that there's some weird freaky shit with, like, the upside down city in the chasm going on, but what is all this?
So, if I use all the energy I have, I may be able to tear a passage out of this chaotic space.
But that could consume you.
Really? So powerful attacks can affect the space itself. I had wondered if that was a possibility.
Whoa, 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 whoa. But what do you mean by all the energy you have?
I mean, it will take everything I've got.
Yeah, no, Xiao, we're not gonna let you do that.
Wait a minute. When you said you were gonna get us out safely, you mean you're gonna stay here?
You can't be serious.
Even Yelan's like, no, come on.
I saw Bosacius underground.
Bosacius, yeah, the other
That's when I
Yaksha.
realized the horror of this place. A single blast can only create a very small opening. To send you back to the outside world, I may need to continuously channel power in order to keep the tunnel open. I know how to fight to the bitter end. I can do this.
But if it takes all the energy you have, you'll...
No way. Even if what you're saying is true, I can't agree to this.
I'm on neither. It's not much of an escape plan if we gotta leave someone behind.
Yeah, we should leave together.
It's only a good or bad plan if there are other options to compare it to.
Zell being tactical
the
again.
situation we're in right now. I doubt you'd still be stuck here if anyone had a better idea.
But can you be certain that your plan will work?
I cannot.
What is wrong?
So it's a suicide mission that might even fail.
Bet your life on something if you don't even know it's gonna work. It's not worth it.
To conclude, I'm not agreeing to this plan.
Like, yeah, Yanfei's like stamping her foot on the matter now.
What if I told you this is my last will?
Ah, I knew it. Because earlier we were talking about Last Will and Testaments, and Xiao had never heard of it before. It was like, well, I know you've been living forever, so you don't know what it is, but it's the last wish you make when you're alive that other people will carry out when you're dead. And Xiao went, oh. I was like, in the back of my head, I was like, oh no, he's going to bring it up again later, isn't he?
You?
That's your strategy, huh? No offense, but we have no guarantee this plan of yours will succeed, or even that it's safe. You said it yourself. Yakshas pose a danger to humans. You really expect us to accept your self-righteous plan just because you say so?
Ooh.
The battlefield is a treacherous place. Every opportunity you take, you put everything on the line for. If you fear sacrifice and failure, you can never be victorious.
I've been in my fair share of treacherous battles, so I know full well that you never bring up extreme measures like this until the very, very end.
Yelan has a way of always not agreeing with everyone. she clashed heads with Ito at the start. She's clashed with us a little bit, but not too much. Now she's clashing with Shao. Both of them are proud. I think that's the thing. Yelan is extremely proud in who she is and what she can do. And just like with anyone, that pride sometimes leads to clashes with others. I did not pull for Shao to die in this update. Yeah, right. It's like when like Honkai 3rd was like, hey, do you want to pull Himiko? Do you want to pull for Aunt Himiko? Don't worry about it. Do you just want to pull for Aunt Himiko again? Sorry. And it was like, don't worry about it. Nothing bad's gonna happen. In the same update that like she dies.
You say these things in the hope that we will understand and accept them. But if you don't even know that your self-sacrifice is going to pay off, all you're doing is hurting morale. Besides, if you were really so determined to end it all, you wouldn't have given us the opportunity to share our opinions. You think you're oh so cold and ruthless, but I'm not buying it. And anyway, losing one of us so the rest can escape? Some victory that is.
Yelan, don't be so harsh.
No, but it's what he needs to hear.
Point is, it's not time for drastic measures yet. It's possible there's a hidden passage leading to the exit that we just haven't discovered.
Oh, hello Ito and Shinobu.
What if there isn't? Or if we don't find it? And in the end, I'm so weak that I don't have the strength left to sacrifice myself. What do you propose we do then?
As things stand, there's no difference between sacrificing you and trying to find another way out, in terms of the likelihood of success. If we can't say that one strategy is better than the other, we certainly shouldn't be rushing into a risky course of action.
Is Yelan seriously getting annoyed? The atmosphere is so tense, what should I do? Oh, it's like, I know that ultimately these don't matter, but it's like, I think Ito and Shinobu and Ushu are going to accidentally find something to break this up. I'm so tense, what should I do?
Someone say a strong enough strike can break us out of this place? Yeah, that's right, I heard ya. No one's staying behind to let anyone else out, alright? Enough talk, it's time for action!
Oh, here we go.
Come on, whatever you are! Let's see how long you manage to keep us trapped in here after I'm finished with you!
Easy now.
You're just gonna go. Yep. And of course he actually manages to fucking do it. Of course he does.
Whew, okay, so I didn't tear the whole place down.
I love this idiot.
Check it out, new path. If you need a hero, I'm the man.
I love that, like.
For the job.
Aww.
Should have seen this coming.
I love it when he was first announced and first showcased. It was like everyone was like, "Oh, he's going to be such a himbo." There's no way, and everyone was kind of like, "No, he's not. It's another Genshin character. It's going to be kind of serious." And then he comes out, and he actually is just a full-on himbo. Like, why do I do something like this?
What happened to Ito? Did he pass out?
The boss used up all his strength in one punch. Maybe that's the reason he managed to tear open a passage.
Yeah, I kind of wish I had him. Like, I skipped on his banner because I was like, it's the same thing that happens a lot, unfortunately. I try to be kind of tactical with what banners I actually take and what ones I don't. If they don't fit in my team, they're not going on. If there's nowhere for me to put them, they're not going in. And it's like, I enjoyed Ito so much in his story quest, and I enjoyed messing around with him in like the test character thing to get a feel for how he works and whatnot. But it was just like, I don't have anywhere for you, my dude. Like, because Because the only person in my team he could reasonably replace is Eula. But Eula is too much of a like an unstoppable god in my team that I'd never get rid of her.
Let me see if there's any way I can stabilize it.
He did this because he heard us arguing, right?
Yep.
The thing with Boss is, he just can't stand conflict between teammates.
Yeah, he's too honourable. He wants people to get along together, so he did something drastic to try and stop the people bickering.
Whenever we get into an argument in the Arataki gang, he always goes and does something shocking to calm everyone down.
Aw, good old heart of gold.
Today, he's done it again. He may not have known you for very long, but when he said he sees everyone as part of the same team, he truly means that.
Aw, bless him. Knew she wasn't going to get him, but then getting him would let me build a Geo team. So I got Albedo when he first came out. Yeah, Albedo has been a bit of an unsung hero. Like, not many people got Albedo when he first came out. Like, he was like one of like the least successful ones, and it made sense because back in 1.2, it was back just after Zhongli's initial launch. And I don't know if you remember seeing what Zhongli was like in 1.1, but he was like the worst 5-star in the game by far. Like, he was genuinely rough. Like, there was no, like, it was kind of, like, ridiculous how bad he was. And so, when Albedo came around, everyone was still kind of disgruntled at how poor Zhongli was, so people were more evasive and not so interested in hopping onto a 5-star, because at the time we thought that it wasn't going to change. Obviously, it did change in 1.3, I believe. And then Ganyu as well. You know, Ganyu was, like, the first waifu 5-star since they started. Because when you think about it, the only female character was Klee. That's a kid. You know, like, she was like the first like female adult character that was going to be a new 5-star. So of course waifu attraction did its bit. So Albedo completely went under the radar. But people who have him always sing his praises. It's the same people who have Kaedahara Kazuha. Kazuha, people were kind of standoffish with him because his design, like, you know, people making the joke of Canadian Aether, because he did kind of look like Aether, but just with a few changes here and there. But he's actually brilliant. But like, once again, he kind of slipped under the radar a little bit, and it seems to be a bit of a pattern. The ones that do slip under the radar tend to be great. I remember waking up Christmas morning doing a single pull and getting him. Yeah, it was Christmas. Jesus Christ. Because I remember when 1.2 came out, because it was on like the 22nd or 23rd or something like that, wasn't it? Yeah, that makes sense. Like Mona, the very first time I got Mona, it was on my mum's birthday. And so that's like part of the reason why I kept her for so long, because it was like it was meant to be. It was, you know, it was like exactly on the day of my mother's birthday on a single roll. So I get it, like that sort of thing can kind of makes those decisions for you. But yes, a lot of like the underdog characters in that are 5-stars tend to be the ones that are actually really bloody brilliant. Like I said, like Kazuha. Like, I wish I got Kazuha, because every time I use him as like a guest character in any event that he's in, it's like I always go out of my way to put him in my team, because I'm like, no, he's great, come here. It's like, no, you're irreplaceable. And I know that, like, according to leaks, that he's going to get another rerun just before this update goes, and I'm umming and ahhing whether I'll roll for him, because like my team's kind of set, so it's kind of, we'll see how it goes. It's just whether like my actual main teams are going to get a rerun at some point close to it. Yeah, like, you've got Kazuha and Albedo, and I think you're in the right for having them, because I think they're both great. Albedo is a great support unit, as well as being able to do good damage with his ult, with like the flower as well, and like things that can be set up with him. And Kaedahara Kazuha is a great group control character, who has a lot of support options as well. They're both brilliant for any team. Yeah, exactly, they're great support units. But I'm glad I've got Yelan in, because Mona was kind of my support. Because, you know, her ult, if you've got the Constellation, which I do, boosts crit rate and crit damage for everyone. So I'd drop her ult, which would already do really great damage, because it's Mona. She always does great damage if you've got the right equipment on her. And then swap to someone else immediately afterwards, like Hu Tao or Eula, and just rip heads off. And if they're somehow all still alive by then, the bar's fully charged for Raiden Shogun to make sure that to actually end their life.
Another thing with Boss is, he hates it when other people sacrifice themselves, but he always seems to end up doing it himself. That said, there's a slight distinction to be made with him.
Albedo is absurd with Geo teams, and can still be an amazing support on any other team. Yeah, I believe that. Like, from the odd times I've seen and used him a little bit, like, in events and whatnot, I said, he is good. I said, the underdogs tend to be a lot better than people realize.
When he does things like this, he doesn't really.
And I'd
think
even
he's
argue that
sacrificing
Ito, to an
himself.
extent, was a bit of an underdog.
He genuinely believes that he's strong
Because
enough
people
to
were
defeat
excited
any
for him,
obstacle he's facing.
but people knew that Ye Miko and Shenhe were coming soon. And so, like, people were excited for him, but people were also a bit like, let's just wait and see what happens. You know, like, people were a little bit more, let's just see. Because we knew that those kind of characters were coming, and obviously people were super excited for Shenhe, because her files had been around since 1.0, and Ye Miko is Ye Miko, so of course people were excited for her. I think Ye Miku crashed Twitter when she was officially announced to be coming to the game playable. I think, like, the day she got her teaser image, like, it got like 100,000 retweets in an hour. Like, it genuinely, like, the people were ridiculously excited for her. Which is a shame that she was kind of underwhelming when she came out, at least in my opinion.
Giant eagle alert! And wasn't he just doing the same thing Xiao suggested? So stupid.
Yeah, people kind of skipped on Ito because he was basically strictly Geo, and while he does that only work on those teams, his damage is absolutely insane. Yeah, the fucking charge attack system where, like, you build up the mask behind you, you drop your ult, and then just go. It's like the damage you can do with that is bonkers. It's like, he's a great DPS, so you just gotta do a little bit of setup. But that's nothing new. Like I said, as a Yelan main, her entire DPS is based on setup. Because you have to drop the ult and then build up the floating sword. And then when that drops, that does the work for you. Why didn't you try to stop him?
Boss is hardly open to persuasion. Besides, he always acts without thinking. There's no doubt that he really thought he was about to solve everything in one hit.
Aww. My Izu isn't even fully built and he still melts almost any boss in the game. Yeah, I believe that. So you just build up the mask, drop his ult, and then just go to fucking town with it.
It's not just him either.
But in Geo characters as a whole are amazing at being multi-purpose.
That's why they need someone like me to clean up.
A lot of people underestimate just how good Geo is. I know when the game first came out, they were kind of lacking, but it felt like they were more lacking because they didn't have enough characters, not that the element was lacking. I know when they buffed Zhongli, they did also buff Geo as a whole, which is why Geo became from everyone's least favorite to second favorite next to Fire, and then Electro got kind of dunked on for like 10 updates in a row. But Geo is god tier. Like Pyro is great, it's like the best damage dealing type, but Geo is the best all around type. So it's like down to your preference, which makes it more humorous that I don't have a Geo character in my team. I have Hydro, Electro, Cryo, and Pyro, because like my team is Yelan, Raiden Shogun, Eula, and Hu Tao. My sub-team has Geo, though. My sub-team is a Ningguang. Because Ningguang is amazing. Like, she's a 5-star character that's a 4-star for some reason, you know? Like, she's genuinely amazing.
I couldn't stop him if I tried. So I might as well just let
a
him
lot of
do
people were
his
hoping
thing.
that Electro would get a similar sort of buff that Geo got. And instead, they just made a few characters that are really strong and others that are kind of underwhelming. Because Raiden Shogun is amazing, but not at C0. The moment she gets, I think it's C2, where like she starts to ignore defense with her ult. Like once she got, once you get right into that, she's god tier. She genuinely serves the purpose of an Archon. It's just you have to get her there first. But it's like all the other Electro characters. Fischl was great at launch, but is kind of a mixed bag. The only thing she's good for is the machine gun. Like if you get C6, Oz becomes a machine turret. Oz becomes more valuable than Fischl. Keqing has been like an uphill struggle since launch, and I think it's up to people's different opinions whether she's actually there or not yet. But then after that, we had nothing up until 2.0, where, you know, the Traveler finally got Electro options. I mean, like Razor's alright. Razor's pretty good, but I never really used him. Beidou's like, parry this, you filthy casual, and it's like, she's a nice, like, almost trinket character, I find. Like, I know a lot of people love her and have her in the team, but it feels like her gimmick is her entire character and nothing else, and it ends up pulling her back because of it. Like, her parry shit is really cool, but it's like the only thing she's got going for her, which is why I say she's like a trinket character. Like, the trinket she has, the gizmo she has, is like her big thing. Everything else is kind of a bit, it's not as good. Especially that Beidou's ult doesn't link to Raiden's. The fact that you can't make those ults merge, that seemed dumb. Like, I feel like they needed that. Both of them could have done with that linking, and the fact that they can't really link is just weird. But it's like, it took until, like, said Ryan Shogun before we actually got, like, a proper Electra new 5-star. And so she is great, but you have to work on it to get her there. This person's been using Kishin from day one. She's doing her best. Aww. Which is depressing as hell, because when the game first came out, Electra just scales so poorly with all of its reactions compared to everything else. Yeah, that's the thing that needs to be buffed. They buffed it a little bit, but it wasn't enough. Like, Electro feels like it needs a rework. And I think the only reason why it hasn't had one is because almost as soon as 2.0 dropped, and that's like sort of thing, I think all of their priority, when it at least comes to elements, is worrying about Dendro and how they're going to implement it in 3.0. And so things like others falling behind just hasn't been their top priority. Even if a tiny element of mastery damage, it still is kind of mid as hell. Yeah, I agree. It's why I use Raiden Shogun as a burst character, and that's kind of it. I use her thing where she like lays the thing down, her skill, and then swap her out. And then when she's fully charged, I use her burst, do as much damage as I possibly can, and then swap her out again. Like, she's my burst character. I don't use her electro element as a main. Eula is my main in terms of actual damage dealing. And almost none of the electro characters are meant to be built electro mastery.
Ito, please tell Paimon you're okay.
So it's like Genshin, how the hell do you want us to build these characters? Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry.
So I still make the most of it, but so with Raiden Shogun, I just make her a burst machine. But it's like, yay, Miko, like, holy shit. She's not bad, don't get me wrong. A lot of people kind of doom post her a lot about, like, she's like the one, like, worst 5 stars and all this stuff. And it's like, no, she's not that bad. But holy shit, I gave her the best equipment I possibly could, gave her a key weapon, maxed her out, took her into battle, and she like, I was like, oh no, she's not really doing much. You know? Like, she felt like she needed like her percentage and all of her numbers to be just that little bit higher just to kind of balance her out. Like, it felt like she was overtuned. Like, it felt like, because at one point she, like, in the beta tests, at one point she was super strong, and then they like kind of nerfed her a little bit, and then they buffed her in some areas and they nerfed her in others. Like, she's a perfectly fine unit, but she's a really overtuned character in a game where some characters are really not overtuned and so are kind of busted. Like Hu Tao, like Eula, you know, like Diluc at launch. You know, like, there are these characters that are so ridiculously overpowered that a character that's genuinely well managed and well averaged is kind of actually underwhelming. It's like playing Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and it's like you play a character that's super balanced and super controlled and super whatnot, and it's like, yeah, you got a really good feel for them, they feel like they got a good team. You go into an online match and you're going against fucking Virgil, Dr. Doom, and Phoenix, and you're like, oh, okay, and you just get demolished because they're broken as shit, you know? You know, that's what it's kind of like. It's like Yae Miko is great, but she's so fine-tuned that she's not great compared to the actual busteds. So I cannot believe people say Diluc is super irrelevant now. Yeah, I said that was the craziest U-turn. Everyone had a pocket Diluc at launch. Everyone was like, Diluc's the best character, the highest DPS. Like, every tier list, which never followed tier lists anyway, but every tier list that people were making with, you know, their inexperience, because no one was nowhere near level 90 in endgame content to know how things would actually work, genuinely believed that Diluc was like the ultimate god. Like, he was the most unstoppable character, that he was so strong, he has to be nerfed and all this shit. And then people actually got to the endgame and realized that, yeah, he's pretty good damage dealer, but he's not that level. He's not like this untouchable triple S god that people made him out to be. He's good, he's a great DPS 5-star, but he's not the best, especially after Hu Tao came out. Hu Tao was like, do you want to play as this, like, bachelor with, like, wine expertise, mastery of the wine industry, or do you want to play as this little fucking prankster goofball, but the prankster goofball does more damage per second? And you're like, oh, okay.
Don't be. You have nothing to apologize for. Both you and Yelan made some very good points.
Like, he's still really strong. It's just he's not the god people made him out to be. Like, he's still really damn good. And of the base set, yeah. Of the actual base characters, so we're not even talking like Venti and Clay, yeah, he was probably the best character of the lot. Because it was before people even figured out how Bennett worked at that point. Yeah, The original, like the OG Genshin tier lists, I hated them when I first saw them anyway. Because when I first started the game, my team plan, it was going to be Mona, Fischl, Ningguang, and Keqing. That was my plan when I first started the game. I was like, those characters look cool, I want them. Yeah, people thought Bennett was the worst character in the game, and now Bennett's in like every single team ever because he's such an unsung hero. And Xing Chao is amazing as a support unit, especially because of how much he can buff other people. Like, so much so that when Yelan was coming around, people were like, oh god, it's just going to be a Xing Chao 5-star, and it's like, I don't care which one's better between Xing Chao and Yelan. Yelan looks cooler to me, so I wanted Yelan in the team, and I love her ability. Yeah, if you're in meta, you kind of have to have them. It's like, it's decided for you. You don't get a choice in the matter. That, and you usually have someone who uses Mona because of her burst. Because of her burst excelling damage and guaranteeing an elemental reaction with whatever character does something next. So you get the whole, like, with Bennett, Xing Chao just, you get Mona do the, and then whatever character they want to show off does one attack and it does like 10 million damage. Remember those videos? I'm glad I don't play meta. I play with the characters I like. Yeah, Eula and Hu Tao are in my characters that I like, and so for some people I am playing meta because how powerful they are, but that was never my intention. I love Hu Tao's character trait. I love kooky pranksters. Like when I'm playing Blue Reflection, you've seen how much I gush about Yuki, because Yuki is this little goofball prankster character. I love that archetype. I love that trope of a character, so the Hu Tao is like, yes, I am taking her, she is my child, she is mine, you know? And I enjoy the game more because of it, because the game's still a challenge. Yeah, there are some, like, Child gets, Jesus Christ, Child gets absolutely eviscerated every week. Like, it's not even a chance anymore. He just gets absolutely viciously demolished. But it's like, but like Age to Heart, I'm supposed to be a little wary of. The Ryan Shogun weekly boss stuff to be a bit wary of. Like, she almost always gets to a second stage transformation now. But you know, like, there's still things that to be wary of. There's still some challenge to it. Oh, my team consists of 4 different elements, which isn't considered meta, but it's still fun that way. Yeah, like, and for me, I need to, because Yelan's turn order gets better the more different elements are in the party. So the fact that no one is the same element in my party means she gets the biggest boost, which is why her health is like 36,000 right now. And it's why I've seen people online have like 60-odd K health. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. I know, like, her ult and her special damage is more based on health than her damage stat, but my god.
Still, if this was an Arataki gang issue and you were one of our members, I have to say I'd side with Yelan on this one. The boss definitely wasn't
Yeah, Yelan's
sacrificing
passive with different elements would be perfect for me.
He firmly believed that we'd be able to find a way out through the passage he opened up. And he's certainly not expecting to be left behind.
I got Xiao in only 20 pulls, so I can easily go for her. Yeah, fair enough. The only thing that bugs me with Yelan, and it's the same thing that bugged me with Shenhe, and it's the same thing that bugged me with Zhongli, and I talked about it at the very start of this stream, it's the fact that one of her constellations feels like it should have been a part of her kit. Her C1 allows her to use her skill twice before the cooldown instead of just once. And in the moment I read that, I was like, I feel like that should have been a part of her core kit. And it's the same with Shenhe, where her skill, you can only use it once, but if you get to C1, you can use it again. Or Zhongli, where it's like, you can make the pillar appear with his shield at C2. And eventually they did alter that and make that more tied to his default, but you know what I mean. But it's like, like that's the only thing that kind of bugs me. It feels like that shouldn't have been a part of her default. Thankfully, I've got it now. I got her to C1 yesterday when I wasn't streaming. When I did my dailies, I got enough gems rolled and managed to get her again, thank God. But it was still like, I don't like that thing with some of the constellations. Yeah, some constellations are a bit goofy. I feel like they should be with another character, especially if these characters are limited. Yeah, Hu Tao C6, meaning she literally gets Kingdom Hearts' once more. Where if a hit that would kill her makes her health stop at 1, and will hold it there for a little bit, and will boost her stats temporarily. It's like, her C6 is amazing if you can get it. Or Eula's C6, that makes it so the sword, when she does her burst, is fully charged right from the get-go. That's really sick, but it's like, it's so far away. And then you have, oh, you get to use your skill again, constellations, and you're like, why? I was like, Mona's got a cool one. I think her C2 is that every so many seconds, there's a 20% chance that any of her default attacks will automatically have a charged attack go with it. So if you just spam the attack button with Mona, random charge bursts will come slamming down alongside her attacks, making her far more effective. Because you're not wasting stamina to use her charge attack, it just happens. Like, that was a great constellation to get. I think that's her C2. Because her C4, which is how far I got her, is her crit rate and crit damage boost every time you use her ult. Or like how both Chi-Chi and Barbara both get resurrection at C6. You know, can literally, their ult will pick people up. That being said, even though I don't play co-op, Dealer gets really good at C6, which is really sad. Yeah, I think that's the most annoying thing, when some characters are alright on their own, but they become gods at C6, and it's like, you have to actually get them there. Like I said, Raiden has C2 ignore defense with her burst. So she gets insane damage, and it's like, considering her damage is scaled off Electro, and we were just talking about how weak Electro is, she needs that, you know? She needs that to survive. It's entirely based on her Electro damage. So he gets a normal attack buff in between each skill. Yeah, I remember that. Like, you can literally make him, like, stack up on himself with how powerful he gets.
Everyone's important. We have to support each other if we're going to get out of here.
In fact, I can show my constellations on my characters after this cutscene. Show you where I'm actually at. But what I was going to say, even though I don't play co-op, you are more than welcome to add my user ID if you want to. You're more than welcome to add it. 700437058. And if you're up for anything, if you ever see me online, it's on a downtime, you're welcome to send an invite or ask me to hop in, sort of thing. I don't mind. I love this game, so I don't mind doing it. The only fucking thing is there's one goddamn trophy, one lone trophy I'm missing from 100%. Tiny little thing, teeny little thing on the PS5 trophy list. You know what it is? It's get the chest on that heart island in Leeway. Get someone to come in on my co-op world, stand on that heart, and get that chest to pop up. That's the only trophy I'm missing on the PS5 version to get a platinum. And I'm like, please, like, it's been taunting me for so long that I'm on like 99% and that trophy's just there because I'm too shy to send a message to some randoms online saying, hey, can some of you come to my world and stand on this heart for me in the middle of nowhere so I can get one trophy and then never talk to you again. Hey, John.
Shinobu?
Everyone, let's all do our best to try and find a way out. There's still a chance. I'm sure we can escape. Leave the boss to me. Don't worry.
Oh shit, Shaowu, your injuries are gone. You healed quick. I know we were sitting around talking for a while.
Seems
oh,
this
okay.
passage doesn't lead to the outside world, but deeper inside.
Okay.
What the? So Ito's efforts were in vain?
Maybe not necessarily. We don't know what's on the other side.
It's still worth exploring. I'll go and take a look first.
Aha, I see. I'm with you.
What?
So far, I still haven't found the thing I came looking for. That magical device, remember?
Oh, the fantastic compass.
If this domain has the power to project our imaginations or the things we're searching for into reality, well, maybe I can use that to my advantage to track it down.
Yeah, John, what you've missed is that we've discovered that this chasm we're stuck in is a chaos realm where time and space don't exist. And we're traveling around in like a little pocket bubble dimension. And the reason why we managed to meet up with Xiao is because he was in a separate bubble and those bubbles happened to pass by each other, so you hop between them. But time and space don't exist here, which is why no one's hungry and no one's tired. And it's why everyone has different perceptions of how long we've been here, despite the fact we all entered at the same time. Because Protag thought we'd only been here for a day, Paimon thought we'd been here for a month, Ito thought we'd been here for about 5 days. Like, everyone's perception of time and space is different because time and space doesn't exist here. And so everyone's almost been like held in like a stasis sort of thing. I'm half expecting when we get out of here eventually to find out that only like a minute or two has passed in the real world.
Well, I can't guarantee that, but it's worth a try.
I will find a way.
Oh, wait!
Let him go. But if you're planning on going into that domain too, then come with me. After all, I'm just a lawyer. We'll be safer if we team up. By the way, you and Xiao seem pretty close, huh? Yelan got a bit worked up just now, so I just wanted to apologize on her behalf.
Aww. No, but it was a necessary argument. I don't think Yelan stepped out of bounds too much. Yelan was more just saying, doing a suicide mission to save us all, when you don't even know if the suicide mission is going to work, is idiotic. That was what Yelan was trying to get across. Like, doing a suicide mission to save all of us already is something kind of... Yeah, I'm just a lawyer, godlike DPS. Yeah, I'm just a lawyer. I'm just here for just to drop the fucking stamp on their heads.
I have to say, though, if Yelan hadn't spoken out like she did, I'm not sure she would have gotten through to him. Also, self-sacrifice is something Yelan feels strongly about.
Yeah.
She tried to stop whoever it was.
Yeah, I had a feeling. How quickly Yelan spoke up and then started an argument with Zhao. You know, for someone who's always so calm and almost uncaring to everyone else, I kind of gathered that it bugs Yelan personally.
From what I know, she's lost comrades in the line of duty before, and then was rescued herself. Maybe being a survivor is what makes her so against seeing other people sacrifice
She has a bit of survivor's guilt. Interesting.
How can things ever be the same again, knowing that your life was saved when others weren't?
Yeah, she has survivor's guilt. That's interesting.
Salvation can also be a burden.
She'd get along well with Leo Whitefang from Guilty Gear.
If I were her, I'm not sure I would have done anything different. Oh, wait, 1 second. I'll be right there. Yeah!
Oh, I got to mention about I'm out of school now, so I've got to hang around way longer. Hey! Is it like the half-term break? I don't know if they call it that in the US, but it's just like the in-between between sections of the year.
Right, that's much safer. Since Ito can't fight right now, I've cast a spell to protect you guys.
Thank you, Senpai. Please.
Oh yeah, and Shinobu calls Yanfei Senpai, which is just kind of cute. Even though, like, Shinobu... Because I said Yanfei's technically from China, right? Shinobu spent a large chunk of her life living in not Japan. And so does look up to Yanfei as a teacher, because when she was studying law, she actually studied under Yanfei for a while. It might be similar. Yeah, in the UK, we do our school by terms. You do 6 terms a year, and then you break up for summer. Oh, you're done with the whole school year? Oh, shit. Oh, okay. So you're literally in your summer holidays, then? Or the equivalent of? Or the summer break? Because in the UK, summer carries on going until the very end of July. And then we break up for August, and then August and like the first week or 2 of September, and then we come back. And then the next school year would start. I say we, I'm 23, I'm not in school anymore. I'm done with school and college, I'm just fine, you know. I've got a college degree in psychology, I don't need to start pretending I'm still back in school.
We will. Same to you. Alright, traveler, let's go.
I've got psychology, sociology, and world development under my belt in college. I used to do anthropology as well, but I dropped it after the first year. Entered a new domain. But yeah, I said I'd show off my characters real quick. I've got Yelan, which I might... This middle artifact, I want to get a new one on. I'll keep the health bonus as the plus, because it's, you know, the most important thing. And it's school until... Summer break starts in June, and we start back up in August. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I would have thought it would have been August you would have broke up. I didn't realise it was in June. But yeah, we break up in August. We carry on until, like, the 20... Like, late half of July, if not, like, the last week of July. And then we get the whole of August and a couple of weeks of September off. And then the school year starts again in September. Anyway, the crit damage and crit rate, I don't mind giving that up for attack boost, because look at her rate and damage already, you know? I don't mind giving up a little bit of both of these to get her raw attack just a bit higher, because these are already kind of good. But I managed to get her to C1, which I said gives her an extra skill. So you get more divided up breaks. Yeah, so the year split into 6 terms. You do term 1, get a week off. That week off is usually lined up with Halloween, so you do about 5 or 6 weeks. Term 2 has 2 weeks off, because you get Christmas week and New Year week off. Damn, it's a nice crit. Yeah, right? Do you see what I mean? It's like with that middle artifact, I don't mind giving up 14% damage and 2% crit rate if it means I can try and get an attack percentage in there. But, that term 3 goes until Valentine's, so until like middle of February. Term 4 goes until the Easter holiday, which is another 2 weeks off. Like, term 3 is 1 week, you get 1 week for Valentine's. And term 5, we're actually in the term 5 break right now, so it goes on until like the first week of June. And then term 6, which will be starting next week, is the final 6 weeks, and then you have the whole of August and a week or 2 of September off, and then you're in the next year. But yeah, my artifact luck isn't great either. The difference is I've been grinding for Yelan since she was announced, so I've kind of got a bit more set up for her, you know. Like getting tenacity and a megalith because her health is actually more important than a bit of hydro damage. And then that was my one-off because you look at it. I mean, can you blame me? Like making that my one-off? It was amazing. But yeah, and I haven't got her level 10 yet, even though it's... I kind of wish our school was divided like that. Yeah, it's fair enough. It has its ups and downs. Like, it gets... When you get to July... The July month is awful. Because everyone's melting from the summer. Like, that's when it's like 30... I say that, I don't... I'm terrible with Fahrenheit. So I can't really help you in that one. But I'm being British, grew up with Celsius. It's like 32, 33 degrees Celsius sometimes. And you're doing school. You're in a tight classroom with 30 other kids. It's hell. There's like no air conditioning because the UK doesn't seem to fucking believe in it. It's genuinely like suffocating sometimes. I know certain school things do think differently, but for me the longest break we only ever get is 2 weeks. Yeah, that's rough. Let's say usually summer break is usually 6 weeks. So it's basically 11 straight months with no breaks. Yeah, I get that. Well, our summer break is about 6 weeks long. Oh, there was one time I got 10 weeks. There was one time, and I always kind of grin. It's a story to it. My secondary school, or my high school, William Parker, they failed an Ofsted. I don't know if it's called Ofsted in the US, but it's basically like a performance test to make sure they're still doing as well as they should be. They failed it, and so were brought out by an academy. It was like a London academy called Baird. No, not Baird, sorry. Arc, sorry. That was it. Baird's a different one. Arc brought them out. The transfer of power resulted in things being changed around the school site. And so we broke up 2 weeks earlier and we came back 2 weeks later. So for that summer, we had 10 weeks off. In total. I remember because it was between year 9 and year 10. So it was when I was 14 years old. Because, you know, they brought it out, things had to be renovated, things had to be rebuilt. The site, the grounds of the school was 3 buildings, and like the first building, the furthest building from the entrance, but since my route to school went through the back door of like the school entrance because it was closer, it was always the closest to me, the lower school it was called. That building had been around for an extremely long time, and so was kind of showing its wear and tear, so that got completely renovated. And so that's why it was a 10-week break, because that needed to be rebuilt almost. Like, it was the same structure, it was just, you know, making sure it doesn't collapse on us and become a safety hazard. Whilst the middle school building and the upper tower... Fuck the tower. Fuck the tower. Seeing your, like, getting your, like, start of the year school book and being like, oh yeah, you have a class in, E8 in the tower, and you're like, no. No! And it's like every time you have to go to an English class, you have to climb up 5 stacks of stairs to get up to like the 5th floor of the tower. I was like, that was hell. If you got that, you cried, because there was no lift, there was no elevator. It was, you took the fucking stairs and you liked it. And it was like, alright, time for our lunch break. Alright, we gotta go up to the English class, and you're like... It was so evil. And I think I had 2 fucking years straight on the highest floor. I was like, no! Because there are English classes on lower floors. I just got unlucky. Yeah, it was called the Phoenix Tower. That was actually its name. It was called the Phoenix Art Tower. And it was just, everyone just went, oh fuck, I got the tower. And it was like, oh, it's like, you know, we were kids, we were lads. It was what we did. We was go, oh, have you got the tower? It's like, yeah, right at the top. And you're like, oh. Because all the English classrooms were in the tower. It was just, you always hoped you'd get the ground floor, you know? And you never did. But yeah, it was called the Phoenix Art Tower. Because tied to the tower was something called the Phoenix Arts Hall. And the hall was where, like the major school assemblies, where like the entire school would have to be there, would take place. Like if it was just our year group, we'd go to the gymnasium. But if it was like the entire like school itself that had to go there, we'd go to the Phoenix Arts Center or the art hall. And that's it. I sentenced you to 3 hours in the tower. Yeah, if you were fucked around and got put in detention, they should have put us in the tower. They didn't. They put us in the lower school in a back room. Who wants to join? Barbatos. I don't know who you are. Oh, I didn't realize I've got it set to ask to join. I might have to... I left it on ask just in case any of you guys wanted to hop on. But I need to actually lost my bet on something. I need to get her maxed out, but I need to do that. I'll probably do that after this stream. I've got her signature weapon as well. Thank God. It's which really helped because look at that crit damage on this thing. But now I can actually show off my riding because I've been yeah, detention should have been at the top of the tower. Kids would have knackered themselves out. I said before, I got stupendously lucky with riding Shogun, and I'm not kidding. I've got her signature weapon. I've got a great artifact set on her. So like, although it's not like the best in stats like this, the energy recharge is what's most important for her, and that, yeah, her damage is based off that. So her damage is insane. It walk laps up and down. Yeah, that would have stopped kids as well. We had a step up in our school. We had detention, and we had something called TTL, or Train to Learn. And Train to Learn was, if you ended up in Train to Learn, you were like one short step from being expelled. It was your last chance. And Train to Learn, I never went because, you know, I wasn't that much of a troublemaker. The only times I got detention was when I failed to do homework in time, and that's just because I was a lazy shit. It wasn't actually because, you know, I was angry or threw things around the classroom or caused a ruckus or any of that shit. It was genuinely just failed to do homework. That was my thing. But Train to Learn, you didn't go to any of the classrooms. You went to TTL at the start of your day and you left an hour after everyone else. So it was almost like imprisonment. You went into this tiny little hut off in the distance on a field and you stayed there for the entire school day. You went in earlier than everyone else, you left out and later than everyone else. It was literally like an imprisonment. That you went in and you'd get all of your classwork there and you'd have to do X, Y, and Z. And if you failed to do anything, then you'd get expelled. But it's I don't know if it's the same in the US, but expelling kids looks bad on school record. So they won't expel you unless they really, really have to, because it will look bad on them if they do. Because the the actual judging system and whatnot will blame the school for their inability to correctly teach the child. Even if the kid is absolutely just a little shit and there was never any help of doing anything different, the school will always take the blame and say they failed to teach or raise the kid properly. So schools would make it a last resort. The school doesn't want it on their record, so they would make it a last resort. And also, yeah, it looked bad on your own record if you got expelled. I said, thankfully that never happened. I was a quiet kid. I was just a lazy quiet kid. So most of my detentions were for just not doing homework. But I just kept to my own devices. I had my group of friends. I didn't rebel. I didn't have any problems. I just kind of stuck to my studies and got on with it, and had my nerdy little friend group and just cracked on with it. Anyway, I keep on teasing. Do you want to know how lucky I got rid of Iron Shogun? Look at those set constellations. I've maxed her out. I got her in 2.1 like this. One policy I hate about schools over here is that the fact that every single little thing is the fault of the students. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. It was when we failed our Ofsted. Well, so when it was in year 9, which a lot of the time is usually true, but we have a horrible track record with teachers. Yeah, but it's when I was in when I was in my high school, I'll just call it even if it's high, just because it's easier for you guys to know what I'm talking about. When I was in high school, when we failed Ofsted, the Ofsted report directly blamed a lot of the staff. They directly blamed the teachers. And my history teacher, Miss Reed, she blamed us. In the classroom, she directly blamed us in the middle of a lesson for why they failed. And said that we were the reason why things went wrong. And I know why she was angry. It's because a lot of their salaries got cut and a lot of them got let go after the academy took over. And she was just letting her emotions go. I get it as a person, now I'm an adult, looking back at it, I'm like, yeah, she was just letting her emotions go for a minute. But at the same time, that stuck with us, because we were like, no, it was in the newspapers. Because William Parker, but before it became Ark, before it was brought by the academy, was heralded as this golden god of a school. And the fact that it failed, when the fall from grace, it was yeah, everyone kind of took notice of that. Everyone knew it was a mixture of the facilities were too old and worn down, so a lot of the staff were inexperienced or had very outdated teaching methods that weren't working. The school facility, we had our own Olympic course. We had our own Olympic section. I'm not kidding. We had a running track, we had high bars, we had a swimming pool, we had everything, because we were a sports facility as well. It was lacking refinement. So it was, and that failed as well. The entire school plummeted in quality. One thing I'll never understand is this: if you cannot handle kids and get angry at them easily, why the hell are you a teacher? Fucking yeah, exactly. Doesn't matter what you do, doesn't matter how much you want to believe in those kids, doesn't matter how good you are, there's always going to be one. Especially if you know you're not someone who can demand authority easily. Because there are some teachers like that, where it doesn't matter how shit the kid is, they shut up because there's a teacher who's a master of getting authority. You always get them. I had like 2 or 3 in my school. I had an art teacher called Mr. Madriaga, and he was the most terrifying man alive. And that's why everyone respected him. Because if you were good with him, he was good with you. If you were bad with him, hell hath no fury. He was a genuinely terrifying man. Yeah, I loved William Parker. We had a fully functioning gymnasium with a foam pit. We had an entire Olympic track course. We had a swimming pool. We had, like I said, the high jump bars. We had like a full shot put set, so we could actually do like the full spin and launch the fucking thing. We had javelin sets. Like we had an entire Olympic section, but it was just outdated and no longer considered safe. And it got redone, and we got to use it again. But it was still like, it's why, like I said, it was a I was never any opportunities for a lot of fun physical stuff at school, and while I'm still in good shape, I regret not being able to do as much as I wanted. Yeah, I get that. Like, it was in hindsight, in reflection, because I don't know if I've talked about it too much. I'm physically fucked. My body is an enigma in of itself. I'm double jointed in almost every single joint in my body, and so my body is extremely loose, can easily get dislocated, and some parts of my body, like my legs, are literally self-destructing. There will be a point in my life where I can't walk anymore and I'll have to be in a wheelchair. It's just how I am. So it ended up actually being the best thing for me that my physicality was so constantly tested, because my muscles became a lot stronger throughout my body through those years at high school. And I was there for 5 years, because that's just how secondary schools work. You're there from 11 to 16. My life of our school years was the few times we were allowed to play dodgeball. We had a little thing that the PE staff made, and I loved it, but you always went home with bruises. It was called Risk. We went inside the gymnasium centre, and it was basically baseball indoors. But because this was a gymnasium course, and you know, so we could have a bit more of a bouncy running around, because we was actually on the bounce boards to play it. We had a little rule about how you actually get someone out. It wasn't reaching the pads in the corners. It was get hit by the ball. And it was a fucking baseball. I don't know if you've ever had someone throw a ball at you in an indoor environment, but that shit hurts. Of course, obviously there was some safety precautions. It was do not aim for the head, aim for like the chest down kind of thing. Yeah, don't worry about it, dude. I was born with it. It doesn't bother me. It's just how I am. My body is ridiculously screwed. But it was literally... It's so fun. It was painful as fuck, but it was so fun. It was one of those things, especially because we were teenagers. We were like 14 or 15. No one cared at that age. None of us gave a shit. We were like, we get to throw a ball at people? I'm doing that. Just fucking game on, you know? Like, it was brilliant, but the only thing to kind of keep it somewhat fair is the moment even your slightest tiptoe touched one of the bases, you were completely safe. Sort of like, I guess, baseball in a sense, but it's a moment you touch the base, you were 100% safe. You were not allowed to be touched. If you got hit by the ball, it was a foul ball. It didn't count. And it was this, and they had this little thing as well, where it's like, you are allowed to continue running up until the ball is back into the thrower's hand. As in, like, the server's hand. So if someone who isn't the server catches the ball, you can stop at a post, and they can just look at you and keep the ball in their hand. Because you still have the choice to continue running if you want to, if you think you can dodge the throw. And I loved that, because that's why it was called Risk. Because there was always the risk you wanted to keep on running and take the ball to the like, the back of your shins or something. Our teacher was always so concerned about our safety with games like dodgeball, but dudes, teenagers did not care about getting a... No. We played rugby in the snow. We played the equivalent of American football in the snow. Our school was very much, no, you're kids, you'll be fine, get out there. Every winter, we'd have rugby season. And so from November till about January, if you went to PE class, you were into rugby kits with like the spiked boots, and you're going out and playing actual rugby. As in tackling each other, with no like supports, because we don't have any of the helmets in rugby or any of the pads or anything like that. It was, no, you were shoulder checking, motherfuckers. If that kid's fast and running through it, you were taking that bitch down and getting him in the mud. If it was raining, you went out anyway. If it was snowing, you went out anyway. Wear a thicker jumper, you know? and we were like 11 years old. But it built character. It was the same thing. When you were in it, it was insanely fun. I know the big reasons our schools are like that is because white American families, kids get hurt for something and school never hears the end of it. Yeah, but no, we were psychos. A lot of British schools, and I don't know if it's like nowadays, because although I'm only 23, you know, I'm not that much older, so I don't think it's changed that much. But they were very much in the idea of if you get hurt, good. Not because they hated you, but because it would build character. It would make you a bit stronger. You're a kid, you're growing. If you take a few scratches and cuts, well, you'll get a bit stronger afterwards. You know, that was kind of the impression. Anyway, before I completely forget, here's what the other characters are like for me. I've got Yelan on 2 and Hu Tao on 4. It was very much this idea of unless you break something, obviously that's not so good, but it'll build character, it'll make you stronger. It's why, like, the stereotype that Americans, and I'm saying it's not every American, it's a lot of Hollywood, if we're being honest, give Brits is so frustrating because they make us out to be like really snobby pricks when in reality we're a bunch of we're a bunch of Itos. We're a bunch of idiots that headbutt before we think. Essentially, like, we're not like tough guys as much as people like to think we are. Like, we have the odd chavvy idiot who likes to think he's like indestructible because of school. But most of the time, most of us are just, we were raised ramming our heads into walls until something sticks. And so we're used to that fight first, think later mentality. And so it's like, and the thing is, the proof is even there in our music, for goodness sake. You look at like the 70s and 80s, a lot of people go, oh yes, the Beatles. And it's like, no. Sex Pistols, Madness, Motorhead. We've had this almost like aggressive, like, get over it mentality and image for decades because it was raised into us since like generations. I love that, and I say that as an American. Yeah, I said it was great. I said it wasn't always great because obviously it was only a matter of time before you actually got hurt, but it was fun. I said the problem with me though is just that my body conditioned me, and then I didn't actually know I had those conditions and whatnot until like my last year of school, and so it was a different kettle of fish. So I just went in like any other kid. I roughed them up. I accidentally hurt people, or sometimes deliberately if they were being an ass, and sometimes they would accidentally hurt me or deliberately hurt me if I was being an ass. You know, you just got it out. If anything, it helped, because a lot of kids that genuinely had like anger issues between each other, yeah, fights still happened from time to time, but a lot less probably would have happened because they had something to burn it out of their system. Like if they were pissed off at each other, it's like, well, you know, it's only going to be a matter of time before they butt heads in rugby, and then they get it out of their system there. Or someone would go for a more daring tackle in soccer, or football as we call it. You know, there was always something that would help break that up a little bit and help stop it. Anyway, let's continue onwards. You had a rule in school where self-defense was never an excuse. We legally didn't. On a technicality, we didn't. But it was one of those things where if a teacher walked in on two kids beating the shit out of each other, unless it's very clearly one-sided, the teacher would just keep on walking past them and wouldn't give it a second thought. Because they knew it was just getting out of their system. Like, if it was very clear, like, one kid was getting their ass beaten to shit, then the teacher would step in and break them up. But if it was just two kids going at it with each other... I remember my geography teacher, one of my favourite teachers, Mr. Baker. There was a point where our class, it wasn't in the tower, thank God, it was near the science block, and the science block has one room off to the side that was being used for our geography class that has like a small staircase going up to it. The staircase is the only way to that room. Like, it's just literally one staircase, one door. It's literally like a straight line to it. There were two kids fighting on the bottom step, and Mr. Baker, who needed to get to his class, get there, instead of telling the kids to split up and whatnot, stood in front of them and just with his cup of coffee in his hand, waited for them both to notice, get up, sort themselves out, and without saying a word, carried on past them. I was just like... Like, he didn't tell them off, he didn't get angry at them, he just waited until they moved out of his way and carried on with his coffee. And I just remember, like, our whole class were beside ourselves watching it when it happened. Because he locked his classroom door, so we were just standing at the door waiting for him to come up, and it's just we saw these other kids from some other class fighting away, and we just watched it because we were kids ourselves. And it's like that the teacher, Mr. Baker, just came up, watched, waited for them to stop, get up, sort themselves out, and walk past without saying a fucking thing. It was just like like a while ago, my friend got bullied and said bullying got physical, and a friend fought back and once and got suspended for around 2 months. Yeah, but that's always the story, isn't it? Teachers and the board only ever care about what they see, not the before it. You can get bullied and called names and everything for months, but the moment you turn around and slap back, you're the one in trouble. If getting hit builds character, elementary school me's character would have been huge. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. To be fair, I was bullied a lot too, for various reasons, which is crazy because I say that. I know I don't necessarily look it, but I am pure British. Like, I'm born British, I am British, I have British heritage. I have a lot of people who take one look at me and assume I don't. They look at me and it's like, oh, you must be from somewhere else. Like, the amount of times people have heard my last name, Maurice, and assumed I'm Italian or German or something, and I'm like, no, I'm British. But then, because people have assumed I'm not from here, that's enough for some people to then start letting their prejudices slide through. And suddenly the name-calling or the stalking or the approaching happened in school. I was like, it wasn't the worst. Like, I know other people had it far worse, but you know what I mean, like... I have a birth defect in the middle of my... Oof, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine. That sucks. But it makes you unique, and that's something you should take pride in. Your uniqueness is what makes you important. Everyone has something that makes them in, but now it's my main icebreaker. If you just go around and go, hey, kind of thing. I've just got scars around here and there that I got. So I've talked about it before, like especially like when it was Danganronpa and there was a character that had scars on their hand. I got bullied a lot for my scars. That was my big one, and so I became very self-conscious about it. Even though none of my scars are big, it was still a big thing for me, and like what people got targeted me for. But yeah, a lot of it was they would try and assume my race, even though I'm literally, British, just so they could then be racist to it, and that's what I had to put up with for a lot of school as well. And I still get it at work, because I work in a supermarket. Sometimes, usually it's not, like, you can kind of tell it's not necessarily meant in, like negative, that they're not meant to be, but it's like, I'll serve an old lady, and she'll look at me and go, oh, where do you come from? And I'm like, here. I'm like, here, just like you and everyone else. What are you talking about? Or they'll go, oh, where's your heritage? And I'm like, British? There's a hospital in this town that my great-grandfather brought the land for? Like... It's based on something totally chaotic. Oh, is that the fantastic compass?
Disc in the distance. Hold on.
Yeah, like, bruh,
Fantastic compass?
It's even bigger than all our heads combined.
What? That's the best description you can come up with? It's way bigger than that!
Like, even when I was a kid, I kind of laughed it off, because I was like, I knew, not only were they being racist, but they were wrong. They were misassuming what I am, and then being racist to it, because they thought I was either German or Italian. And I was just like... It's like, because I'm prepared to admit, like, my eyes are slightly smaller, I have dark brown eyes, I like darker hair that's like kind of like more fluffed out, like my facial hair grew a lot quicker, like I've got super hairy arms, I've got like a slightly bigger nose than most people. I get it, visually I suppose you might assume that I'm from somewhere else, but even if you do, there's ways of approaching that topic that aren't the way I got it, there's ways of approaching the topic, like there's ways of being nice and not a dick. And not being a racist piece of shit, but what can we do? What can we do?
Well, it seems our theory checked out. In my humble legal opinion, that's almost certainly the magical device I've been looking for.
Humble legal opinion?
Really
okay, what's your humble illegal opinion then, Yanfei? But yeah, it's your own race. It's ridiculous. It's just...
It's so huge. How the heck am I gonna lug that back to my office?
Oh, that's alright, I've got a camera, we can take a picture of it.
I mean, come on, Yanfei. Don't give up now. Let's investigate the area first.
What the fuck what are they doing here?
Are they? They look familiar. Oh yeah. I bumped into these rapscallions a few days ago.
Should we go kill them? Why do I have to play as Yanfei? Let me play as my squad. And why only Yanfei? Why can't I play as anyone else? I mean, don't get me wrong, Yanfei's great, but it's like, my own squad exists. This thing I can't even have them, like, have her as a guest.
Here. Judging from the appearance and design... In all likelihood, this is the Fantastic Compass. Why is there a small version of the Fantastic Compass stuck in the ground? What's it for?
Treasure hoarders find a way to be a part of every plot line. Yeah, like, can't we at least talk to them and be like, should we talk about this first? Oh, damn it, I can't get that in an arena. I forgot how good Yanfei's range is, Jesus. Most characters would have de-locked by then. Alright, now we've just murdered the only people we've bumped into since being trapped down here. Let's continue where we conversation left off.
You know, when I ran into them before, I was working on a big commercial case. The defendant
Unless they don't
hired them to
exist.
attack me, just to get back at me.
We've already established that people can be made as like mirages of people's minds, and Yanfei says she's bumped into these people before. They might not exist. They might be something to do with this compass, like making these illusions of them.
Happens all the time. Luckily, I'm well trained in martial arts. So
That's a
taking them
fucking
down was a
understatement,
piece of
Yanfei. Luckily, I'm pretty good at beating people up. Looks, and it's like behind her is like the damage numbers she can cause.
But these are the exact same guys.
So it's like, clear, it's like, I'm just an innocent little child, and it's like 2 million numbers damage behind her.
Recreating scenes from my memory? Maybe this is one of the ways our adversary intends to devour us. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's not real, it's an illusion. Note of unknown origins. Can I read that? I asked Master Bo Young if I could borrow pen and paper to write home, but now that I have them, I have no clue what to write. You know what? Everything back home is doing fine, and I miss my daughter. Yanfei downplaying herself for the community. But yeah, so I'll try and get more of it, more of the that one artifact to clean up Yelan with that. I've got these I can burn through too if I need to, but I'm in no rush. And I'm waiting until I hit 10 again before I roll, just in case I can get a C2 Yelan. Not that I have much hope. Fucking can't use it in domains. I completely forget about that goddamn thing. So how far can I go? Yeah, it's the most forgotten about thing. It's not even that helpful. It's just, you know, it's there and it's free stuff, so it's like you should do it. So you never actually get anything that helpful out of it, which is why I think it's so easy to forget. But because it's free stuff, it's like, you know, you should. You know? Just make sure there's nothing else here before I proceed onwards. There's no more notes.
Whoa. Is this a tunnel? This is weird.
Oh, well, where'd our door go?
It feels like it's connecting to another world. Or maybe another time.
I think we're just hopping through pocket dimensions right now, aren't we? In this chaotic realm. Is there another note anywhere? And now we're back here. Oh, we've got a bloody puzzle we have to solve first, don't we? Alright. Rotate the need. Uh-oh.
Huh? A new entrance. Great.
Uh-oh. I think I already see what we've got to do. Need more environments. This looks cool as hell. Yeah, right? I think we're going to have to move this to that one, and then do something to light it up, and then swing it back round to this one and do something with that. Earlier, at the start of this stream, the first domain we entered was a giant, like, Rubik's Cube puzzle box that we was on the inside of. And you'd press a button and the whole box we were in would spin around to different parts. And it was a light puzzle. You had to shift lights so they would bounce across to, like, where these sigils are on the opposite side. Like, that was super cool as well. But this should be a normal environment. This shouldn't be a domain thing. I want Dendro, or I want Sumeru to have shit like this. And to be fair, this is supposed to be from Sumeru, I think. I think they mentioned before that this is tied to Sumeru. And I want, like, crazy-ass things that go, whoa! Not just more landscapes. Because that was the thing that I think people were slightly, like, disappointed with Inazuma. There's, like, you had cool shit, but once you were done, it was just more, you know, landscapes to run across and do commissions on. Well, it's crazy shit like this with everywhere, you'd be super sold. Yeah, okay, these are all going to be the same, where you have to push the needle to where those dark patches are.
I thought we might run into some other people here, but apparently not.
Anything, what's that sound?
The Fatui? Whose memory is this?
All of us create the coolest looking atmospheres and make it either limited or locked behind quests. Yeah. Yeah. I was talking about the other stream, bloody Hu Tao's quest, where you actually go to the spirit realm and you can actually, like, talk to the dead, and it's, like, locked behind a puzzle box where it infinitely loops until you figure out what's going on with it. I was like, that's so sick. It's tied to just a domain, fuck. Or the fucking Toy Maker Factory that you do in Child's First Quest. You know, where it's, like, had all, like, the puzzles and, like, the two splitting paths with all the, rune guards everywhere, and it's like, you don't ever get to go back there again, because, you know, plot demands it. Or, like, the fucking, the Salt God in Zhongli's first quest, and like, that was the most fascinating dungeon of, like, out there because of all the lore implications, and then you never go back, and like... Or heck, even all, like, the main story domains. Like, sneaking under the prison in Inazuma, in that first Archon quest, was so cool, and you never go back.
Just as I thought.
Oh, hello, Yelan. I was wondering where everyone else vanished to.
Yelan, you're here.
Toy Factory coming back for sure. Well, yeah, because, like, why does it exist? Now we know that they came from, all the rune guards and automations and all that stuff came from Kanria. Why does that factory exist in Liyue? You know? Just because of the tear. I wonder when he's going to show up in the actual game. Where that sick piece of shit son of a bitch is going to show up in this game. Because he is, let's be honest. He looks cool, but the moment you read anything on him, you're like, oh, this guy's a piece of shit.
I will take you down no matter how many times you show up.
Hey, relax. We're together now.
Charles didn't mention it. Oh, what the... It's not even my Yelan, I don't think. Actually, it might be. No, it's not. That's not my artifact set. I don't have that many things. God dang it. Fine.
Quietly now.
Are they trying to, like... Do you think this whole quest is going to try and set up a team for you? They're like, hey, Yanfei and Yelan work pretty well together, hint hint. And then Ito's going to join, and then maybe Shinobu's going to join, and be like, hey, look, this would be a good team for you to have, wink wink.
This was well done. You need a hurry up.
This child didn't mention him. Oh, whoops, I wasn't even looking. I was more focused on checking chat too much, whoops. I do think Doctor's, Doctre, or whatever, however you pronounce his name, is coming soon. I think it's very much a matter of when. It's just whether it's before 3.0 or during it. I just think, especially with, it's like Scaramouche is going to become a big part of 3.0. Like, I feel like he's going to be the replacement Signora. Now, you know, she's no longer with us.
Amateurs. And still they dare to come after me.
So I think Scaramouche will come in and they will tease and have like the first glimmers of Doctor or Doctor or whatever his name is, Dotere. It's just whether that's before 3.0 or during, and I really hope it's before. I want to see him next update or something. According to leaks, we are getting a new Harbinger, but we don't know who exactly. Is that for 2.8 or 3. Do we? Because I haven't looked into that enough. so interested in all of them. Yeah, same, dude. All of them, at least from what we've seen so far, all of them are so different from one another. And I think that's what makes them more interesting. It's not just the fact that they're villains. It's that Child is a warmongering, battle-hungry lunatic who has a little bit of charm and charisma and is a huge family man. Signora is an extreme manipulator who has a long academic history of Sumeru, who feels betrayed by the gods, and has that whole thing with the Witch of Hellfire literally burning her soul away, hence why she has her icy delusion. And Scaramouche is a fucking, like, a failed test subject of the Shogun. Is literally a puppet that went wrong. That had a gender swap along the way, which I think is kind of interesting. They're so different at times, crashing with each other, and under one person. Yeah, it reminds me of like an actual like political party almost, like done right, where it's like they're all very different, have very different opinions, but they're all unified under the Sarita or the Sarista, which makes her kind of terrifying. But I think the Sarista, I think it's going to be a red herring. I don't think it's going to be that everyone's scared of her. I think it's because everyone either respects or wants to protect her. I'm expecting the Sarista to actually be very vulnerable, and the reason why she's after all the other Gnosis or the Gnosi is because she's the weakest of the lot. I think they're going to pull the rug from under you, and she's actually like, she might be a warmonger, but she's not strong enough to be, kind of thing. I'm expecting her to actually be pretty weak or vulnerable or just something along that line, and that's why she's after the Gnosi and why she has this army, and the army that's with her just deeply respect her. That's just me theorizing. I could be dead wrong. She could literally just be a Russian dictator in every sense of the word, but we're also not going to know anytime soon. I just think not only is that something that I think is likely, but I think it would be more interesting in a narrative point of view, especially because by the time we get to Snezhnaya, it will be so many years from now. So much goddamn time would have been spent in the game building up an image of what we all think she's going to be like. So for it to then be revealed that she's not what we think she is, and she's actually a lot more downtrodden or worn down or weaker or more vulnerable sort of thing, I think that would just genuinely be a nice catch and be like, oh no, they're not all doing it because they're evil bastards, they're doing it because she's so weak. Since the chapter storyline when they showed Snezhnaya and the person surrounded by all the Fatui, that was the 5th Harbinger. Yeah, I remember reading that was one of the Harbingers, not actually the Sarista. We still haven't actually seen her. Or have any vague idea of what she looks like. The only thing we know about the Sumeru Archon is that it's, I think it's that they're a kid. I think that was it. Like they're basically a child. I might be misremembering. I know that they got shifted from male to female because Garnu's lines, I think it was Garnu's lines about the Sumeru Archon shifted from he to she between versions. I think that was like 2.0 or 2.1 they made that change. Which is fine, because there was already a bit of a weird imbalance between the genders, so it's a bit more balancing sort of thing. It just makes me more curious about Fontaine and Natlan's Archons. Speaking of Sumeru.
Remember how I said I'd seen some illusions myself? Those were the same words I heard last time. The space seems to be reproducing that memory. Now that you know, at least we're all on the same page.
He said the word fantastic. Was he talking about the fantastic compass?
The flavor text is the truth amongst the pages of Purana. I'm expecting Sumeru to be the biggest lore dump of the game, if I'm honest. And Purana is some Hinduism stuff, which is super interesting. Yeah. Although I'll admit, I was more excited for Inazuma than I am Sumeru. But that's because Inazuma, I spent a lot of my time studying a lot of Japanese myth and culture, so I was excited to see how it was represented. Whilst with Sumeru, with some of its more Hinduism focused, or some of its more Middle Eastern themes, I don't research a lot of that in my life. I have not a lot less knowledge, so I was a bit more like, okay. But the closer we're getting to it, the more I'm excited at the possibilities. And so my biggest thing is because it's supposed to be like the most intelligent nation of the lot, right? Like it's supposed to be like the ultimate academies, the ultimate like excellence of intelligence is there. I'm expecting that to lead into us learning a hell of a lot of Teyvat. So I'm expecting it to be the biggest lore dump of the game's lifespan. Since Sumeru is the place of knowledge, there's only going to be a lot revealed. Yeah, what I was kind of saying. I could easily see the Abyss being a big role there. Yeah, I wonder if there will ever be a point where we actually have like a genuine abyss location to explore, you know, before Conria. Because we kind of have it right now. We're not in the abyss right now, but we're in like, the middle ground. Since Lisa's quest and that one abyss. I am surprised you remember that. That was so long ago. I don't remember that at all. I remember them stealing. I remember them stealing something. And I remember like Lisa getting really pissed, and you get this, and you find out that she's secretly like in lore really powerful. Yeah, I'm expecting Lisa to be our key to Sumeru, if I'm honest. I'm expecting her to be involved in the plot. Whether she ends up being or not, we'll find out.
Yanfei, see that thing on the ground?
Yeah, we tinkered with it. That's how we met up with you. I guess it's a miniature version of the fantastic compass in the distance. It has a close connection to the entire space.
I'm a crackhead for the lore. And to be fair, that's fair enough. If it's something that you're interested in, it's like when you see like the Lord of the Rings fandom, and it's like they can pick out such like explicit, exact things, and you're like, how do you remember that? Yeah, because isn't Lisa like doomed to die at like 30, and she's like 27, because of like she did something at Sumeru that got her like an extreme amount of power, but it did weird things to her body. Or she's literally only got like a few years left. It's why she's in the library, because she's effectively retired. Fantastic couple of different points to change time of the area, to jump different times. Your actions to a certain previous point in time may affect the next point you jump to. The needle is stuck in the tree. It's as far as it can go. Ooh. Interesting. So if I go back here now, would it be something different? Because now we're reversing time. Like, will those enemies show up again because we've just reversed time? That's something really fun about the lore you already know. Go for it. Oh, hang on, the tree's not here. We reverted time so the tree stopped growing. That's so cool. Touch the ground, seems to be as far as it can turn. Visions are granted by Celestia itself and are basically used to spy on people deemed threats. I think I did know that. I know they came from Celestia and it was more to observe than it was to gift. And it's why people with like a high resolve and whatnot tend to be the ones that get it. But there is also still a link between the Archons and the people tied to them. Like, I think it's almost every Pyro character has some tragedy in their history. That they either lost a parent or someone close to them, or something along that line, or are missing someone from their life. You know, things like that. A lot of the Electro characters are extremely honourable and prideful in who they are. Let's put this back again. So when we push it forward and go through, this tree grows. And we can't make it go any further because it's wedged in the ground. Can we like kick this out the ground or something? Let's go back through it again then and see what comes up. Archons are usually just puppets with some kind of freedom. But in that of itself brings up a lot of questions. Because some of the Archons have, you know, died and been replaced. What happened to those ones that died? Did they really just die because things happened? Or were there other things we don't know about that affected them? Oh! The needle got put back. So let's put it here again and see what happens if we advance time again. Well, they can do whatever they want, but we can never go into details about the past of that. Or well, they're bound by contract to never talk about Khaenri'ah. No matter how hard you ask them, no matter how nice you think they are, you ask them and they go, ah, well. No, Okay, we're back here. We can't go any further forward because the tree's in the thing. Is there anything else we can interact with? Oh. I think they will. I'm not concerned with how they handle the lore. It's how they handle the actual story quests. I think the lore was probably one of the very first things set in stone, and it's just smaller details like, you know, gender, I guess, that gets messed around here and then. Like one of the Archons originally being referenced to as a male and now it's female. What's this? Since Honkai had a big issue, they decided to try and do way too much. Yeah, but I think because they had their like so many year plan with this game as well. Like, I think they've always had an idea of what they want and where they expect everything to go. I'm writing this letter on behalf of Hullen. Oh, is this the ancestor of Yelan, maybe, or Yelan? He hopes that his family are also well. If not for this past, he would have wanted to go back to spend Lantern Rite with them. If I open this and reset time, will some of this move back down it? Or is it supposed to be the other way around, that I fuck around with something in the past and then it does something in the present? Yeah, but I have more faith that they'll hit Genshin just fine. And even ignoring that, like the fact that they've had like, their lore written up seemingly for like this 5 or 10 year plan or whatever. There's also this gate straight up doesn't exist in the old version, huh? There's also the fact that they did Honkai first, so they've had time to learn. They've had time to look at what Honkai did right and did wrong, and then apply it to future projects. So we could open that gate in the present, or in the later time, but it doesn't seem to serve because it's not even built in this one. And we can't interact with... Oh. I think I've just figured it out. We fucking destroy the tree. Oh. Now the tree's not going to be there because we destroyed it. Oh, don't you hate it when you're overanalyzing a puzzle and the solution's literally the simplest one? Yeah, fuck, god damn it. So will it stop on the dark patch or will it keep on going? It does keep on going, it ignores the dark patch, interesting. So now let's go through and see what we find. That tree's here now. Now someone else is going to be here.
Another new space.
If everywhere
and why does it
within
look
this
so much
space follows
darker?
the same rules, there must be another small
And where's everyone
fantastic
else?
compass somewhere around here.
Bosacious.
Oh, hello, Xiao.
I can't believe someone like you would end up as a lost soul underground.
Xiao!
No enemies. Hold on.
Wait, is the enemy hiding itself? Oh no, we should go help him.
Stay back. This is my fight. Do not come near me.
Filthy monsters! So many people have died at your hands! I lured you here to this underground space because I found your weakness.
Hiding and ambushing from the dark is Bosacious' signature tactic.
Die here with me!
Huh? Ugh. How did a valiant warrior like you die here?
Okay, let's do that later. Where are you? Show yourself.
Uh-oh. This is not going well for Xiao.
We haven't been hit by anything. What are you on about?
I know how this ends.
He ties himself out and leaves.
Look! Bosacious is showing signs of fatigue.
Bosacious, martial Retris. Even your strength is finite. But your illusion is not as mighty as you. This is not you in all your glory. I wonder what Rex Lapis would think. If he saw what had become of the first Yaksha.
Leave! I'll deal with the rest. We can't let the monsters get to the surface.
Well, we can literally get in lore as we go.
We must hold
That's why I'm
the
shutting
line
up. I just want to
60
listen.
miles outside the chasm at all costs.
Oh, that's it. Okay, it just ended. There was a bit of a sharp shift. What? We didn't get hit once, Shao. Let's not pretend.
Phantom, be gone!
Xiao, are you okay?
You haven't even recovered from your injuries yet.
This is my purpose. Don't worry about me.
So your invisible opponent was the legendary Bosacius, Marshal Vitris?
Yes. So excuse my stubbornness. Bosacius has been missing for centuries. This may have been the last time I will ever see him.
He was saying something about holding the line at all costs.
He fought here. The nameless Yaksha from the legends. It was him.
But didn't you say he'd always announce his name? How could his name be lost to time? What happened?
I don't know. Maybe he forgot who he was.
Because the karma you spoke of drove him to madness?
Bosacius had already gone mad before he disappeared. There was no way of knowing if his memories were intact.
He still took part in the Battle of the Chasm despite having gone mad?
Yeah, that's actually a point. I mean, there was still a bit of him in there.
That thrive in peacetime. It's likely that he was drawn by the scent of bloody war. Slaughter is what we do best. Maybe it's the only thing we know.
That's not true. There's more to you than that, Shao.
This battle confirmed my suspicions. As we had speculated, this space reflects information from people's minds. In other words, despite going mad, Bosacius came here. The illusion we saw just now is the impression he left behind. This space recreated him as he was during the battle. The way he fought was so self-destructive. He couldn't possibly have survived.
He fought the monsters.
Bosacius's illusion said he'd discovered the monster's weakness and lured them underground. What kind of place could this be? Defeating Conria's monsters is no small feat, that's for sure.
I'm paranoid about advancing time further. It's like, it's gone from like morning to day to evening. It's like we're just gonna come through and it's gonna be like the dead of night and like real hell's gonna be here. Like, if we escape the Chaos Realm from this exit, are we gonna end up back on the surface or somewhere else entirely? Are we about to open the door to the abyss by accident kind of thing?
Guys?
Like pull a Kaya and just gonna take a trip?
It could just be me, but I think
especially because people are starting...
than I was.
Yeah, despite being a non-existent space of time and... well, non-existent time and space, so there's no reason for them to feel tired because their body isn't advancing. It's a constant stasis of existence. They've been commenting about feeling tired the more they learn.
This space is really starting to affect us.
Yeah.
I believe Bosacius stayed here underground. But now he is gone.
The only thing I know for real, there will be blood, blood, shed, shed. Man in the mirror nods his head, cause there's only one left. Yeah. Oh, I love Rising. I hope they put that game on modern platforms, because I don't have a really good PC, so I have the old like 360 copy.
Time to move on. You fought well, Bosacius. Goodbye.
And I'm glad that the game's getting a second run. I'm glad that it's like evolved into like a cult classic, because it deserves it. I keep on going to press pause. I'm in a domain still. This is the 10th day or more that we've been separated from Boyoung, Bosacius, and the others. Well, that's what I say anyway. My friend here says it's only been 3 days. I have no clue what is right or wrong, nor do I think that arguing serves any purpose at this point. I wish we could go home, but we cannot.
Really?
Oh, now it's higher up. We can take it down to this corner, which is why we opened that gate last time, because this would have been closed up. Yeah, the switch isn't here, but the gate is. So there's probably something here we need to interact with to open it again beyond this. So let's give it once more before we go on. I think I figured out how all this works. Either that or this might be the last door, which if that's the case, then no, looking for anything won't matter. Of course, now iconic. Like when the game first came out, Rules of Nature was like the only song that was iconic because it was the worst one you played. But now it's like people will just go, standing here, I realize you were just like me, and it's like I'm so happy as someone who got the game when it first came out that the game's got this second wind and people are loving it. You know? That people are finding it and realizing that this game is genuinely God tier for all the right reasons. Actually, we've gone from day, like morning to day to evening. That would be night, so we've gone the other way around. So this would be like crack of dawn then. Yeah, it had a second wind. I don't know how much of it was due to Maxor's video, but it certainly fucking helped. Like after Maxor's video, if you don't know what I'm talking about, like he did like a parody video and it's got like 3 million views. After that, it felt like Metal Gear Rising fired off into the spotlight again. Like that one video like kind of shot it into space with its popularity. And the reason why I mention him is because the exact same thing happened with Bloodborne. He did a video on Bloodborne talking about how it's like one of the best games ever that's locked to the PS4, and suddenly the demand for that game to get remastered to PC and PS5 exploded because that video got like millions of views. I don't know if there will ever be a Rising 2, and to be honest, I'm not sure I trust modern Konami to not like meta control a lot of it to just make it kind of poor, like microtransaction it or whatever. But if we had like an ideal world where the exact same team with all the same writers and like a little bit of Kojima influence, but you know the slight step back approach, but still just kind of overseeing it like he did with the first one, if all the pieces of the puzzle could come together again like that, and we got a genuine sequel, I genuinely think it'd be one of the best-selling action games ever made. I think with how much popularity and how much notoriety and how much of a cult iconic status it has gained, I think if a sequel to it ever came out and all the pieces were in the right place, it would outsell any Devil May Cry, it would outsell any Kingdom Hearts, and I mean that like wholeheartedly. The cult status that game has garnered and got for itself, it would be like a second coming. And it's part of the reason why I want it to happen, not just for MGR, because I want a really cool sequel, but because the industry have been trying to convince people for years that like concentrated action games are just niche and don't really work anymore. And Devil May Cry 5 did wonders in proving that to be bullshit, because that game sold like 5 million copies. Keep the train going. That's my thing. Keep it going. We're going to be back in a little bit. Yeah, no worries, dude. Okay. I'm going to continue with this.
Let's see.
Oh, Lesser 4. We have no idea how long it's been since we came out with our comrades on patrol. But according to the information we garnered, the beasts have completely lost all mobility. Indeed, most of them have disappeared. We are victorious, and what a grand victory it is, save that we can never again return home. Yelan's daughter will turn 2 this year, and Xingming's grandmother is getting long in the tooth. The two of them miss their family sorely, though I myself have no relation. No one does not wish to return home, but for those of us who are here, we are the only kin we have now. This place is very mysterious indeed. I do not know if it is because we miss home or because this place was always like this, but when we're on patrol here, we can see sights that we could only see back home. I used to hear the old folks say that Liyue has had hundreds of years of history when it comes to mining in the mountains, but this doesn't look like any mine. Perhaps this might all be my imagination, or with my missing childhood home in the mining settlement. How I wish I could go back there. Yelan, I think that was one of your ancestors.
It looks like these were letters written by the Millelith soldiers who stayed here.
So, who's this Boyang they mentioned?
Boyang.
Oh, it's Boyang, okay.
One of my ancestors. The one who didn't make it back.
You mean Boyang fought alongside Bosacius?
So my theory was kinda close. I thought they were the same person, but no. They just were alongside each other.
I believe so.
And the Millelith soldiers were their brothers in arms.
I guess now we have a pretty good idea of where everyone that went missing ended up.
Yes.
So scary. What happened?
Come on, let's not stay here. I have a gut feeling that sooner or later we'll connect all the dots. And then, we'll finally know the truth. Still, who knows how this space is planning on revealing the answer to us.
Yeah, there's only one more place to go tonight. That's all clogged up. This is standing naturally. Only one place left to go. Here. Oh geez, you can already see through the portal. Like, it's going to get scary again. Let's see where the night takes us. Man, this is all cool quest. Imagine if we did all of this on, you know, the launch day instead of having to wait 2 extra days.
There's nothing here at all.
Oh shit.
What a creepy space.
It has the feel of the Abyss.
Ooh. Is this actually the Abyss, though?
But where are the opponents?
I think this is my memory.
Your memory? Of what?
Of emptiness. That's the power of the Abyss.
The Abyss? So, this place is created purely based on your memory?
I'm afraid so, because I'll always remember that the Abyss took my twin away. Abyss. It's always bad news. I'm not doing anything. The purpose of my journey is to find you. I'll keep going. Imagine a better tomorrow. As a motorbike passes by. Okay, I have to get everyone out of here. I have to survive this, then find the lost treasure. Good on, Mondo.
It's...
Yeah, but it's not actually going to be him. It's just a memory of him, right?
Aether, wait!
Oh, she talks. Every time it's Aether, that's the only time the protag talks, I swear. Catch up with him. It's not actually going to be him. We know this.
Huh? What's that shiny round thing on the ground?
The actual compass, and completed as well.
The fantastic compass!
In the other spaces, the fantastic compass was always partially buried in the ground. But this one is lying flat, intact, as if somebody left it here.
Oh, he was just a figment of your imagination? So, he appeared as an illusion because you miss him so much, huh?
I can sense that he is not here. But at least we found this.
Yenfei, are you sure this is the fantastic compass you're looking for?
I think so. There were no pictures in the will, but based on the description, it seems to check out. Yelan? What is it?
From the design and build, this fantastic compass looks extremely similar to the catalysts used by my clan. I just need to do this, and... Someone's used this before. There may be a hidden message inside. Let's get out of here and find somewhere safer.
Yeah, easier said than done. We don't even know where...
Alright, here we'll be fine. Take a moment to catch your breath while I try to unlock the fantastic compass.
Now that I've found the fantastic compass, my work here is done.
Yeah, we still need to get out,
The
though.
Bosacius we saw was just an illusion. Will we really be able to take anything we find here back to the outside world?
Within yin and yang, among the 5 regions, water, fire, wind, and thunder cycle like the seasons. Grasp the 7 heavens from the ground. Open wide the 3 gates. All the world within reach.
Okay, she's trying to solve that. I say that, I know where Ito and Shinobu are. Shinobu's looking after Ito, but let's get out of here.
Well,
Back to where we were.
This is not what I was expecting.
Oh, seems like you've made a new discovery.
My name is Boyoung. Here I leave a record of all I know for future generations to see and learn from my experience. My comrades and myself were ordered by the Qixing, to take the fantastic compass to the chasm and assist the Millelith champions. But the beasts in this place were incredibly terrifying, and our forces suffered terrible losses. If not for the aid of the Yaksha, I fear that my brother and I may have been slain right there and then. This Yaksha has 4 hands and behaves as in a maddened fashion, even being unable to remember his own name. When in a crazed state, he refers to others around him as Alatus and Menagius. He has mastery over the thunder, and his form is awe-inspiring, one that is destined to be remembered throughout history. We followed him into battle against the wicked beasts, for 10 odd days, finally breaking out. A snake has its weakness 7 inches below the head, and these monsters naturally have their weaknesses as well. Having discovered this, the Yaksha has decided on a battle plan to target this weakness. In our previous battle, the surface of the chasm was damaged, revealing a great and enigmatic underground palace in the bowels of the earth. We observed that the monsters would grow weak when approaching this domain, and so we guessed that there is some power that greatly suppressed these beasts of Khaenri'ah. We have suffered too many losses. We must end this quickly. Oh, you watched the Pokemon thing yesterday? Yes, I did. I thought it looks really exciting. I watched the Sonic thing too, and I'm like, man, I wish they gave it to someone who could actually play the fucking game. I think it looks really exciting. I like both the professors. I was going to get Violet. Well, I don't have a Switch, but if I was going to get Violet, but now I'm not so sure because I kind of want the feral professor with the fangs. I think she looks really cool. But and then the Sonic showcase that IGN did, that just broke my heart. It looks good, to be fair. It looks really promising. But it's IGN, and they hate Sonic, and they've made it very clear they hate Sonic. So, of course, they gave the worst goddamn presentation I've ever seen in my life. He had a dude fail a puzzle and then just kind of walk around it. We had a dude run in a straight line and not interact with anything. We had him interact with one thing and then only do it very slowly. It was like, this is like the worst showcase I've ever seen. The game looks so promising and the dude's just playing like shit. You know? I know they said there's going to be more throughout June, but I was so disheartened with that presentation of Sonic Frontiers because it does look interesting and the person who played it just did nothing of like anything of any worth. Literally, he fucked up a basic puzzle and then just kind of looked at it, did it once more, and then just as it's solved, they cut it away to another clip. And it's like, no, come on! But the Pokemon stuff looks good. The fact there's a Pokemon called Lechonk made me laugh. The one little pig called Lechonk, I was like, okay. But it looks a step in the right direction. I don't expect anything graphically from Game Freak, because I think they've always had trouble making anything look good in 3D since Gen 6. I've accepted they can't do good 3D graphics. But the game itself looks fun. The non-linearity approach of approaching gyms in any order is cool. The online co-op is going to do really well for kids. The whole the different things with the professors, I think, is interesting. I'm surprised they hadn't done it before. Depending on what version you get, depends on what professor you end up with. Even if it's, like I say, it's a little annoying because I prefer Scarlet's professor, but I prefer Violet's legendary. So I'm like, how am I going to pick? Do I want Chadium, or do I want like cool feral girl? And then do I want Red Lizard motorbike dude, or do I want Cybertech jet motorbike? It's like, you know? Yeah. But it looks promising, it really does. And today, painfully for UK time, it's at 11 goddamn PM. Yeah, have you seen it at all? Like the puzzle, it was literally, you know in those things where it's like, you're in like a 4x4 grid of squares, and like some of the squares are lit up, and you have to find a way to stand in all the lit squares without going back on yourself or standing on any that aren't lit. It was one of them, and I solved it at a glance, and the dude fucked it up, looked at it for a minute, and then had to do it again. And I was like, this is really the presentation IGN decided to do. It's almost like that video from 6 years ago, where they made a 10-minute long video solely to tell the world that they think that Sonic was never good. Still represents IGN to an extent. You know, when they were painfully unprofessional, that this, like, professional, organized review company made a video dedicated to shitting on Sonic, maybe they still don't like it. You know? Anyway, we have suffered too many losses. We must end this quickly. Rong Zhao and I agreed that I would take the Fantastic Compass and lead a group of Millilith to follow the Yaksha down into the underground palace. We will lure the beasts away and herd them into the depths of the palace. The seal must be completed by myself and the Yaksha within that place, with Rong Zhao aiding us from outside. That way, we can ensure that the seal will hold. If this works, the chasm front will be secured. However, this means that I, the Yaksha, and the Millilith with us will be left behind within the underground palace. Yet the benefits are too great. We have to try this out. Like one of those crappy Marvel ads? Yeah. It was, a lot of people, myself excluded, still kind of hold a grudge towards IGN because of that video that they did on Sonic like 6 years ago. Because the whole Sonic was never good mentality didn't exist until that video. Like, there were people that didn't like the franchise, and there were people that were very against it after Sonic 06, and it's like, yeah, we get it. But as a whole, like, people that like the franchise were like, yeah, you like it, that's cool, might not be my thing, yada yada. After that, no. Sonic fans started getting attacked. It was this common belief that you're all just stupid and Sonic is never good, never will be good, shut up. And it's like, it wouldn't have existed for 31 years if that was even remotely true, you know? There's a reason why it's Sega's best-selling property, but just because one fucking IGN video... Yeah. And I would say the Game Grumps didn't help as well, but a lot of people have come around to understand that Aaron and Dan don't actually have it out for Sonic. They just like poking fun at some of the games that are more problematic. And it's like, yeah, they end up not helping the conversation, but I'm not going to blame them. They like playing, like, they played through Sonic 06. Of course, they were going to have, you know, a glitchy experience. They played through the most recent Steam port of Adventure instead of, you know, any stable port. They went out of their way to get the Switch version of Colors Ultimate, you know, the one that doesn't work, not any of the other ports. Like, they deliberately get the shitty versions to have fun so they can laugh about it as they play, not to try and discredit Sonic and try and, like, drag him down into oblivion. It's because it's what's more fun as a entertainer to play the stable version or the broken version, you know? But I get it in that sense. Anyway, the Warriors have observed... Did I read note 5? Yeah, I did. The Warriors have observed day and night and have confirmed the beasts are heavily limited once they enter the underground palace, almost as if some power is eating away at them. Some of our wounded have sacrificed themselves and others have split off from the main party in their confusion, never to return. Will the monsters really be vanquished by this way? How many notes are there? 10, Jesus. The unmatched strangeness of the underground palace is something I fear only I and the Yaksha still live to witness. I do not know how much time has passed. The Yaksha is gravely wounded and maddened. I fear he will not live long. As for me, though I remain clear-headed, I can feel the Fey mood settling in. I do not know how long I have been here. The Yaksha urges me to depart, forgetting that staying here it was the fate we chose. Sorry. The underground palace is almost like a living being. When a breach first appeared in the ground, we leapt down below and gave battle. But even then, I noticed that the breach was quietly closing. I'm not sure if that was the only tactic we would have chosen, and even if we attacked the rifts, the rent open spaces, slowly regenerate. Well, they only regenerate slowly sometimes. Other times they can be swift. It's hard to say. Does this mean that when we damage the ground in the fighting, we damage the outer shell of this space? Have we accidentally entered the belly of some mighty leviathan, only to be slowly devoured by it? I believe that this should be the end of those wicked beasts. We have outlasted them all. I have tried many paths. There is no way out, and the Yaksha have fallen. Only I remain. I see my family, my wife, my children. They approach me, and then they pass through. I must be going mad. How else could I be seeing my family who are in Liyue Harbor? I wish I could go home, but can I? Rongzhou, sometimes I curse the fact that it was not you who had to undergo this torture. But Rongzhou, as your elder brother, I am glad that you survived. So tired, I can't think straight.
This information was left by a thaumaturge called Boyang, who, as you know, is the missing ancestor that I came here to investigate.
But as much as I begrudge about what's going on with Sonic Frontiers right now, they said there's going to be several showcases throughout the entire month. So it's like we're going to have more opportunities to see more of it. The only thing I'm curious about is how old the build IGN got is. Because some of it looked pre-alpha. Like, especially some of like the pop-in and like some of like the like objectives and like the design, it looked pre-alpha. And it's like, if this is a more recent build, I'd be slightly more concerned about its holiday release it's expected to go for. But if it is, no, they got a pre-alpha build from however long ago, then I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. That doesn't, it no longer bothers me because I know that'll be cleaned up by the end. It's just if it's very recent, I'm like, it's not that many months, like, you know, we're halfway through the year already. But in lighter note, Sonic Origins drops this month. It drops on Sonic's birthday, so that'll be something fun to go through. So it's not all doom and gloom. We got the combat showcase, I think, on Friday. At least I think they said it was Friday, either that or Saturday. So that will be a better idea of what to expect. And I'm sure there'll be more throughout the month, as they said it'll be all month long, so I just wish they'd give it to someone other than IGN. Give it to someone who can actually play the game.
All this information, it was left by your ancestor?
Hundreds of years ago, two of my ancestors, brothers, were gifted.
It's the same reason why the Kingdom Hearts fans don't like it when IGN play, because IGN doesn't like Kingdom Hearts either, so they always downplay everything. They dared to say that Kingdom Hearts has an uninteresting and non-existent plot, and I was like, what the fuck? If you're not interested in it, that's one thing. To say it's non-existent, no. There's been memes for decades about how overly complicated and exaggerated Kingdom Hearts' plot is. Shut up. You know, like, they tried to downplay it because they don't like it. IGN is extremely biased, and they pretend they're not. And it's why I always go for amateur or lower key reviewers, then I have to go to professional, because a lot of them are like IGN, just IGN's the worst for it because they're the most prolific. They genuinely have extreme biases, and instead of just not reviewing the things they don't care about, they'll review it in the worst light possible to try and make a point. Which is ironic in some instances, because they've given several Sonic games really high reviews before, and now they try and pretend that it was never ever good, and none of them even remotely good. And it's like, Sonic Pocket Adventure is a 10 out of 10 on your website, so which is it?
They set out together, but only one of them made it back. Minus his sanity.
Karma.
Correct. One possibility is that when they fought alongside Bosacius, they were tainted by his karma. Neither of them had visions, so they wouldn't have been able to resist its effects for very long.
From reading through this, it sounds like Boyang ended up staying here for good too.
Well, this is just wonderful. So, that's it. There's no way out?
Yelan.
What do we do? Are we gonna die here? But Paimon doesn't wanna die! Paimon's had enough of this place.
Uh-oh, what's gonna happen now? Uh-oh, Paimon, you little idiot. What's changed? Uh-oh, what's she gonna figure out? That's something that was on the back end of it.
I got it! I just had a thought.
Did that all need to be a cutscene?
Double check.
Was it because they couldn't animate like the thing getting knocked over by Paimon freaking out? That seems like a lot of work for like a fully animated mocapped cutscene to just knock a thing over and they notice something. You know? That seems like a hell of a lot for not much. That's her idle animation. That's one of her idle animations. She teleports the book in, reads it, lifts her head up and goes, okay, and then closes it. They just read, okay, that's a bit cheeky.
Traveler, I just realized something. Okay, so on my way here, I was studying the will the whole time. But I didn't give any thought to the book that the will was inside of. I don't know it verbatim, but I have read it before. The gist of the story goes like this. Millennia ago, an Adeptus made a magic device to seal away evil monsters. Later, he made good friends with a human and gave the device to him to use as a catalyst. A few years later, great demons haunted the mountains. The mortal and the Adeptus joined forces to exorcise them using the same device. And that's not all. The book also says this. When mortal and Adepti powers are combined, one can move the heavens and shake the earth. This contraption is proof that mortals and Adepti may coexist, that there is unity between heaven and humanity. I have both Adepti and human lineage. Maybe my power can work.
And it's also moving on its... Oh, there we go. That was a cool transition.
I mean, the effect only lasted an instant because I'm not strong enough. But still, we must be on the right track. And look, something seems to have been activated inside the fantastic compass.
By heaven's might and the gods of the 5 regions, Yaksha and mortal together take this contraption in hand.
That's their voices from when they made the seal. Bosacius and my ancestor. They sealed off this space at the top together.
I see. It makes sense now.
Hold on, that huge crystal I saw at the bottom of the chasm. I remember when the crystal hit the rune serpent, there seemed to be an opposing force. Was it that opposing force that delayed the awakening of the space that has now swallowed us, or did the impact weaken the entrance on the ground? Also, we haven't seen any abyss monsters in here. Could this all be connected?
Everyone, let's go back and meet up with Ito and Shinobu. I have a suggestion to make.
Paimon can barely move anymore.
Yeah, because your strings have been cut.
Why can't we get out of here? Paimon doesn't want to die. Paimon wants to stay with you.
I feel kind of bad, because I don't trust Paimon. I know she's our buddy sidekick, but there's been so many goddamn hints that she might be evil, and the fact that she's trapped in this chaos realm and was suddenly super tired and now and didn't know what was going on and now super scared. It's like, your ties to Celestia were cut Your little spy work, you don't have a signal connection to give you all the information you need anymore. Because you're in this public dimension. That's why you're freaking out so much.
Just hang in there, okay? Trust me, there's still hope.
Let's go.
They're helping me out with the ones left behind. Yeah, they're still sitting here resting. Yo.
Shinobu, Ito, we're back.
How's Ito doing?
He must be exhausted, because he still hasn't woken up yet. But he's not in any serious danger, so don't worry. What about you guys? You found something, didn't you? It's written on your faces. But whatever it is, it's bad news, isn't it?
We found the fantastic compass. The previous owner left a message inside, and from the looks of it, there really is no way out of this space after all. It seems like the previous owner was stuck here forever too.
Shoot!
I'm glad that's the limit of her reaction.
This isn't over yet. Listen to me. Just now,
So I'd be freaking out a lot more.
Power into the fantastic compass, and it responded.
Hey, dude. We found that the fantastic compass left a note because we managed to get a smaller version of it. And the note revealed that the people that were here before never actually found a way out and died making this compass. The compass, however, represents the connection between Adeptus and humans, which ticked Yanfei into thinking that maybe because she's got Adeptus blood in her and human blood, maybe she can do something. And she managed to trigger a reaction off it, but that's it, because she's not, you know, literally an Adeptus or literally full human, so there's like some difficulty awakening it. But Yanfei seems to have a plan. But the thing is, if this plan doesn't work, you know, we have as many options as the people from 500 years ago, the ancestors that made this compass did. And like I said, they never got out. They never found a way out. They died here. They went mad and died.
But all that did was activate the records from when the seal was created.
Right, but the issue wasn't with the compass. It was with the method. Remember what the book says? When mortal and Adepti powers are combined, one can move the heavens and shake the earth. Only when a mortal and an Adeptus combine their powers can the fantastic compass be fully activated. I'm a mix of human and Adeptus, so the fact that the fantastic compass responded to me shows that the system is still functional. Lucky for us, we also happen to have a full
they're gonna
Adeptus
say
and a human with training in the magic arts.
They're gonna say have these two do something.
Interesting. So that's what was going through your head.
Yeah, Xiao and Yelan need to cooperate. The two people that have been butting heads for this quest.
So, an Adeptus and a human need to channel their power at the same time?
Combine the powers that the Traveler did at the end of the Liyue Archon quest. Yeah, essentially.
Yes, if my guess is correct, then when both of you put your full power into the fantastic compass, we should be able to completely reactivate it. Maybe even reverse it. Last time, it was used to seal the intersection between this place and the chasm. If we can reverse it,
then we're home free.
Awesome. So there's still hope?
Also, Paimon's been freaking out more and more often, which I think just further feeds into the whole her strings are disconnected. Because the only reason we figured out something about the compass is because Paimon freaked out, realizing that there's seemingly no way out, darted to Lumine and hit the compass by accident as she went past it, knocking it over to the ground. And when they got it back up, gears of it were moving on their own. Like the needles of it for the time were moving on their own, which they noticed, and then Yanfei eventually got the idea of maybe we can do something with this then, if knocking it turned it on.
You bet.
Your idea seems reasonable.
Okay, well let's all take a quick break. We'll give this thing a try once we're ready.
Everyone had a rest.
Oh boy, I'm so nervous.
Oh, don't be afraid, it's gonna work.
Yelan, Xiao, how are we looking?
I'm all set.
I'm ready.
Oh, but Yanfei, there's one thing you might need to mentally prepare yourself for. I'm afraid you probably won't be able to take the fantastic compass out of here. From what I can tell, everything within this domain is the result of disordered space-time and memories. We all came here for different purposes, and everything that's happened here has been in response to our own imaginations and conjecture. Terrifying, but also a miracle. This space, well, it's more than just a space. Whether there's some kind of higher power at work here, I don't know, but the whole time, it's been reading our minds and responding to us in the form of illusions. Also, according to the history of the chasm, this place must have existed for a very long time. What could have created it?
I remember a giant snake just outside this space.
Oh, that. Yeah, I was there too.
Yeah, because you're the one that shot that one stray arrow.
Huh? Wait a second. It was you that shot that arrow?
Who else did you think it was?
And when the crystal attacked the giant snake. You have anything else to do with why this ground's a bit
That
open?
snake is probably a remnant of Conrion's civilization, and crystals are highly effective against it. Maybe there was some sort of opposing reaction between those two forces? If so, I'm extremely sorry, everyone. It looks like I might be the one responsible for all of this.
No! You're just trying to help us and solve the problem!
Well, I don't know. The only reason we ended up in this is because you and Ito got into a fight for no good reason. So let's not immediately be like, no, it's not your fault. You're involved. You're involved here, Yelan. Let's not sugarcoat this.
If you say so. You could almost liken this bizarre space to a living being that throws all kinds of hallucinations at us to deceive us. Everyone we've seen here, and all the paths we've walked, it all ceased to exist 500 years ago. Additionally, most of the things here are static. So if we really do manage to escape, then once time starts moving normally again, the fantastic compass will likely disappear.
That's actually what I think too. That's precisely why it's such a miracle that we even found the fantastic compass to begin with.
This whole thing feels like we're breaking free from our shackles using a spear that by right should not exist.
Yeah, that's a way of putting it.
This is a long shot, but it may be our last chance. So, whose wish was it that summoned this device?
Perhaps it was all of us.
Perhaps it was. But maybe there's another reason. Your incredibly strong commitment to your search. It's a shame that we couldn't find your family. But if they were here, I'm sure they'd want nothing more than to see you being rescued from this place.
Yeah.
I gotta say, it does intrigue me, the way we all ended up here together. If this is fate, then let's grab it in our hands and turn it around.
Leave the boss to Ushi and me. We're ready.
Traveler, take care of Paimon. Yenfei,
What else am I
you
gonna
might
do?
need to come closer to me when the time comes.
Okay, so everyone has someone to protect.
Sure.
All right.
Stars align, bestow your light.
I'm gonna turn off my mic so I can listen to this.
Might. Spirit curbed, pneuma surge. By dictum divine, heed these words. Do as I command!
Aha! The fantastic compass is an amplifier. Maintain this energy level, and we may stand a chance.
I will maintain the energy flow.
Understood.
Everyone, stand back.
I shall hold the line by sealing the surface.
As Yakshas, we must fight for this world. General Elatus, falling in!
Watch out!
This show off.
This trip may be dangerous, yet you insist on going.
I have guarded this place for several hundred years. Only to seek the nameless Yaksha do I request your approval.
He's gonna be down there, isn't he? In all this unknown dimensions and chaos and shit. Aether's gonna be here somewhere, isn't he? That's why she looked down over the edge. She sensed him for a second.
Your strength won't last! I thought for a minute. I thought for a fucking minute. Whoa. Oh, for a minute they had us going for a sec. I was like, finding out the danger zone, everyone rests and starts chatting. Close. I thought you were gonna get left behind. I'm so glad you're okay. That was terrifying.
He was. Zhongli stepped in at the last second. Jesus Christ. I was wondering why the cutscene went out of their way to show Zhongli for a second. I was like, why is he here? I was like, no, it's because he's going to be involved in that. Oh. I was worried because we were just literally like talking about it earlier that they might kill off Xiao at some point. And they were alluding to it all the way through that it might happen.
I know what you were thinking, but... never mind. I know I can't talk you out of a mindset that's been built up over a lifetime.
I said, me discovered earlier that Yelan has survivor's guilt. And so it genuinely gets under her skin when people try and sacrifice themselves for others. Because no one leaves happy after that, and she knows it from personal experience. Which is why she was so personally bugged. Like, the moment that thing appeared in the cutscene, the only person that reached out for Zhao was Yelan, because she knows what was going on. She knew what he was about to try and do. And then because of her survivor's guilt that she tries to keep hidden away a little, we knew that, like, she was obviously going to freak out by it. It's the only thing that was going to get under her and make her break character.
I don't think we were ever going to reach an agreement over the final strategy. But in the end, it was thanks to you that we managed to escape. So, thank you for saving us all.
No. I could not have done this on my strength alone.
So thanks to you too, Yelan.
Don't mention it.
But the thing is, this is a main Archon quest, so they fucking could have. You know? Like, they could have killed Zhao. I mean, like, no, it's the main plot. That's why you have to do so many other quests. Because there's literally, it's like 5 or 6 quests, like character quests and Archon quests you have to actually have completed before they let you in to this one. Like, you have to do the Chasm one, obviously, but you have to get far enough that you have to do Raiden Second Throne quest because Ito needs to be able to get here, and he can't if the Kree still exists. You have to be all caught up with the interlude quest, so you know what's going on with Dane, you know what's going on with the extras and whatnot. You have to have done Xiao's quest. Like the amount of like boxes you have to tick. Yet they could have narrowed this in to a killing point if they wanted to. So the fact that they didn't, I was like, they could have. Everything was there that they could have, and they've been setting it up for the whole quest that Xiao might do something stupid.
It looks like everyone got out unscathed, but you all look pretty exhausted. Rest up. There's no hurry to move on from here. As for me, I'm gonna check the area for any unusual activity.
She's gone. Paimon didn't even get to say thank you.
Maybe Yelan really doesn't believe she made a contribution. It seems like she's convinced Xiao saved us all, including her, and she doesn't know what to say to that. And since it's not easy to persuade Xiao of anything, maybe Yelan's just given up trying to talk to him.
Xiao, she's criticizing you.
I am not.
You speak only the truth. I have no quarrel with that. I will keep your words in mind.
Seems like you've got through to him.
Really? Well, that's great. I count that as quite an achievement.
Yanfei, God tier DPS, amazing lawyer, can talk to gods and convince them to change their mind slightly. What? Her powers have no limits.
It was a perilous situation we were faced with underground, and it took every single one of us for any of us to make it out alive. I feel lucky that we didn't lose anyone along the way.
Yeah, no kidding.
Hey, so Bullchucker still hasn't woken up yet. Surely he's not gonna stay asleep forever, is he?
I doubt it.
Let's go check on him.
Now we can actually see light again.
I slept like a rock. Good times. Huh? What you doing? What's going on? Why are you looking at me like that?
Are you in any pain?
The head? What about it? Is there any brain damage from the impact?
Can you imagine if Xiao actually died? It would have been interesting. I think it's a weird thing, because obviously I don't want any of the characters to die, but I think it's an inevitability. I think, like, La Senora, the reason why they killed her off as soon as they did, because a lot of people thought she was going to last, like, a real long time. I think it was almost intentionally to put it in people's heads that characters can get killed off in this game. It can happen. I think, and so, like, with this quest, of how much other things you have to do before you can even access it, if they had killed him off, I genuinely would not have been surprised. The last Yaksha goes with his people. It would have been tragic when you go to, like, any future cutscene or event or anything that would have involved Xiao looking back and be like the next, whatever it's called, the fireworks thing that they do in like every Chinese New Year, going to one and Xiao not being there. Yeah, Signora's death felt like one big warning to everyone that they will kill characters off if they feel the need to. And making it a villain is so it could almost like softly introduce it. I think they will. And you know why I think they will kill someone? Because of kill a main playable character? Because Honkai did it. And one of the most infamous and well-known and ultimately beloved moments of Honkai is Aunt Himiko's death. How they handled her character in her final moments. People love her. And her story was brilliant and people loved that story. Especially because it's a closed book. Because she's dead, there's not much more you can do beyond it. Other than watch the other characters around her find their way forward. So the fact that it's not only they've done it before, but people loved it, even if it broke their hearts, they loved it. If you're writing another story, you're going to keep that in mind. I really think... I don't think they're going to drop like flies, because there's a lot more characters, but I think some characters that are more important than others are at risk. Like, characters that are just the new 5-star of the week. Like, I don't think Hu Tao's ever in any danger. At least, she better fucking not be. But Xiao was clearly more plot important, so he's on the line. He could go. Child, Jesus Christ, if he survives the entire storyline of this game, I'll genuinely be surprised, because that dude is literally like, he's like the salesman of death flags. It's ridiculous how many fucking things he has. Villain gone rival, we'll have to meet the family sometime, there's other people I have to protect, I respect you for who you are, even if we have different opinions. It's like, Jesus Christ, this dude's gonna die, he's not making it. But then, like, Lisa has links to Sumeru, and we know her death could be in the next few years because of, you know, her lifespan and whatnot. So, like, something could happen there. Kaya and Dane, both of their links to Kanria make them potential, like, mainstays that could go. Like, there's a lot of characters. And ultimately, as a writer, and it's a question you never have to ask yourself, because to break the audience's hearts, you have to break your own first. And I know that as a writer. War of the Abyss and D-Luke just dies. That would break my heart. But the biggest thing you have to ask with any writer, and I do it with my own writing, it has to affect you first if you ever expect it to affect an audience. So if you're going to kill off a character, it needs to break your heart first. And what characters would genuinely break people's hearts, and which ones would hurt the most? But at the same time, which ones make sense? Because if it doesn't make sense, then you get the Game of Thrones problem when you're just killing characters and half the time you're like, oh, okay, bye then. And it doesn't have any meaning anymore because it's just characters die. You know? They need to have significance. There needs to be a degree of it. But at the same time, if you make them too significant, then we get Child, where it's like, we know it's coming. You know? Like, there's a fine line. You need to... It's like any plot twist. You need to leave enough traces and say that it's not completely unexpected. But at the same time, when it hits you, you go, what? And it's only when you look back, you go, oh, okay, kind of thing. Damn, yeah, can you imagine? Jesus. They could. Genshin, very slowly but surely. If you look at how 1.0 was, 1.0 was a very bubbly, borderline childish adventure with how it handled everything. Other than not the whole, like, God taking the brother away, everything else was like, explore the beautiful world. Let's go tame the dragon. Let's go hang out with the bard. Let's sneak into the church. Like, it was, like, really, like, kiddie and goofy. And every update that's come by is progressively kind of taking a single step closer to the shadow. Oh, I'm saying at the very end of that story, only one sibling was there. Yeah, I'd believe it. I think at some point, I think there will be a point where, and I'll be very curious to see how they handle it, there will be a weekly boss that will be like right on the later half of the game's lifespan that will be your the other twin. I think that's a genuine possibility. I think the unknown god, I don't actually know if she'll be the final boss. I think she'll be very late endgame, but I think I think Paimon has a chance. I think Paimon could go through some transformation or awaken her true power. I think Paimon has a chance to actually be the genuine final boss of this game in like 5 years from now. It ultimately depends where they go to first after Snezhnaya. If they go to Celeste first, I think things involving Khaenri'ah could be the end, and we could even end up fighting someone like Dane for the finale. But if we go to Khaenri'ah first, then yeah, I think Paimon will be the final fight. Yeah, Dane's almost a guarantee. It's just, like I said, it's just which one will actually be the grand finale. Where do we go next after Snez? Do we go up to Celeste first, or Celestia, or do we go to Khaenri'ah? Whichever one we go to first, the other one will house our final boss. And that's assuming that Celestia and or Khaenri'ah aren't squeezed in subtly in between updates and it actually ends up ending with the Taristo and Snezhnaya. I think that'd be a little underwhelming if that was, but you never know.
You need to tell us if you're not feeling well.
Yeah, but that could be a bluff. The whole to make me step aside, that could be not step aside by beating me in battle. That could be step aside by proving you are more worthier than I to lead the final charge or something. That might be the final things that could lead us going home. Maybe. Because that's the thing. The structure of that Teyvat overview trailer suggests a hell of a lot that it's not going to be that simple even when we get there. And what I mean is, I think they've set it up in a way that, like, we'll finish up with Teyvat, go through the Portal of Celeste, and end up in a different planet. With different rules and regulations and systems and all the rest. I'm not saying they do it straight away. I imagine they take quite a big break. But I wouldn't be surprised if they do something like that. And then it's like you have, like, intergalactic travel, where it's like you can go back to Teyvat to do events and meet new characters from Teyvat and whatnot, and do little small things. But then the main plot is in the new world, and it's like it becomes like almost like Quantum. What was the show called? Quantum Leap, where it's like you become a planet hopper trying to find your way home, and they can just keep it going for as long as they see fit. It's about reweaving the threads of fate and stuff. Also, I genuinely don't think... I think the unknown god is set up to make you think she'll be the final boss or at the grand end of it, but I honestly don't think she will be. I think she's a stepping stone. I think Paimon will be the final if it goes to Celestia last, or Dane will be the final if we go to Khaenri'ah last. But at the same time, I said Dane, there could be so many more elements about what's going on there.
You weren't that bright to begin
But at the
with.
same time, we can sit here theorizing.
To the equation.
It's taken them nearly 2 years to add Sumeru. And we still got Fontaine, we still got Natlan, and we still got Snezhnaya, yeah? So it's gonna be... It's like... I'm gonna be... Like, Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 might be out by the time we get to the end of this, you know?
What the heck are you guys talking about? I'm fine. I had an epic power nap. I feel like a million more. Huh. I feel like I'm forgetting something, though. Oh, yeah! Wait, weren't we underground? How did we get back up here?
It's a long story. We'll fill you in later. Ito, we're indebted to you, Shinobu, and Ushi. We couldn't have escaped this predicament without your help. I'm the reason you all got caught up in this. Please accept my apologies, and let me find some way to compensate you for the trouble.
Ah, crazy talk. You helped us first. Of course we're gonna return the favor. Hey, if it weren't for you, we'd still be in a Liyue jail cell right now.
That's not quite correct. You'd be in jail, not me.
It's Shinobu. I only just noticed Shinobu's got snake eyes. Or reptilian eyes. I only just noticed.
Good point. Well, okay then. How about this? To celebrate our newfound friendships, how about you let me take you to Liyue Harbor for some sightseeing and a proper meal?
Oh, that's kind of sweet. Ito has a buddy outside of Inazuma now. Another fucking lawyer. How does that happen? How is Shinobu a lawyer, and that's like the most significant member of his group, and now Yanfei's a good friend who's also a lawyer? Ito, how do you keep doing this?
I like the sound of that. Now that you mention it, whew, I am famished. Oh, I can barely walk here.
I'm hungry too, Senpai. Why don't we head straight over?
Paimon too! Paimon wants to come too!
Paimon, we have other things to do.
Fine!
Alright, well, I promise I'll take good care of your friends from Inazuma. Take it easy, okay? What we just went through was a lot.
Yeah, it's been tough on everyone.
Oh, wait! Yelan left already. I was gonna treat her to some tea. But I'll take this to mean we're square.
Yeah. Dude is part of a literal gang and is friends with lawyers, so even though it's not an actual gang, it's still... Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
If anything, it works in his favour, because a lot of people, as we've seen, kind of still look back down and look bad at Oni and assume the Oni showing up are going to cause trouble. So, you know, it seemed like, oh, but that Oni has lawyer friends, he's fine, you know?
Traveler, flying lavender melon, Ushi has a couple words he'd like you to pass on for him.
What?
Oh, I want to hear this.
Me too. Count me in.
You need to translate what Ushi said for everyone.
Good idea! Let's do that!
What?
Paimon never would have guessed that Ushi was so
Oh, okay, it's
gentle
going to be, we all get to wait and see.
Never judge a bull by its cover, huh?
There's going to be some kind of surprise to, like, say thanks to Yelan for saving our ass.
Sometimes the profoundest truths can also be the simplest. I think Ushi's...
I like how they're trying to make it like Ushi some kind of prophet. It's like in the cartoon where it's like, this person said something, and you don't get to hear it, and everyone's like, wow, so informed. It's like, actually, it's like SpongeBob. It was like when Gary goes up on stage and goes, wow, and everyone goes, he has such a way with words. It's like, what did he say?
Betcha! Just leave it to us.
Alright, Ito, Shinobu, Ushi, let's go.
Oh, yeah! Grub time!
See you next time.
What about you, Shao?
Finished taking care of business?
Oh, there wasn't any business. We were just saying goodbye to our friends.
You're still here.
Oh, hey, Yelan.
I saw the two Inazumans leave with Yanfei, heading towards Liyue Harbor.
You can use their names. You don't have to just call them by the country they come from.
Aren't you going with them?
We still had some stuff we wanted to say to Xiao.
I figured as much. I've checked the area. Nothing strikes me as out of the ordinary. Looks like this chapter has come to a close. Now, I just need to take care of the confidentiality issues. Let's hope our friends from overseas can keep their mouths shut. For their own sakes.
We got it! We got it! We'll make sure they don't say anything. Please don't hurt them.
Oh,
You got a mean streak, Yelan.
you figured me out, huh? All right, I'll quit pulling your leg. Everyone really rose to the occasion this time. I won't ever forget what we went through. Where could that strange space have come from? And how has it existed down there undetected for so many years? I have to investigate this further. I have a feeling that whatever lies behind all this runs deep. Maybe so deep that no one can be allowed to know. Also, I think someone helped us out at the last minute.
Yeah, Zhongli did.
They did a good deed, of course, but somehow I couldn't tell anything about them. It must have been someone of great importance. Anyway, these questions will have to wait for another time. I have some follow-up work to do and reports to make. So it's back to Liyue Harbor for me. See you when I see you.
Bye, Yelan!
Alright.
You knew I was waiting for you?
Yeah, it was obvious.
Really? There's somewhere I want to go. If you have the time, you can join me.
Sure.
Where is it?
A place that has to do with the Yakshas.
Layers of Fear. A really shit horror game. And I wish I was saying that ironically. No. Layers of Fear really was like, wow, Bloober Team made this? Alright. And then Bloober Team continued to make nothing but really kind of subpar games. And it's like, alright. And they don't really seem to understand the horror they're making. They just slap things together and hope. And now there's rumored that they're in charge of the Silent Hill 2 remake. And it's like, you put a team that doesn't seem to understand horror in front of what's widely regarded as a literature masterpiece? Why? People were angry at the PS3 remasters for how much they butchered the original game. And, you know, replaced all the voice actors and everything. Now you're going to put it in front of make a remake in charge of a team that don't understand horror, but keep on making horrors?
The temple up ahead was built to remember Pervases. Maybe I came here because I had a realization.
Genuinely, that rumor scared the shit out of me. So I was like, no. It's one thing, you know, butchering Silent Hill's name even further than it already has been over the past 2 decades. It's a whole other thing to touch a literal goddamn masterpiece. You know, the reinventor of the wheel of horror. The most defining horror game ever made. And it's literally the birth point. We wouldn't have had Dead Space if not for Silent Hill 2. We wouldn't have had Amnesia if it wasn't for Silent Hill 2. We wouldn't have had all of these horror games if it wasn't for SH2 like laying the groundwork it did. You can't then give it to a team that don't understand horror to make it. Because all Bloober Team's horror games have done have put horror tropes together and call it a day. That's all meaningless. There's nothing to it. And that's why I didn't like Layers of Fear. It was just pointless jumps with no meaning, no significance. And then the medium tried to be more than that and tried to have a bigger plot, and all it did was blame the victim for sexual abuse and make it its entire plot point, and at the end of it not resolve or do anything with it, leaving a very, very bad message for anyone who struggled with that kind of thing. And it's like, and you want this team to make Silent Hill 2 again? Nah.
You mean back when we were
It's only rumored, we don't know if it's true, but it's a terrifying thought. Because Silent Hill genuinely hasn't been good since Team Silent disbanded. After Silent Hill 4 The Room, everything that's come after it has not been good. Whether it's Homecoming, whether it's Downpour, whether it's Shattered Memories, or anything else in between. We've had 8 bad Silent Hill games in a row because it's just been thrown around as a smorgasbord of horror. Instead of actually, you know, being what it was about, which is extremely intricate literature pieces with psychological themes. Silent Hill, I can't stress enough, if you're going to get Silent Hill, don't touch the HD remasters. It's hard, but hunt down the original copies on PS1 and PS2, because they are the best versions of the game. I can't stress enough. The first game is a great horror that's a bit simple in places because it was the first rodeo, but the second game, there's a reason why I praise it so highly. Even if I wasn't a Silent Hill fan, like I said, Silent Hill 2 is the reason the horror genre even fucking exists in gaming today. Because of what it did. It is such a fine-tuned work of art. Because of what Silent Hill 2 did, not only to differentiate itself from the first one, and become a complete outlier of the series. Because the original 4 games, Silent Hill works in a very particular way, as in the actual town of Silent Hill, works in a very particular kind of way in every game but 2. 2 is a complete outlier of its own franchise in how the game works and how its horror works. And they use that to tell one of the most thought-provoking and ultimately most unnervingly understanding stories I have ever played in a game. And it still, to this day, kind of gets to me when I think about it. It's like Silent Hill 2. It's one of those games where, like, anytime you talk to people like from the horror field, you know, like sometimes you hear a game and it's like every time you bring it up, everyone always brings it up, and you're like, Jesus Christ, why does everyone love this thing? Is it really that good? And you end up almost feeling like it might be slightly overrated. Silent Hill 2 is kind of that for the horror genre, but it deserves it. There's a reason why every single person who plays it loves it. Even people that aren't into horror. If you play the original version of Silent Hill 2, you're in for a goddamn treat. And the reason why I must stress the original, because the PS3 remake lost all the audio files, so they replaced the entire voice cast, and they replaced it with generic Hollywood faces, and none of it was good, and it lost a lot of its charm and charisma. The messages and the storytelling was still good, but the voice performance sounding so awkward and unnatural is what helped so much. Because a little trivia, and it's the same with Silent Hill 3, both Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3 were entirely motion captured. This was back in the early days of motion cap. This is 2000 and 2001, you know, like super early days of mocap. And it was also during a time where you could get away with a hell of a lot more when doing things with actors. Every single actor that did the motion capture and voice work for Silent Hill 2 and 3 were deliberately made to feel extremely uncomfortable at all times, regardless of whether they were on or off set. They felt like outsiders, they felt like they were borderline being abused. They were deliberately made to feel genuinely horrible and disgusting in themselves and hate everything and untrustworthy and like a lot of genuine psychological fuck around. But their performance that came from it is so uncanny in 2 and 3 because of it that they became so infamous. So the fact that the whole voice cast was replaced with generic Hollywood actors, you feel the difference immediately. Like, you need to play it on original hardware on PS2. And the thing is, and then afterwards, and this isn't the dog down the rest of the series, I know I'm going on about it, but like Silent Hill 3 is amazing, and Silent Hill 3 directly ties into the original, and ties like the original trilogy in a nice bow, because it links little things from the first, more the first than the second, because like I said, the second is a huge outlier, and there are some things that they just couldn't touch, because otherwise it would become contradictory, because of how different it was. But Silent Hill 3 is an amazing bookender. The problem with 3 is that it's, on its own, some of it isn't as significant. Like, 2 has some amazing gut punch moments that work even if you only play Silent Hill 2, because of how much of an outlier it is. Whilst 3, its biggest, most devastating plot twists, its biggest like blows that hit the player, only matter if you've played the original, to know what it links to know what it's talking about in advance. And then for The Room, although it does, it still shares the same idea of 1 and 3, it's very much its own beast, because it's more insulated. It's why its subtitle is The Room, because it's a lot more claustrophobic. It's more insulated to just the one character you play as, locked in a room, and he goes into like this hellscape in his mind to explore Silent Hill, but in reality he's still locked in this one room. And so it's a lot more claustrophobic, a lot more controlled, and its story is also really good. Like, Silent Hill, like, a lot of people casually will say play 2 and 4, they're amazing. But all 4 of them are great. It's just 1, being the first example, is a little bit more basic in places where it's like the first test. And getting the true ending in the first one is a little bit, like, not the easiest to figure out. Because you have to, like, out of, like, about 2/3 of the way through the game, backtrack into the whole Silent Hill town, go all the way to that this portside house that you've never had a reason to go to, and within it is a maze, and at the end of that maze is a vial that you then need to just happen to know to throw that vial at one particular boss later on. Like, it's not guide level bad, but you're probably not going to find it by accident on your first run. While Silent Hill 2 has one of the best ending deciders in any game ever. There's 3 possible endings in your first run, and it's dependent on how well you look after the main character and how long you spend in certain rooms. What I mean is the entire game is psychological warfare between an illusionary version of the main character's wife and the real version. And the more you spend time with one or the other, the more you resist one over the other, the more it affects the ending. However, the illusionary version will naturally start winning if James is at, the main character is at low health more often than not. So if you look after him, keep him in peak condition, always pay attention when it's the real wife's voice that you can hear, and kind of a dismissive to the illusionary, or let her get hurt in like the protective parts of the game, you will get the better endings. However, if you don't look after yourself and James is always barely clinging for life, or you ignore the wife at all times and whatnot, you lean on the worser endings, and then your options become suicide, leave alone, or adopt a kid. Adopt a kid being the best ending, suicide obviously being the worst. Or the drowned ending, as they call it, because, you know, just in case you needed to know how he killed himself. Silent Hill 3 is when they started changing the way it works a little bit. I don't think it's really possible for you to get the bad ending on accident. You have to really go out of your way to get it. And even then, like, the game only has, like, the one ending that you know it's the bad ending, and it's a cut ending, like, early kind of thing. Like, you know it's bad and you just work around it and carry on. it instead has a bunch of things where, depending on what you do on your first run, opens up doors to get alternate endings in New Game Plus. There's a point where the game asks you that you walk into a confession and there's a voice on the other side begging for forgiveness, and the game gives you an option to either be the role of the priest / god that they're praying to and say I forgive you, or to remain silent. If you choose to say okay, my mum just texted me, but if you choose to actually speak up and do something, you will gain the ability to lean into that cult in New Game Plus and get a cultish alternate ending. And Silent Hill 4, it has the joke endings and the weird endings in New Game Plus, but it's kind of structured into only one normal ending as well. So after the first two, the endings get a lot more streamlined for the first run, and it's only in NG Plus if you're more interested. But the beauty of NG Plus is that the game kind of fucking changes in New Game Plus a lot. And I mean a hell of a lot. In Silent Hill 3, they straight up have a section of the map where there's no threat whatsoever, and you're in the normal world, and it gets absorbed into Silent Hill's nightmare completely in New Game Plus, and suddenly it's like a blood-infested swamp, and it's like, it's not like that, and suddenly there's enemies everywhere, and it's a far harder experience to get through it. Like, they change it, they keep you guessing in New Game Plus. Even if you think you know what to expect, you don't, because things change, and I love that about the first 4 games. But after the 4th one, the team that made the game, Team Silent, completely disbanded, and Konami turned the franchise into a guinea pig. Literally every single Silent Hill game since then has been thrown to a different team than the last, and each one's been bad, because they haven't understood the DNA of those first 4 games and what made them so great. So let me just respond to my mama dearest. But now I've sat on this screen for forever, sorry. I grew up with Silent Hill as a kid over Resident Evil, which is why I hold a very special place in my heart for it, because I love the franchise. It not only got me into horror, it got me into psychological study. Especially the second game, because in 1 and 3, the reason why Silent Hill is the way it is because there's a god, there's an evil devil god in the town, making it like all broken and shit. In 2, there's no such devil god. Silent Hill 2 instead manifests based on who's there. So there's a girl who's like, in her version of Silent Hill, she'll be talking to you, and to you, the room is really worn down, broken, and busted, but to her, literally as she's talking to you, the entire room's on fire, because it's manifested different nightmares for both of you. And Silent Hill 2 as a whole becomes a very fucking fascinating study on mental health. Far better than most things ever, because you don't actually save that girl who sees the world on fire. You try and step in, you try and play the hero, you try and do it, but she walks away and you never save her. She becomes consumed by her traumas, and that's it. And some of the imagery as well, like fucking walking into a room and seeing that girl laying on the ground on her side, holding a knife with it like in front of her eyes and just doing this, like drawing circles, like the fucking imagery in Silent Hill 2. And like you know what it means, and once you beat the game, because you know that you don't save her, you know what she was thinking at that point. It's like, and the thing is, I'm not even spoiling anything. Silent Hill 2 is such a ridiculously like out there story and a ridiculous thing that executes it so perfectly that I can talk about moments and know I'm not even scratching the surface, you know? And how many games can you think do that? And the game's only like 10 hours long, and it does all that. Like, it's such a perfect psychological study game. The original Silent Hill 2 is such a godsend. Anyway, let's get on with the main plot. Now we talked about my genuine all-time favorite horror game franchise, if you couldn't tell already, and why I'm always so begrudged when a new Silent Hill thing is announced, because I know it won't be the same as the original, because it doesn't include the original team. And until it does... Yeah, I think Silent Hill 2, the actual PS2 copy, I think you can find that vaguely cheap. It's one on PS1 that can be a little awkward to get a hold of. Then yeah, I even more recommend it. It's a great study. It's from a study point of learning to understand everything. Because essentially, it's the same with every Silent Hill game of the original 4. All the demons you encounter are symbolic of whatever trauma or struggles the main character you're playing as has gone through. Like in the first game, he's terrified of not being able to find his missing child. So there's like wet nurses, you know, like the nurses that take care of babies when the mother can't, or dogs that kind of look like sperm dogs that kind of look like more like a string look to them, and maybe are white in places. Like, the horror that's around you is based on it. But then in the first game, you also learn of a girl that's been trapped there for such a long time that her mind has kind of exploded the monsters of Silent Hill onto everyone else. So some of the creatures you encounter are instead symbolic of her terrors instead of just your own. So the entire main franchise are really good for that. And it's like, because of it, you can kind of make your own conclusions of what you think is actually going on with some of the characters when you encounter some of the monsters. So then when it's revealed what's actually going on, you go, oh shit, or oh okay, or oh you got this right but not that, you know, sort of thing. Especially the third game, holy shit. The third game is juggling 3 different characters' nightmares at once, so it's an absolute treat trying to figure out whose is whose. Or between the nightmares of whose is what character's trauma given forth into a monster, and why is one particular little monster actively helping the main character, but at the same time clearly isn't on her side either. You know, like there's a lot of like,
words. Seeing Bosacius gave me the false impression that I'd traveled back into the past. You could dress up the Yaksha's life and call us valiant warriors, veterans of war.
And the last thing I'll talk about before I actually continue on this plot, because I need to get a move on and finish this plot at some point today. Silent Hill 3, in particular, the Silent Hill franchise, the main 4, never had the biggest of budgets. And because of that, you know, like when you're playing a horror game sometimes, they'll introduce a new monster, but they'll have like a really like high budget cutscene, or like a horror moment, like have a big cutscene introducing it. So the moment the cutscene starts, before the monster or moment happens, you already know something's happening. And that's what kind of gets you on the edge and like gets you ready, and then the jump scare or whatever happens and then you have your moment. 3 doesn't do that, because 3 didn't have the budget to. So you just walk into rooms and a completely new creature of chaos will just step right in front of you, and there's no cutscene, no introduction, this fucker's swinging at you and you're like, ah! And it's genuinely scarier because you don't know when it's coming, it just happens. Excuse me. Or like the goddamn mirror room. The mirror room in Silent Hill 3, and it's an entirely optional room. You never have to go in there for any reason, but if you do, you get the shit scared the hell out of you for your trouble. Because you go into a room, you walk forward, and it's just a giant mirror. But on the other side of the mirror, your version of Heather, the main character, is like covered in blood. She's drenched in it. You move around, try and explore a little bit, and you're like, okay, I'm not really sure what's going on here. You'll notice that the blood turns into like these little veins that leave the body and start heading towards that side of the mirror, and then cross the mirror into your side of the room. And at this point you're like, okay, I shouldn't stay here, shit's going on. And then the blooded reflection of yourself stops moving regardless of where you are. It will just freeze frame wherever it was you were moving and not stop being your reflection. And all of the blood will leave it and spread into your room and start to slowly consume the room. And you're like, okay, panic mode kicks in. The only exit is the way we came in from. You turn, go to the door. The door's fucking locked. You're like, huh? And like suddenly everything sets in. All the fear, all the terror. You're like, now what do I fucking do? The only exit's gone. So you pull out your gun, you shoot the mirror. Nothing happens. You're like, uh-oh. You start trying to look at blood plotches, see if you can interact with them. Nothing's happening. You start freaking out. It starts consuming more and more of the room. And you start to see like blood veins start to creep up your character's body. You finally go back to the door, open it, and it opens. And you just leave. And you're like, those bastards. You just leave. It's like it's an entirely optional room you never have to go to, and you just leave and you just go, those fuckers. There was no cutscene, no fancy pants introduction, no music cues, no nothing. An entirely optional room you had the misfortune of stumbling into, and you left traumatized. And it was there was nothing telling you to check the door again. You just freak out, and eventually when it starts to really consume you, and like the whole room is like this black and red blotch of disgusting freak show horror, you go back to the door, try and interact with it again, and it just happens to unlock. There's no sound cue, there's no thing, it's just up to you to figure it out. And it's not even like an Easter egg, like there's nothing in there. But the Silent Hill games encourage a lot of exploration, so there's a good chance you'll stumble into it, which is why they put it there. Because at some point, you're going to go back to older areas to just look around and see if you can find something new to figure out more of the puzzle or whatever, you know? And so you're likely to stumble into that room. But it's the fact that there's no reason for you to go there, it's just there to scare the shit out of you, is amazing. And it does it so well. And what helps is that Silent Hill 3... it has a cheat code on the main menu that unlocks basically a PC settings mode, where instead of it just being the usual settings board like volume and yada yada, it will come up with like pixel quality, picture quality, frame rate, like you know, what you would expect to be on PC settings. And if you put it in, you can adjust the graphics to sharp. And if you have a later end PS2, Silent Hill 3 for a 480p game, looks like it's at 1080. It looks like a 720 or 1080p game because of the sharp graphic settings. It cranks it up and makes everything super smooth and good. And so it's also a very good looking graphical game that then uses its opportunity to scare the shit out of you. And it's like, you know, like there's this very special place in my dark heart that I have for the 4 games of Silent Hill, because they were such a precise horror. And with their storytelling, with their psychological effects, and how they handled everything, they got to you, and they got to you good. Anyway, let's get back to this story, else I'll never get it done.
For Bosacius, perhaps dying in the heat of a great battle was no tragedy. And perhaps the same is true for me. After living so long, to die in the act of saving others would not have been a terrible thing.
I think you know that isn't true.
So maybe these thoughts are my own form of insanity.
Hey, don't say that.
Shao, we've got something to tell you.
Oh yeah, Ushi wanted us to tell you. It's very important. Ushi said he has the power to exorcise demons, so people use him to fend them off. But after he met Ito, he's never left his side. He also said that he doesn't have any grand philosophies. He just thinks we should spend our lives around the people who make us happiest. Maybe there aren't so many rules about how we should or shouldn't live our lives in this world after all. So, he hopes you can come to understand that even though the power of a yaksha may be harmful to other people, it doesn't mean you shouldn't hang out with them.
You mean to tell me Ito's pet cow said all of this? Okay. There will always be someone willing to be by your side.
Yep, like people with visions. They have more resistance against your power, right? And well, anyway, there's loads of people out there who really care about you.
Yeah, nice recovery, Paimon.
Suddenly you sound a lot like Bosacius and the others. They used to talk
I hope
about
we at least
how
get
they
to
hoped
see
live
the
a
other
mortal
ones.
life
I'd love to
once
see
the
what the
world
other
was at
Yakshas
peace.
actually look like before, you know, all this happened.
I was the only one who didn't
And then be
think that
miserable
way.
that they'll never be playable because they're all dead.
The Bosacius recorded in the Fantastic Compass had lost his sanity. He addressed the people around him as Alatus, Minogius, and others. These are the names of the 5 Yakshas. I am Alatus, and Minogius.
I had a
is
feeling 'cause he
General
said it in the
Capesus.
cutscene. He called himself General Alapis. And Menegalius is General Capesus.
The others are Bonus,
Okay, and then we are going to see
or
what they look
General
like up ahead then.
Chisapis,
Okay.
And Indarius, or General Musatus. I heard that people call the 5 of us Yakshas, the Guardian Adepti. Bosacius and Yelan's ancestors stayed underground to the end. So that space must have read their minds in their last moments as they approached death. Yelan was right.
Well, I'll see him in a minute. I've tried to avoid anything about
Both of our
the
proposals had their drawbacks.
this Archon
and both
quest,
were
so I can
sensible
experience it completely
suggestions.
blind as we go.
But
So
the
I don't know
power
what
of
they
that
look like, so I
space
look
was
forward to
far
that.
Beyond all of us. I couldn't have done all I did without everyone's help. Even in the final moments.
It makes me mad they might not be
took every
playable.
bit of my
Well,
power to
they
break
could make
free
up
from that
anything they
place.
want. They could find a way to make them playable if you want. I've said it before that I don't buy it that they'll never be like a thing. I think they'll find a way to like get them in.
Well, Paimon still thinks you were amazing.
Or do the whole thing like, you know, like how Yae Miko is kind of like the spiritual embodiment of one of Raiden's old friends from like 500 years ago. Like she has a near identical design, but just, you know, slightly different personality. They could do something like that. Like have like almost like a spiritual embodiment of, but later on.
Yenfei and Yelan are correct. I always prepare for the worst case scenario. This mindset is deeply rooted in me. Even so, it was the most optimistic solution I could think of. If Rex Lapis hadn't saved me in that moment, I don't think I would have been able to escape.
So that was Zhongli's power back there.
In the end, I still had to burden another.
But that's how it should be, right? You've known Zhongli,
Not yet.
Rex Lapis, for such a long time. And you've helped him before, so he helped you back. What's the big deal?
Supporting each other is how people survive.
Perhaps. In the moment that we escaped from that space, I could sense what was left of Bosacius's memory. If I had to say what I gained from this trip, I think that would be it.
I think
It's
I felt
good
it
that
too.
one more person will remember him.
Oh, here we go. Now I get to see them. Maybe.
Minogius, where have you been?
Okay. Asura's Wrath over there.
You're confused again. countless times.
I mean, I bought out my cam.
Boyang, a thaumaturge who fought with you in the chasm.
Boyang. Boyang. You are Boyang, but who am I?
Believe me, I want to know as much as you do. Here we are, the two who agreed to stay here together, and I can't even call you by your name. It's a shame.
Stay here? No. No, you have to leave.
Nonsense, Brother Yaksha. We're down here for good now. Don't you remember? It's too late to have regrets. The seal can't be broken.
The seal. Ah, yes. I'm a Yaksha who came here to fight.
Brother, are you okay?
Look at the state of me. I don't think I've got long now.
We're the only two left. Don't go dying on me. You know, today I saw my family down here. Clear as day. What do you think? Am I losing my mind now too?
Jesus Christ. The more you think about it, the more it's genuinely horrific and tragic. Just two people at the ends of their lives like this, knowing they're never going to escape, knowing they're just going to die of madness eventually. What a horrific thought, you know?
Of course I want to go home.
I must have family too.
You mean brothers and sisters? I'm sure you do.
Brothers and sisters. Yes, but who am I? And where is my family?
Brother, what's wrong? Hang in there. It's just you and me. Don't die before me.
Alatus, is that you?
Who's Alatus? Your memory's going again.
I'm sorry. You all have to see me in this state.
Brother!
Look, there's someone over there.
Who are they?
They're my... I remember now. I know you.
Oh, they are. Oh, come on! Those two look so cool. Look at those. Ah! Sorry, I spat like an idiot then.
You're awake. At least.
Oh, they look so cool. Oh, look at him! Oh, look at her!
Hey, Bosacious.
Bosacious.
I am Bosacious. And
Okay, yeah, they got to do something with them. There's no way they spent all that time designing characters that look that sick, and then just they say, no, they're dead. They're never coming back. They got to do something. I don't know what, don't know how, don't know when, but they're gonna do something. There's no way they're leaving it like that for forever long.
But I don't need to hold back as much when I talk to you. Have you ever had a moment where you felt like you were aware of your destiny? The potential of life? The approach of death? Whatever it might have been.
That looks so cool.
By now, I have accepted that destiny is the one disaster that the Yaksha know most keenly of all. We are destined to misery. And yet, we have no fear.
Xiao.
Are you sure it's okay for you to tell me all this?
It matters not. Rex Lapis had said that you are a witness. It is right that the events of the world are relayed to you. Bonanis, Menogius, and Indarius all perished, and only Bosacius' fate was unknown. This has always stung my heart like a thorn. That is why I went to the chasm, despite being fully aware of the danger. Now that I know what happened in the chasm back then, I can finally put this matter to rest. Before we left that place,
he has closure.
I picked up a
Good.
stone. I thought if I could take it out with me, I would place it in the temple to Pervases in memory of Bosacius. Unfortunately, the stone did not survive. Pervases died in the Archon War thousands of years ago. He was younger than us. And Bosacius was very sad when he passed.
I'm amazed how often I say often, it's like the third or fourth time we've come back to Pervases. I think it's really interesting that Pervases keeps on coming up.
Too many Yakshas have become casualties.
He was that integral even in death that he keeps on coming up like this.
Birds, scattered to the four corners of the world. And in the end, as Bonanna said, it's rare for a Yaksha to find repose for their soul. Bosacius, Boyang, and all those soldiers.
No, Shao. They were all heroes.
Heroes? I like that word.
Aww.
Maybe the world will never be free of disaster. But there is good in the world, too.
He's lightening up as well.
Even the darkest hearts have room for those they cherish.
Xiao's like the big, that's why I was almost half expecting him to die. Xiao shows up in a lot of quests involving Liyue. It feels like it's more of an inevitability that it's something's gonna happen to him.
I accept your advice. From this day on, heroes will always look out for each other.
Is that the end of this? Yep, that's the end of the interlude chapter of Heart and Soul. Oh shit, now we can do the rest of this challenge. And then that's the extras, which we'll worry about later. New quest. After returning to the chasm, you decide to take a walk in the city. Oh, so you have to do the chasm first before you can do it. Got it. And now can we finally as well, actually? Yeah, okay. So now we know what we're doing for the rest of this. Before we continue, though, I will do that next. Before we continue, I'm going to take like a 5 or 10 minute break. I'm going to leave the stream going, but I just want to refill my water, use the bathroom, because in the nicest possible way I've been needing to go for a little while. Cool off as well a little bit, because I'm starting to get quite hot and roasty in here. And then we'll come back and do the other quest. You observe Shao. Shao says nothing more. Complex emotions run across his face as he looks at the temple of Pervases. Sadness, disappointment, relief. They are all there, yet only a small part of the far larger world. I like that the subtitle name says the world is silent, no one speaks. Especially as akin to that of a person who's been out of the blizzard for too long and seen far too much before it's finally gaining a piece of respite from the battering snow. So yeah, I'll be back momentarily. Just like give me like 5 or 10 to just kind of cool off and reset, and then we'll do the next. We'll do the Yelan story quest. So back in a minute, though, guys.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off, and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off, and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. Whew, good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off, and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? Whew, good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off, and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
I'm back. Surprise! It's me. Hello. Hopefully that wasn't too long. We'll focus on Yelan's story quest, and if it ends up going by quick-ish, then we'll mess around with some of like the other event stuff, because that was actually pretty fun to mess around with. So I'll go here, see what this new story quest is about.
Traveler, Paimon, it's been a long time.
Oh no, you're that. Oh god, right, you're that secretary, I think.
Oh, hey, Horshin.
No, you're not. Actually, no, I'll take that back. You're not the one that's like stupendously flirtatious with us all the time. So I refilled my water bottle, so we're good.
Fancy meeting you here. How's work these days?
Thanks to the help of people like you and colleagues like Ganyu, better all the time. But I've been feeling distracted at work lately. I just feel constantly agitated.
Something happened?
It's a long story.
I mean, we just escaped the chasm, so I think we've got more reason to have problems, but
he's thinking of stepping
something
down
else?
from the Tianshu position due to health issues.
Huh? What's wrong with Uncle Tian?
Yeah, what's going on? I was thinking of Yinger. Yeah, that's exactly right. I was thinking of Yinger. I thought it was her for a minute. I was like, oh, here we go. It's the voice. It sounded kind of similar, alright?
Nothing specifically. He's not unwell. He says he's just increasingly low on energy these days. He's always said, old age comes for us all in the end.
Oh, Jesus. He's a very happy man, isn't he?
Still, I just can't help but feel a little emotional watching it happen to him. Anyway, my father's currently on the 2nd floor of Yangsheng Tea House. Why don't you come pay him a visit with me? He seems very fond of you, too. I'm sure chatting with you will make him very happy.
I'm letting a lot of natural light in, and I think that's affecting the light balance on the camera, because I'm looking at myself in the reflection, and I'm like, I look kind of dark. I know I always look kind of dark, but I look pretty dark, so if I just do that, hopefully the light correction on the camera will be better then.
Sure, let's go.
Oh, it's not perfect, but ultimately... Where did these fowls come from? What died? Anyway. Because they're spawning there, just like insta-killed them.
Uncle Tian, we're here to chat with you.
Oh, I remember
what
you.
What a lovely surprise. Welcome. Oishi, why don't you go downstairs and get the shopkeeper to make us a fresh pot of tea? I heard that you've been traveling all over the place recently. I would very much like to hear your adventure stories.
We're more concerned about your health, Uncle Sian.
Hoishin told you, didn't she?
I gotta get going. Alright, no worries, John. You take care, dude.
I'm quite alright. It's just the years gradually catching up with me. As I grow older, I'm starting to find that with many things, though the mind is willing...
God, this guy talks very slow.
Weak. Especially recently, I've noticed a rather drastic drop in my energy levels. I am still very much in good standing as the Tianshu today. Nevertheless, I wish to pass on the position before
come on, old man, get your point.
Begins to decline beyond redemption.
How difficult is it to transfer the Tianshu position?
Oh, well, you see...
The Tianshu is a rather unique position amongst the Liyue Kuising. Historically speaking, the Tianshu rarely appears in public. We stay behind the scenes, planning and giving advice, so the public selection process would not be suitable. We want to keep any prospective Tianshu candidates free from influence by outside forces, so we tend to be as discreet as possible in their assessment and appointment. For these reasons, the incumbent Tianshu typically recommend their candidates of choice, and this is then approved by the other choosing members.
So in other words...
This guy talks so fucking slow.
And then Lady Keqing, Lady Ningguang, and the other Qixing appoint them?
Correct.
Correct. Unfortunately, due to my health, I won't be able to assess every candidate myself.
Not to despair.
Not to despair, however, because I have found someone exceptionally capable to act on my behalf or as an assessment officer. In fact, I believe you recently became acquainted with her yourself.
Oh? Who is it?
Yelan.
I'm heartbroken. I thought it might take you a little longer than this to forget all about me.
Oh, and that's why you have to do the Archon quest before you can hang out with Yelan. 9% of this story quest length will be this dude talking. Yeah, right? So now we know why you have to do the main story before this, because because of that line, really. That whole, well, you've already met her before.
Jackpot. Uncle Tian here asked me to assess 3 candidates for him. Fancy joining me? You'll be among the first to get to know the next Tianshu. Might be a good opportunity for you.
I mean, damn, sure.
What do you think?
That's a good opportunity.
I think so too.
I thought you could just say, no, I'm not interested. What the fuck?
Alright then. Though,
yeah, these are people we might have to serve at some point when we're around, or at least help out, so it'd be nice to know them.
My work's of the covert variety too. Don't you think I might make a good Tianshu?
Huh?
I think you're a little too...
Yelan,
I think you're a little too covert, Yelan.
I'm not opposed to the idea, but I
Yeah,
suspect Ningguang wouldn't.
I think you've been a spy for too many years for Ningguang to just let that slide.
Working together. So how about this? If your investigation reveals that none of the other candidates are qualified,
I'll recommend you for the job. Yep, okay, got it.
Well, you guys take your time. Everything's all set for the assessments to go ahead. Meet me on the first floor when you're ready. Until then, have a pleasant conversation. Oh, and no need to pay for your tea. As the new owner of this fine establishment, this runs on the house.
New owner? She just brought out the tea house? Huh.
You're all set?
Uncle Tian seems really worn down.
He's retired. I knew he was. They were talking about him retiring and whatnot. I didn't realize Yelan was the one that brought it out.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess it makes sense. There's a place where the lie low, like hidden in plain sight, but
he's
still.
Not cut out for this anymore. So he's recommended 3 candidates. Their names are Qinwei, Mingbo, and Zhi.
I'm not going to remember those names.
Qinwei is a wealthy entrepreneur.
Okay.
Mingbo works at the Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Okay, so we've got his foot in the doors.
Zhi is focused on study and travel.
Okay, he's the least interesting of the lot. Businessman, lawyer-esque person, a traveler. You know, like there's a bit of a contrast here.
Try to keep all that in mind. Of course, it doesn't really matter if you forget, since we'll be assessing them at Yuehai Pavilion in a short while.
Qianwei, Mingbo, Zhi. Paimon should be able to remember their names, but what does the assessment involve exactly?
Let's leave that until we get to Yuehai Pavilion. All right. Heads in the game, people. The stakes don't get much higher than a change in the Qixing.
Yeah, right?
We can't afford to miss anything, no matter how small.
Got it. We'll keep our eyes wide open.
Alright, this will be walking like one of them's like a blatant treasure hoarder, one of them's blatant for Tui. Oh, it's nice to be here though. It's not as nostalgic to be here as it is returning to Mondstadt, but there is always still a sense of nostalgia because of how much of 1.0 we all spent in here, you know? You know, back when the game first came out and we didn't know what to expect in any sense of the word, and I hadn't like really seen that many trailers, I didn't know a whole nother country was just going to be over the hills looking for resources. So stumbling into Liyue for the first time back in 1.0, not knowing it was there, was so cool. And then exploring everything for like that first week when no one knew anything to eventually get to the point we're at. Like, I kind of... Like, my favourite memories of this game are back when no one knew anything. And everyone was just figuring shit out between us, and it was like this really crazy big adventure, and that was it. No one knew anything else beyond that.
My legs are getting sore. What is wrong with this assessment officer? This is a huge occasion, and I don't even get a chair.
Okay, so you're not the one. I was shocked when I discovered how huge the map was at first. Yeah, imagine when, like, we get to, like, Snezhnaya and, like, a new player hops in. You know, like, and they have, you know, Mondstadt, Liyue, Inazuma, Sumeru, Fontaine, Natlan, Snezhnaya to explore. It's like, fuck, like, you know, that'd be almost... I say, like, even the game when it launched was kind of daunting to go and explore. Imagine how crazy it would be for a newcomer then. You know, like, you pick a direction, it just says more regions and more countries and more areas. It's just like, oh my god.
I've dealt with all kinds of people in my time, but never have I been made to stand while I'm waiting for an appointment.
Okay, so, we already know that he's not going to be worthy.
Oh, I mean, I think it's fine.
That's called being complacent. If you're happy to just accept the way things are, you'll never be able to change anything in the future.
Oh, come on. That's just... Now you're just...
He has no confidence, so it won't be him either. So it's just the last guy.
All right, you two. Let's not get into a big argument over this. It's not worth it. Qianwei, that was a bit uncalled for. And Mingbo, cut him some slack. We've all been standing
so so the traveler... Okay, so business head on the left, civil dude on the right, maybe, or the other way around. I'm going to say the business head's on the left, because he seems arrogant enough. And the lawyer dude on the right, which is why he's a bit more controlled, a bit more calm. And then this guy's the traveler.
Look, how about this? There's no rule saying we're obliged to stand up while we wait, so why don't we borrow some chairs from the guild nearby?
Fine. They're not the best quality chairs, to be sure. But under the circumstances, it would be better than nothing.
You enter the assessment venue of Yelan.
It looks like all 3 candidates have arrived.
Oh, it was those 3?
Mm-hmm. We'll meet them formally soon. Before that, let me run you through the assessment process. I've split it into 2 stages. Current affairs and planning, and face-to-face interview.
Oh, Jesus.
In the first stage, candidates are required to submit a manifesto for Liyue's development. In the second stage, we will ask them some questions in person.
So what are you contributing to the country, and then we interrogate you? God, imagine if they did that with actual politicians, and then you actually checked that shit. You know, like there'd be so many problems that might be solved.
Writing a manifesto
instead of just showing up with money and going
so I
in.
informed them of this requirement in advance. These are the reports they submitted.
Wow, one of them is really thick.
It's also worth mentioning a stipulation I gave them. Whoever is appointed as the new Tianshu will be expected to implement their plan as put forward in their manifesto.
Which is how it should be.
Failing the occurrence of some cataclysmic event, they will not be permitted to change their plan. Therefore, these 3 piles of documents in front of us represent where each candidate stands on key policy issues. There's still some time. Have a skim through, get a first impression of what each person's proposing.
Oh,
I'll
do
be
I have
waiting
to?
off to the side. Just let me know when you're done.
You're gonna make me study this? Oh, Jesus. Addresses commercial issues and provides some penetrating analysis. His views seem to be that regulation and incentives are both indispensable. Okay, so not him, because regulations are there for a reason. Sheishi's manifesto covers domestic affairs, foreign affairs, and checks and balances all in great detail. The focus seems to be problem solving. It provides concise and clear solutions to various problems. It's so thick that you only have time to skim through it roughly. Okay, so the super tall one's the Traveller. And then Mingbo's manifesto covers domestic affairs quite comprehensively, focusing on people's livelihoods. The core principle seems the greater good means a world that works for everyone. Yeah, it's never that easy though. Okay, I think the Traveller's got the best idea. Like, the Traveller's like, let's solve it one problem at a time. The business guy is like, ah, no, fuck him, let's just make it work for us. And the other guy's a little too hopeful.
Finished, huh? What did you think?
Everyone took it very seriously.
Of course they did. They have the chance to be picked as the new Tianshu, so you can bet they're putting their best foot forward. And keep in mind, whoever gets in has to execute their plan as written. Nobody wants to have any regrets.
What do you think, Yelan?
That's for me to know.
Of course you'd say that.
Out. We can talk more after the interviews.
She's like, no, make your own impression
we'll see
first.
The candidates now. Let's do one at a time.
Starting with the business head.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh? So you two are the assessment officers, are you? I had assumed that given the great import of this situation, Lady Ningguang would perhaps be assessing us in person. I certainly hadn't imagined I'd be seeing 2 entirely unfamiliar faces. I trust you've read through my manifesto? I'd be more than happy to clarify any details you found difficult to grasp.
Oh, Jesus Christ, this guy's so arrogant.
It was written with an expert audience in mind, after all.
He's literally just called us dumb. He said it was written for an expert audience. He's saying, oh, I'll explain it if you don't understand it, because I think you're stupid. That's literally what he's saying.
Mind your tone, mister.
Relax. It wasn't intended as a personal slight against anyone in particular. I was simply stating a fact.
Man, your communication skills. You learned from Cloud Retainer?
Cloud Retainer? You know this Adeptus?
Oh, so now you recognize me. Yeah, hi, yes, I saved your country twice.
Now. You must be the Traveller.
Stopped it from a big evil monster, and then saved it from the big evil monster's like married partner, as Shenhe, like a year later. Hi, yeah, you owe me.
With your sterling reputation, you must have a respectable level of erudition. Perhaps you will be able to understand the concepts I.
And he still thinks we're stupid. He's still downplaying us.
Yeah, although I shouldn't get my hopes up.
All right, let's see how smart you are now. After asking... Oh, we don't get to ask him himself?
Oh. Is it my turn?
Yes. Please, introduce yourself.
I'm, Mingbo. I work in the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Okay, you need a bit more oomph in your step.
I've worked there for, 9 years, 5 months, and 3 days. In that time, I've handled, 2,347 cases.
We can figure out how many that is in a day. Hang on. As loud vehicles pass by. Okay, 365. 365 times... Let me get the calculator. Do I have a calculator app on this, or do I just need to... Okay, I do have a calculator app. 365 times 9... Plus... I'll just average it to speed it up. Plus 150. So about halfway through-ish to the year. And then... 3435. Let me clear this. 3435 divided by 2347. He's done 1.5 case a day for 9 years. On average. He's done 1.46, like about 1.5 cases. So sometimes he's doing 2 cases a day. So he's quite a busy man then.
I have 12 active cases at the moment. They should be concluded in 16 days. My current work is related to urban planning, and I'm also responsible for auditing the accounts. To be more precise, there are 3 parts to the accounts, namely...
Is it just Paimon, or is he not very good?
Yeah, the first dude is really selfish, arrogant, and downplays it. This guy doesn't have any public speaking or ability.
You know what? Let's leave the self-introduction there and move on to some questions.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Aw. So the first 2 aren't good, so let's go see Shiji. I can't pronounce that name, I'm sorry.
Hello? Not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little nervous. What would you like to know? You're here to assess me, so ask away, and
he's the
I'll
most
answer your
earnest.
questions to the best of my ability.
Your manifesto is very wide in its scope, but you don't seem to be personally involved in many of the specific fields.
And the fact that...
How can you be sure that you have the
And the fact that
ability
this
to
one's
put your
actually
plan
got
into
part of the
action?
interview in, it's like, yeah, this is the guy who matters of the 3. That was blunt.
Very fair question. I completely understand where you're coming from, but I'm confident in my plan. I've visited many different places, talked to lots of people with far more expertise than myself, and my manifesto is the conclusion of these efforts. Of course, 2 different problems can be interconnected in very complicated ways, and you might reach 2 very contradictory conclusions depending on which one you're focusing on. What I've tried to do is strike a balance. In other words, present an optimal solution to all the problems as a whole.
How do you plan to determine whether you are right or wrong about your proposed solution being the optimal one?
A great question. Well, I'd start by having my colleagues and the secretaries of the Yuehai Pavilion evaluate any proposals before implementation. Post-implementation, it would all come down to the results. If it turned out that my judgment was to blame for poor results, I would take responsibility.
Nice answer. All right, next question.
Alright, so he's like the only one who's actually decent.
Great guy. Everything he said was thoughtful and logical, and he was just a pleasure to listen to.
I imagine Yelan's gonna be like, nah. So I'm gonna be like the naive one and go, I agree.
Here's my take on what we just learned. As you saw, Qianwei is highly knowledgeable. He proposes many excellent ideas in his manifesto, which effectively target the big issues. But he is very proud and incredibly stubborn. He doesn't care much about other people's feelings. Mingboa's plan is more thorough and more measured. You can tell he's meticulous in his work.
But he's not a public
detail-oriented.
speaker at all.
But he and Qianwei are otherwise polar opposites. Mingboa is not very articulate and comes across as very timid in conversation.
Which for his position wouldn't help him.
Perfect summary. Paimon couldn't agree more. You're good at this, Yelan.
Last but not least, Jur-E. His manifesto is full of pertinent details, his methodology is sound, and his proposals cover a broad range of fields, which is quite a rare feat. The depth he goes into in each and every area means it can only be a product of painstaking work. Plus, he is modest and good at dealing with people. But what really interests me is that many of his views happen to coincide with Uncle Tien's. Having someone like Jur-E take the position would certainly put Uncle Tien's mind at rest.
But Yelan's hesitating, I'm guessing, because she wants hoping for something new.
Great.
We'll see.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
go
what
back
I'm
and report to
guessing.
Uncle
That's
Tien.
but do you really want it to just be the same old, like a almost carbon copy replacement of him?
Take it easy.
That's got to be the discussion point. I can hear it already. The fact that I don't know if you've seen the comparison. because Yelan has that bracelet on her right wrist, right, that glows and charges. When it's like this supercharge, the blast radius of that attack, it's actually bigger than Ganyu's double charge. By like 3 whole blocks. Like, it's got like the biggest AoE splash of a bow attack in the game. It's literally bigger than Ganyu's by a stretch. So obviously when you're in battle, the only way to get it back is to clip 3 or more enemies with this. Well, I said, you can clip 1 or 2, there's a chance you'll get it, but it's only a chance. It's like 34%, 66%, 100%. So if you get 3, you're guaranteed to get it back. Or if you're out of combat, it comes back. But if you're in combat and you don't get it, you don't get it. But yeah, no, the blast radius on this is why I just like free tap those birds, because I knew I'd get them, because the blast radius is ridiculous. Actually, if I break away for this for a split second, you can literally become Timmy's worst nightmare. You know, Timmy already has it bad, and it's like you can just go, da da da. You know? Anyway, now I've traumatized Timmy again. Let's go back. Because the blast radius is so big, it's insane. I'll never have a problem getting food ever again.
I see. Then it's more or less as I anticipated.
Alright. Then let me ask
Also,
this.
yeah, you can tell, if you hadn't guessed already, you can tell I'm playing on PS5 because of how goddamn how quick the load is between quick travels. Like, it's such a breath of fresh air after the PS4 version. It's like the slowest thing on earth. And it's like you're always, even not the mobile phone players are waiting for the PS4 players to catch up in online, and you come to PS5 and you're there first. You're not even past like some of the high spec PC players. You're like, is it? You feel so powerful.
I didn't want to say anything when I gave you the list of candidates, for fear of affecting your judgment. But I can tell you now, those 3 candidates have all studied under me in the past. It's only natural that they share some similarities with me. But Xin Wei went on to focus on his business, and Ming Guo has always been occupied with his work at the Ministry of
Go ahead out now, I've got
Civil
stuff around the
Affairs.
house. Okay, no worries, dude.
Of all of them,
I don't know how long this story quest will be, but I'm going to wrap up this, and then depending, like if it's short, I'm going to do more of the event stuff, like do more of the dungeon stuff that's there. If it's long, then I'll probably wrap up and just do the event stuff off screen, because it's just more grind work. And then I should, keyword should, be back tomorrow with Castlevania. Get back on that and try and get that done before the end of the week, so I can go back, because then I can justify going back to Blue Reflection next week. Yeah, you too, dude. You take care.
Whoa! So how did you get to know them all, Uncle Tian?
Chen Wei was referred to me by an old friend.
By an old
Guo
friend.
came to my attention in the course.
Oh, right, yeah, this guy talks super slow.
As for a jury...
That was pure happenstance. We first met while fishing. Gradually, we got to know each other. We started discussing all sorts of topics. Shiri came from a poor family, and his parents died when he was very young. But he was a gifted student and a fast learner. He reminded me of a younger version of myself, so I started out giving him a few words of advice when we were out fishing, and I noticed how quickly he caught on. Sounds like he's family to you. Quite, and now all of a sudden he's grown into a mature young man. It's quite a joy to see, but it also gets one thinking. The young are growing up, and I am growing old. How time flies. No one can escape the cycle of life.
I don't know, Uncle Tian. You still seem in pretty good shape to me. You might have another few years of work left in you, don't you think?
Oh, you.
You don't need to console me. Having less energy than I used to isn't such a bad thing. It just means I finally have a good reason to retire and spend my days doing what old men like me should be doing, going fishing whenever I feel like.
Sounds like you sure love fishing, Uncle Tian.
Yeah, I know some people that are like that too.
There's nothing quite like
fishing to pass the time, and freshly caught fish. They make the most beautiful fish soup, and barely any preparation required. This isn't a dig at the voice actor, for the record. I can almost guarantee it's like, no, you're slowing down old man sort of thing. It's just the voice actor doing their job. It's so slow. It's so slow. I know I'd be more patient, but at the same time I'm like, everyone else is talking at a normal pace, and he's just like, yes. And it's like, come on. Also, some time ago, Shuri purchased a very special recipe from an old fisherman. When we've been fishing recently, Shuri always brings some extra ingredients he prepared in advance. The addition of these makes the soup taste even more wonderful. That flavor makes for a fond memory. But at my age, who knows how many more chances I have left to taste it again. Very many, I'm sure.
Oh, can Paimon come next time too? Paimon really wants to try it.
Let's get back to the matter at hand. Uncle Tien, we've reported back. Do you have a verdict?
Mm-hmm. I appointed you as the assessment officer, and I trust your judgment. Had you not asked me why Juri's ideas were so similar to mine, I was not going to mention my history with any of them. This decision must be guided by what is fair and right. Please disregard all other considerations.
The first person doesn't care about people, the second person can't talk. Shuri's the only one that matters.
A thorough review of each candidate's talents and capabilities. Remember, you must be thorough.
Understood. Come on, let's go talk somewhere else.
Bye-bye, Uncle Tien. Look after yourself. So, it's gonna be Juri, right? His manifesto was written well, and he's the best speaker.
Easy. Let's not rush. There's no time limit for this assessment.
Huh? So, are you gonna
No, I think she's going to do some digging into their private life to see if all of them are who they say they are.
No, nothing like that. The assessment itself is complete. But let me
Yeah,
give you a
she's
word
saying
of
that, I think she cottoned on that maybe something wasn't quite right with Shuri and she's going to want to look into it first.
The biggest no-no in intelligence work is to only get information from the person of interest themselves.
Mm-hmm.
The truth is almost always hidden beneath many layers of deception. You have to get information through many different channels. For example, Wenyuan, Shanghua.
Yes?
Where'd they come from?
What are your orders?
This is a spy network, isn't it?
Where did they come from?
Did they scare you? These two are Wenyuan and Shanghua. They work for me. As my trusted assistants, they are always standing guard nearby. They also perform various assignments as required. Shanghua is a business expert who gets his information by
Like little spy, like just like this cunning spy working under a ruthless leader, and both of them just go carry on. There's something kind of funny about that.
That meathead must have been out there on sea surveillance for some time now. Is he all right? I seem to remember that he can't swim.
Nothing can take that guy down. Certainly not a little wind and waves.
Shanghua, visit all the commerce guilds and look into Qianwei's background. Wenyuan, go to the Ministry of Civil Affairs and look through Mingbo's work files.
Yes, ma'am.
So what about Juri?
No, well, that's our job. Because those two really don't matter. It's only about Juri.
Obviously, as the most promising candidate, we will be investigating him ourselves. Let's go to the docks first. Lots of people passing through there. You can find out all kinds of things.
If we're looking for information, why don't we try talking to Bolai, the owner of Wanyu Boutique? He does business at the North Wharf. Maybe he has some news for us.
That's actually not a bad idea. Let's go and ask him.
Alright. Oh, that's like right there. Let's just go this way. It's like, should I warp? No, I don't think I need to.
Huh? What's Bolai doing here today?
Look, your asking price for this batch is just too high. I can't buy in at this price. How am I supposed to turn a profit?
Come on, hear me out. I'm telling you, this is the single best batch of
Oh god, this guy again. Trying to do another deal that might be shady again.
I accidentally dropped one into a well, and even the water turned sweet.
Even so...
Alright. I'll let you in on a little secret. The boss of Second Life also wants to buy from me, but I haven't responded yet. If you won't take him, I'll just have to partner with them instead. And neither of us wants that.
Okay, well, when you put it that way, I'll accept your asking price.
That easily tricked, Bolai? You're an idiot.
Don't sell a single one to Second Life.
The trader who's negotiating with Bolai leaves. Never the sharpest, are you?
Oh, what are you doing here?
Watching you get scammed?
And to be clear, these Sunsetias are mine. I got to them first. Don't get any ideas.
Got more than enough in my bag.
We want to ask you about a guy called Juri. Have you heard of him before?
Juri? Yes, he's quite well known. I've heard a story about him. They say he was born into poverty. His parents died
that all
when
tracks
he
so
was
far.
young, and he was treated cruelly by the local community. One of his neighbors was terribly rude to him all the time, but Juri never retaliated. And when his neighbor went bankrupt, he even helped support the family. He returned cruelty with kindness, injustice with peace offerings. A gentleman of talent and character, and... oh, how did I not notice him sooner? In fact, maybe I'm not too late. If I could hire him to be the brand ambassador for Wanyo Boutique.
Oh, he sounds like a decent man. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Why are you asking about him anyway? You aren't looking for a brand ambassador too, are you? Well then, in that case, the higher bidder takes the... Ah, that's Juri right over there. Why don't we go and talk to him?
Where? Where?
It's him, all right. Looks like he's chatting with Yelan. Come on, let's follow him.
Are you going to do stealth missions?
Try not to let him see you.
Yeah, we're going to do stealth missions.
Want this information to be as truthful as possible.
I'll just go and fetch an employment contract. And hey, don't try and cut me out of this. Hey!
Sneaking mission? Yep.
Let's walk and talk. So, you were looking to buy a wineware set? Oh, now I can see that you're a connoisseur, so I won't bother trying to con you.
You mean you would have it with someone else?
Our shop quite well?
The truth is, an old friend of mine, who likes to have a drink now and then, he fancies himself as a man of culture, but doesn't care for needless extravagance. So I thought I might buy him a set of high-quality fakes.
How very thoughtful of you. Leave it to me, then. Come and collect it at Shigu Antiques whenever is convenient.
Thank you very much, Miss Yelan.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Juri. These days, it's quite rare for someone of your standing to still keep up with their old friends. It's nice to see. I'll be sure to pick out a good set for you. You can count on me.
So he's a good man, but he's still doing something that's kind of technically wrong.
Juri seems to get along really well with everyone.
He wants to like support his friend, but it's a fake set, so...
Satisfied now, Yelan? Seems like everyone thinks Juri's a great guy.
We shouldn't jump to conclusions just yet. Let's go check out the wharf where he usually goes fishing.
Do we have to? Wait. You're not just trying to dig up some dirt on Juri because you want to be Tianchu yourself, are you?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. But hey, if I do become Tianshu, I'll look out for you guys. You'll be able to try all the finest food for free.
She's trying.
How does that sound?
We will? Well, come on! Off to the South Wharf we go!
That's on the other side of town, so I'll just warp there. Well, warp as quick as we can.
The wharf is as busy as ever. I hear the anglers here sometimes sell their fish to the nearby fishmongers. Let's see what Uncle Soon has to say.
Okay, where is he?
Take it easy.
Take it easy. That sprint sound.
Welcome. What would you like to buy today?
We had to ask you about someone.
Sorry to interrupt. We're actually members of the, Liyue Anglers Association, and we just wanted to ask a few questions about someone. We've heard about this young man called Juri, who's supposed to be a fantastic fisherman. Just wondering if you happen to have heard of him?
Whoa! Yelan made up a whole fake identity.
No, she went, but that was about it.
Ah, yes, Juri. He's been making quite a name for himself recently. I've got some friends who travel all over the place, and they tell me everywhere they go they meet someone who's heard of him. Apparently, he had a rather tough time growing up. Had to work several jobs alongside his studies to
Still nothing, Yelan. I think you're going to have to admit defeat at this rate.
How does that saying go? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Well, if there's anything to that logic, he's sure to be phenomenally successful one day.
Yeah, we think so too.
But I'm afraid your Anglers Association might be in for a disappointment.
Oh, here we go.
Why's that?
He's good at a lot of things, but fishing isn't one of them. He fishes at the wharf and sells what he catches to me on occasion. His catches are always mediocre. Not terrible, but
that's not enough
nothing to write home about. If you're looking to recruit some new members, though, I do know a few top anglers I could put you in touch with.
That sounds fantastic. I've got a couple of other things to attend to right now, though, so why don't I come back some other time and we can chat over a drink?
Sure thing. See you.
Everywhere they go, they meet someone who's heard of him. Come on, let's keep asking around.
Here to buy some fish? It's 300 for 1 or 3 for 1,000. You better hurry. When they're gone, they're gone.
Hello, we're from the Society for Fish Price Research. We'd just like to ask a few questions.
Wow, she switched identity again.
Yeah, she takes a second, but she gets there.
Society for Fish Price Research? I haven't done anything illegal. Stay out of my business.
Please, don't worry. We're just here to conduct a simple survey. We've heard about a certain Jur-E who's been selling fresh fish at low prices in this area recently. Do you know anything about this?
So this isn't about me. You should have said something, you know. I know the guy. I can tell you what I know. I haven't heard anything about him selling fresh fish at low prices, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was him.
Oh? Why is that?
Because he's so poor. His parents died when he was very young, and his alcoholic father still owed a huge amount of debt. No one wanted anything to do with him. He was still a kid when he first came to the wharf. His clothes were ragged, and he had a bandage wrapped around his head, and he managed to survive, thanks to Uncle Tien, who gave him some food. But still to this day, he doesn't have a lot of mora to his name. I mean, he can afford to eat and everything, but you'll often see him haggling with others over just a few mora. So, I wouldn't be surprised to find out he's been selling a few fish. It's not like he catches much anyway, so it's not going to affect my business. Don't tell him I said that.
You'd rather he didn't know?
Well, I spoke to him once, briefly, and I just had a feeling that he really cares what other people think of him. I think he has pretty low self-esteem, but hey, it's hardly my place to say anything. What he's achieved already puts most people to shame.
Okay.
And nobody's perfect. I just wouldn't want to upset him, that's all.
I see. Well, thank you for sharing that with us.
Not a problem. And just for the record, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the price of my fish.
The more times you say it, the less convincing it becomes.
Doesn't have a lot of mora to his name. Okay, let's keep going.
There'll be someone else over here to talk to, I presume. Like this kid.
Hey, it's you guys. Wait, what's the phrase? Oh yeah. Honored to meet you. What brings you to me?
The truth is, we are but newcomers to this territory. We heard tell of a great martial artist, Master Dugu, who
Up to it again.
knows everything there is to know. Hence, we sought you out to ask for your guidance.
Really? People said I know everything there is to know?
But of course. We also heard that Master Dugu is a kind and virtuous swordsman who never turns away anyone who comes with questions.
Great! So what do you wish to know? Nothing happens on this street that I don't know about.
Now she's lying to a kid.
He seems to have made his day.
So, Master Dugu, have you heard of one by the name of Jur-E?
Sure have. You mean that guy that all the grown-ups are talking about these days? I've heard many tales of Jur-E. For example,
I can't remember.
Probably because it's nothing that important. I prefer stories about sword-fighting heroes.
Oh, I can completely understand that. Then let me ask you this. Do you remember roughly when the grown-ups started talking about Jur-E?
Oh. I think I know what she's playing at. I think she's saying that this is all like an implanted belief. It's like they only started talking about him really, really recently, and yet they keep on acting like they've always known him. And it's like it's all like a set-up story. It's not actually his actual story.
Oh yeah, I know that. It was about 2 or 3 months ago. Before that, people always used to talk about Jur-E in a kind of nasty tone of voice.
Yep, he swiveled a story.
2 or 3 months ago, suddenly everyone started to like him. Sometimes he gives me candies. So I'm glad that people are starting to like him now.
Just as I thought.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, just as I thought, Master Dugu is indeed as kind and virtuous as the legends claim.
I'm not that great. Oh yeah, one other thing. These days, there's a lot of people I've never seen before talking about Jur-E stories in the street. They seem like nice people.
Oh, definitely.
Great! So next time I see them, I'll say hi. And I guess I can share some of my candies with them too.
Certainly. You can also tell my friend in Yenshang Tea House about what they're up to. I'm sure my friend would also like to say hi to them.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Well then, fare thee well, Master Dugu.
Until we meet again.
Aww. Yeah, this guy's playing a game.
Any of that sounds strange to you?
Yeah, I heard it.
Strange? What was strange about it? Jur-E seems to have a great reputation. Uncle Soon and Uncle Gao spoke
yeah, but it's all set up.
And Dugu Shuo seems to like him too.
True. But the issue is, where did his sudden celebrity come from? It almost seems too good to be true.
Sudden? Too good to be true? What do you mean?
So he returns cruelty with kindness, and had to work to support his studies. These are the kinds of things that make someone well known in their hometown. But Uncle Soon said even his friends who travel far and wide hear about him wherever they go. That's a little over the top, if you ask me. Do you remember what Dugu Shuo said about Jur-E's stories? Clearly they left him with a good impression of the guy. But beyond that, he wasn't interested in the details. That's the reaction I would expect from any normal person. Plus, there's the fact that all this praise of Jur-E has only been happening within the last 2 or 3 months. His childhood, his studies, the thing with his neighbor. None of these are recent events. So why are these stories only going around now?
When you put it like that, it is kinda strange.
Of course, if that's all there was to it, I wouldn't look into it any further. Jur-E was born into a poor family. Paying people to get his stories out there is within the rules of the game as far as I'm concerned. The problem is, do you remember what Uncle Gao said about him? He's stayed poor his whole life. Everything he's earned he's either spent on studying, traveling, or paying off debts. I don't think he has the mora to pay for a publicity campaign. Right.
Maybe he's working with someone.
Changes everything. It could mean a powerful faction is trying to gain influence over the Liu at Xixing. That's the worst case scenario. But all too often, the most pessimistic speculation turns out to be closest to the truth.
Someone's trying to gain influence over the Xixing? That sounds serious. What should we do? Even if we asked Jur-E about it, surely there's no way he'd admit it.
First, we need to find out who's supporting him. Don't worry, I've got a plan. Remember the current affairs and planning stage of the assessment? Since the successful candidate is duty-bound to implement their plan after taking office, their manifesto tells us their stance on key issues. Whoever is secretly helping Jur-E must be seeking to benefit from his actions after his appointment. So, we should be able to find some hints in Jur-E's manifesto on who we're dealing with.
Okay.
Come on, let's get back to Yenshang Tea House.
It's going to be difficult to fight the habit to not play as anyone else at this now. Oh, whoops, I accidentally started the world quest that's here. The little world quest we had to do. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to... Whoops. He really is over there. Hey, Zhongli. Oh, it's you two. Can I ask you about something? Would you mind waiting for a moment? I'm currently in the middle of something. What are you busy with? Speaking of which, you think you managed to return so quickly? What speed? Zhongli, are these your friends? They often come in to look for you. Yes, they are old acquaintances of mine. Splendid. Since you two are also here, could you help me persuade Zhongli to sell his archaic stone, please? It's archaic stone? What do you want one of those for? Do you know, archaic stones are highly sought after now. It's not a matter of price, for there is barely any supply on the market. I was telling stories as usual today, and Zhongli dropped by as usual too. Somehow we talked about my Through the Eyes of a Dragon, one of my finest works, would you say myself? Oh, you mean that story? It's a good one, isn't it? Zhongli also says my storytelling is superb. At first I thought it was just an erudite gentleman who knew a lot about folk culture, but as it turns out he was well versed in history and mythology, so I often trouble him with various questions I've got. The pleasure is all mine. Don't be so modest. You've helped me a lot, but come to think of it, the act of chatting is pleasurable only because you're talking to the right person. Zhongli, for instance, is a good chatting companion with many fantastic ideas, and to be honest, lots of far-fetched theories too. There was one time when I told him, see, my story first tells how Rex Lapis carved Ajdahar out of a magical rock, then elaborates on how they fought side by side across the four corners of the world. Isn't it just memorizing? And he said the story is a true masterpiece save some inaccurate details. According to some researchers, Rex Lapis may not have possessed the skills required to create such a work of craftsmanship. What a bummer. And there was another time where I told him about the serpent of Quinsay village, and he didn't buy the story at all, saying it was too good to be true for the serpent to transform into a beautiful landscape. I wonder if too much knowledge can stifle imagination. What a shame that someone as well cultured as Zhongli should fail to appreciate the aesthetic of artistic creation. I hardly object to your criticism. I shall keep it in mind. But your stories are always marked by wild imaginations. I just point out what I notice as an ordinary listener and hope that it might be of use to you. Some storytelling requires a sharp mind. I'm sure a storyteller such as you can certainly understand where I'm coming from. Those are the heartfelt reactions from a devoted audience member. Alright, I know your good intentions. You want to become the best storyteller in Leeway Harbor. This means to say that your details of your stories aren't correct. We were talking about stories here. What has this got to do with the archaic stone? It's back on topic. So I thought Through the Eyes of a Dragon again the other day. Aren't you ever worried that your audience will get bored if you always tell the same story? Some stories are worth being told time after time, forever and ever. His stories are meant to be told repeatedly. It takes time and creativity to come up with new plots after all. See, Zhongli gets me. Anyway, that day a miner, the leader of the mining crew, was out for work and happened to pass by when I was telling the story. He told me, well, do you know about the chasm? There's a type of incredible beautiful stone to be found in that place. Such stones have a faint and exquisite luster. I can find them somewhere in a long and winding tunnel of the chasm. What did you say? I think tunnel is the word he used, right? You would probably say that. The chasm must be quite a mysterious place, if even someone as well travelled as Zhongli has ever been there. I guess that's got to be because no one was allowed to go until recently when mining operations resumed, and I only heard about it from others. Yes indeed. The miner said that the stone springs forth within a tunnel. No one knows who built it. All they know is that the tunnel meanders forward as if created by someone dragging something colossal down. The sheer view of it is most awe-inspiring. Apparently some say it's a place might have perhaps been an ancient battlefield. But who fought there, we may never know. So I thought of Rex Lapis and Ajdahar could have fought it there. Actually, I've been working on a new story lately. It'd be nice if you could put some plot into it, so I thought. So I invited Zhongli over to ask for his ideas, and to my surprise, he's in possession of an archaic stone. He said he brought it from a merchant at a market. He's got good taste, and he wouldn't miss a true treasure, so I was thinking that the stone could make the ideal testament to my story. So if Zhongli doesn't object, I'd like to purchase the stone as a memento. Zhongli, are you going to sell him that stone? Yes. Jian is an ingenious storyteller, and I enjoy his stories very much. It's my pleasure to be able to contribute to his creation. Eh? That said, if I sold him the stone, it would undermine the credibility of his story. As we have discussed before, Rex Lapis sealed Ajdahar underground. According to experts, there are many caves and mining tunnels in the chasm. It would be a constant disturbance to people there if Ajdahar really was sealed there. Would Rex Lapis not have considered that? That makes sense. You're right, Rex Lapis wouldn't have done something so careless. Yeah, that's a good point. To be honest, I want to exchange my favourite folding fan for Zhongli's archaic stone. Huh? There's an illustration on it. I love to have this fan in hand when telling through the eyes of a dragon. Upon it is drawn a dragon soaring into the skies, its body free to roam the world, and its spirit unbound to aim high. It's an inspiring view. Wow, that sort of fan's really rare, you know. Even Paimon wants it now. Oh wait, don't we have an archaic stone too? Really? Would you mind giving it to me? You can have my folding fan. Might I have a word? Your archaic stone is precious indeed, and your folding fan is also a work of art. I would advise against exchanging them as you would ordinary goods. Well, if you say so. Actually, you know, I have more than one such fan. You drew the illustrations on them, and that already makes them special. Anyone who enjoys your storytelling would rejoice if they were given such a generous gift. Really? You're right. I truly am fortunate to have devoted listeners who understand my stories, and I couldn't ask for more than that, could I? To be honest, I made these fans so that I could one day gift them to like-minded audiences. And you certainly are such audiences, so they were always meant to be yours. Please wait here for me to fetch them. Fetches 2 folding fans and gifts them to you and Zhongli. Can I really keep this? Of course, you are my audience, and that makes you a worthy recipient. Besides, I made several such fans, so don't worry, just take it. And Zhongli, there is no need to be formal with me either. It is a handmade fan. I hope you are not too meagre a gift for you. I'll gladly take it then. Thank you. An exquisite work of art indeed. It is truly something worth treasuring. Alright, actually, we came to ask Zhongli about something. Can we talk to him for a moment? Oh, have I taken up so much of your time? Oh dear. Well then, please go ahead. There's no need to apologize. You have my gratitude. Zhongli, were you at the chasm? And you saved us too, didn't you? Thank you. Xiao also said that he wouldn't have been able to escape without your help. Oh, did he say so? Interesting. How time flies. Even he has learned to open up to others. What were you doing at the chasm? Was I at the chasm? How curious. I must admit that this is the first time that I'm hearing of such a thing. Stop playing dumb! Now why would I play dumb? This fan is a high quality indeed. Zhongli! Now that I am on vacation, I just take my time and walk around. I'd say that anything I run into is a happenstance of fate, for which I shall take no credit. Come to think of it, it's nice to travel to different places and witness many things in this vast world. They always bring old memories back. Do you miss the past? Not at all. I am immortal now. Being mortal means living in the present. A dragon soaring into the skies, its body free to roam the world, and its spirit unbound to aim high. Most inspiring indeed. With much to be perceived in the four corners of the world, and much to marvel at amongst the mountains and waters, I believe I must travel still more in the future. Okay, and that was it. Now we have our fan.
Take it easy.
But that was a nice little extra, I suppose. A nice little just like break up.
Jur-E's manifesto covers a huge range of topics. Looking for details that don't add up will be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. I'll divide the reports into 2 piles. You take one, I'll take the other. When we're finished, we'll put our heads together. Officially, the assessment is already over, and I'll be expected to announce the results before long. So we have to get to the bottom of this as quickly as we can.
Yikes! We better hurry!
Whatever else Uncle Tian might think of Jur-E, the fact remains that he's one of his favorite students. Any evidence he's left is not going to be immediately obvious. We'll have to look carefully and think critically.
Okay.
Even though Yelan took half, this is still a lot to get through. Well, we gotta start somewhere.
Due to a variety of factors, sea storms have become stronger in recent years. I suggest we set up a special patrol unit to deal with sea monsters. The fleet should consist of the following. Yada yada yada. Much of Liyue's folklore suggests that Rex Lapis left a great deal of wealth in the mountains of Liyue. However, due to obstacles hindering the evacuation operation in the chasm, many projects have been called off. The workers of the Blackcliff Forge have been idle near the Golden House for a long time now. They should be giving first refusal to any suitable projects arise. Yeah, that makes sense. The treacherous terrain over Huwan Stone Forest and Xingyan Peak means the area has weak transport links. The sheer mountain peaks are connected only by rope bridges. They are dangerous to walk on and wholly unsuited for the transportation of goods. These areas are rich in medicinal herbs and ore deposits. Building a road network around the mountains would be beneficial for everyone. That seemed pretty good.
This reading is giving Paimon a headache. Let's take a break.
Looks like I'm the first one back, as usual.
Oh, hey! It's one of Yelan's little helpers, Shanghua! If you're back, that means you finished.
I'm glad you remember which one was investigating what, Paimon, because I don't remember.
You betcha. I visited all the commerce guilds and gathered a wealth of information. Every time they asked me to leave, but I always had another trick up my sleeve.
Don't drag this out. Just tell us your findings.
Yes, Lady Yelan. To summarize my findings, most people who've had interactions with Qianwei will start out complaining about how proud and arrogant he is, but then go on to give a generally positive appraisal of him. The young master of the Feiyun Commerce Guild said that Qianwei appears arrogant, but he's very scrupulous in the way he works.
Appears? He is. He literally talked down on us the whole time.
Once he signs a contract with somebody, he treats them fairly, regardless of their background.
Who'd have thought?
Is it possible that his reputation is fake? Is there any way you can check the accounts of the businesses under his name?
In theory, that should be very difficult. But here's the thing. I asked around and found out that almost all of Qianwei's accounts are open to the public.
Oh, so he's not hiding anything.
Sells to should be confidential business information, but he doesn't seem interested in protecting it at all. Qianwei often sees business opportunities that others don't, but once he's made enough mora off of it, it's like he gets sick of it and releases all of his trade secrets. It's like he wants people to know that they still can't beat him, even if he shares all of his secrets. The fact that someone like that can still make mora is pretty infuriating when you think about it.
What a strange guy. It's like
he's doing it for competition.
To make mora, but instead
to validate his theories. No wonder his manifesto contains so many insights. It's all the result of his first-hand experimentation.
I'm back! Huh? How come you're here?
Why do you think? Obviously, because I possess superior skills, and am always one step ahead of the competition. Well, when you're the competition, at least.
You... whatever. I'm not getting into an argument with you. If I hadn't had something else to take care of on the way, I would have been back long before you. Lady Yelan, I have finished investigating Mingbois.
Well, we're all ears.
The Ministry of Civil Affairs says that Mingbois struggles to get his words out when he gets nervous. Especially when he's chatting with strangers. But after a few days of getting to know him, you can pretty much have a normal conversation with him. On the whole, the feedback from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was very positive. He always considers the things that everyone else overlooks.
In your opinion, was the Ministry of Civil Affairs' appraisal of Mingbois at all exaggerated?
I don't believe so. Mingbois is someone who has slowly but surely earned the reputation he has today.
So the guy who seemed perfect was the one who brought his reputation, seemingly, or at least is serving another purpose, while the other two that look problematic is because they are more experienced. Got it.
According to Miss Yu, the Ministry often gets Mingbois to take a final look at projects before they're implemented. People feel much more confident in something if it has his stamp of approval. Oh, and also, there was once someone in the Ministry who was lying and cheating to try to advance their career. Mingbois gave them the scolding of a lifetime. Apparently, he can be terrifying when he loses his temper. I haven't seen it for myself, though.
Whoa, that's hard to imagine.
Like I said before, things are not always as they appear.
Ah, so that's what you meant by that. I'm starting to get it now.
Thank you both. You're free to go now.
Okay.
So, have you finished reading the manifesto?
We still have a bit left.
Just reading the manifesto of Yelan.
I can't see any immediate problems looking at the individual entries. The only one that strikes me as a little unusual is the Qiangshu Pool redevelopment plan.
What's that?
Qiangshu Pool has always been home to many secrets. Plus, Ajdaha once wrought havoc there, so there are even more secrets buried deep underground. At some point, a rumor began to go around that there is great treasure buried beneath Qiangshu Pool. A long time ago, with the approval of the Qixing, a mining team conducted an exploratory excavation there.
So, did they find any treasure?
None. The ruin was completely impenetrable. The only way they could have gotten through the solid rock would have been by blowing it open with a special kind of explosive. The technology wasn't mature enough at that time, so the excavation project was shut down and the treasure became a mere legend. Jur-E's manifesto focuses on solving problems, and this treasure hunt seems extremely risky. It seems out of step with the rest of his plans. Still, this one fact alone doesn't tell us much. Everyone wants to get their hands on this treasure. The treasure hoarders, the Fatui, even local Liyue factions. Did you find anything?
Excavation? Project? Treasure? Did we read anything similar in our half of the manifesto?
Yeah, the rock chapter.
Oh yeah! Jur-E said the Blackcliff Forge workers should get right of first refusal if any suitable projects come up.
Did he now? Well, that makes everything much clearer. So Jur-E wants the Blackcliff Forge to excavate the treasure of Qingshu Pool.
Does that mean the Blackcliff Forge is Jur-E's secret supporter?
No, not likely. I've looked into the Blackcliff Forge before. They aren't involved with any powerful factions at present.
Yeah, but maybe one of the people within it are.
They do possess some specialized explosives, but it would seem more trouble than it's worth to put so many resources into a risky project like this. Still, since the clues are pointing toward the Blackcliff Forge, we should see where they lead. We may well find something new.
Shenwei and Mingbok both turned out to be completely different than what we thought.
Yeah, I mean, the first guy's still a bit of an arse, and the second guy's supposed to find his footing first. Right, Jade Chamber's quick as warp, and then we'll just jump off.
This is the Blackcliff Forge. Let's look around for clues.
So, anything strange, Bingo?
Excuse me?
Just, you know.
Huh?
I don't think we're going to get anywhere as...
Yeah, that's like, we don't have anything to go off. I thought that was a worthless conversation, because I saw this, and just so I went to talk. Nothing of note happened today, nothing of note today. Payday. 3 new recruits joined. Can't believe they're willing to join us at a time like this. One of the new recruits is very skilled. He may be a team leader. Nothing of note happened today.
What's this? A diary?
From the back, it looks like a ledger. But it seems they also use it as a site log. We don't know who wrote it, but it's interesting, don't you think? These newcomers, who could have sent them?
You think they're suspicious?
Yes. Look, it says right there, one of them's already been promoted to team leader. At this rate, by the time the Qingshu Pool redevelopment plan is ready to roll, they'll be the technical backbone of the team. That'll give them the chance to take a lot of liberties. They can copy any secret texts or steal any treasure they find underground. Imagine if we didn't suspect anything. By the time Jur-E recommends the Blackcliff Forge for the excavation project, at most we would maybe do a fresh background check on the place. No red flags if all they did was change some key staff. And even if we decided to vet the staff individually, they'd have had more than enough time by then to come up with fake identities. That's the advantage of planning this far in advance. It was a clever move.
When you put it like that, it all makes sense. If we hadn't found this out, someone else would have stolen the treasure. So, who's really behind all this?
That's a question for the newcomers. But let's start with that worker over there for now.
Excuse us. We want to ask you about the newcomers.
You want them to teach you or something? I gotta say, these newcomers are in tip-top shape. Fast learners, too. They're picking up all the skills unbelievably fast. My only complaint is that they're always going out drinking at night. But they never let us join them.
Pretty reconvening plans.
I guess they just need some time to adjust. I'm sure we'll get to know each other over time.
They go out drinking. This area isn't exactly renowned for the nightlife. I'm guessing it's a long trip to the nearest tavern.
You got that right. They tell me they go all the way back to Liyue Harbor to drink at Wanmin Restaurant. It rained after work today. so they actually stuck around at the site for a while. But as soon as the rain stopped, they went out drinking again right away. Hey, you're only young once, right? I say, if they can hack it, let them at it.
Interesting. Let's go talk somewhere else.
She takes you to a quieter place.
Looks like our hunch was on the Mora. These newcomers are very suspicious. Drinking in Liyue Harbor, huh? Some cover story. I'll wager they've been going to intelligence updates. Good thing it rained today. It means they'll leave footprints. I doubt they'd
Oh,
give
so the
themselves
rain
away
was
that
actually
easily,
plot relevant.
but
Interesting.
Let's follow them and try our luck. Take it easy.
They went that way! Hurry, we gotta catch up! These footprints are heading towards Liyue Harbor. Maybe we were wrong about them.
Just as I thought. They didn't go to Liyue Harbor. They went that way.
They broke off into a cave.
The footprints stop here. But, judging from the direction, I'm guessing their destination was that abandoned house.
Strips of dirt, like bamboo mats, slept here. Bamboo mats nowhere to be seen now. Fire decently distinguished, I imagine. Not long ago. So there may have been a fight here, but it's hard to say for certain. Require a professional, but who? Found a fresh fruit pile and a pile of leaves. It's like someone was here recently, but you can't find any more clues.
Looks like we were too. This has gotta be where the newcomers rendezvous with whoever they're working for. But all the evidence has been destroyed. Look at these ashes. Someone was burning documents not long before we arrived.
Could there be anything left? Maybe the wind could have blown the fire out before everything was finished burning.
The odds of that are very slim. It's practically impossible. I've checked. All the paper's been burned. There's only ash left now.
Why don't we wait for them back at the Black Cliff Forge? They've got to go back there sooner or later.
We can't count on that. Clearly they were based here at one point, but it's mysteriously abandoned now. To me, that says that whoever's behind this has moved them somewhere else, to throw our investigation off course.
Darn! Guess this is where our trail runs cold.
Make no mistake, the purpose of our trip wasn't to find any solid evidence. We just need to figure out who's behind Jur-E. I smelled something peculiar the moment I came in. Those newcomers probably thought they'd be safe as long as they burned the letters. But what they failed to consider is that paper and ink...
You're gonna tell me she smelled the ink?
Different
and the ink clued her in on where the ink came from?
Really? Paimon can't smell anything. Do you smell anything?
It's not a very gentle fragrance.
There is a certain place with a freezing cold climate, where there's nothing but ice as far as the eye can see. Some wealthy people there put floral fragrance in their ink as a way of injecting a little romance into their writing. When that fragrant ink is burned, this is the exact odor that it leaves behind. Exactly. The evidence will soon be blown away by the wind, so it's nothing we can arrest anyone with. But it's all I need. Now I know who we're dealing with. I can plan our next move.
Lady Yelan! Oh, thank goodness I finally found you. I thought I'd never see you again.
Don't be alarmed. This is Upei. He's Wenyuan and Shanghua's colleague. I sent him to look into Jur-E's regular contacts. Since Jur-E likes fishing, Upei thought he might know some of the fishermen and sailors.
Oh, that's convenient.
So he took a boat
Don't worry,
out to
there's another
sea to
person who
ask
has
around.
more information, so our lead isn't over.
I left him a note at Yenshang Tea House telling him to look for me at Black Cliff Forge when he got back. If there'd been an ambush waiting for us there, it means we'd have had some backup. So, what did you find out at sea?
Forgive my incompetence. I'm afraid I've come up empty-handed. I asked all the fishermen multiple times, but none of them had any interactions with Jur-E before. Then the waves got so choppy I ended up falling overboard.
Oh no, they did mention this guy. They're like, oh, I wonder if he's doing alright. He can't even swim. That bit.
When I got back, I heard that you'd gone to Blackcliff Forge and might need backup, so I went straight there as fast as I could. Didn't even stop to change my clothes.
Well, Uncle Tien said that Jur-E once bought a recipe from one of the fishermen. Did you hear anything about that at all?
What? That's news to me.
Yeah, and that's information. The fact that he doesn't know anything is information to us.
No, that's not possible. It's absolutely not possible. Lady Yelan, I'm telling you, I spoke to every single fisherman out there, and none of them mentioned anything about a recipe.
Interesting. Then I wonder how that even more wonderful fish soup came about.
Fish soup? What fish soup?
Nothing. Our priority right now is to find a way to get our hands on some solid evidence. Well, any suggestions?
Catch them red-handed?
Not a bad idea. Upe, what do you think?
Honestly, I've already tried following Jur-E, but the guy's too cautious. Never meets with anyone suspicious.
Okay, so tailing's out.
No, we'll still need to tail him. But first, we need to do some groundwork.
Groundwork?
When you've worked in intelligence for a long time, you'll understand that no one can stay on high alert forever. Especially when he thinks he's about to win. Tomorrow morning, I'll announce his victory at your high pavilion. Take a guess what you think he'll do next. Be sure to arrive on time. You won't want to miss the show.
Gonna bait him in right then and there. That's what she's gonna do. I'll wait till between 9 and 11 next day. There we are. It's getting exciting now. I probably should have walked back to the town first. Oh well. Union Pavilions, it's right there, so I'll just walk to this and drop down.
This blinding sunlight is such a pain. No way I can get a nap in this weather.
Yelan, Yelan. I'm getting better at it. I'm calling her Yelan more often than Yelan. It's just, it's an old habit. It's hard to kill.
It looks like we're all here. Well then, time for me to announce the results of the assessment process. I won't drone on about the importance of the Tianshu role. Suffice to say that Uncle Tien entrusted me with the monumentally important task of assessing the candidates. And now, it falls to me to give him a satisfactory answer.
All of us here know the score. Don't beat around the bush, just get on with it.
Qianwei has many pioneering ideas, but some of his plans are lacking in detail, and he easily gets into testy exchanges with other people. Mingbo is reliable, but not quite ambitious enough, and because of his personality, he struggles to win people over. In contrast, Jur-E is evenly balanced across the board, and enjoys an excellent reputation in Liyue after much consideration. I have decided to recommend Jur-E to the Liyue Qixing.
What?
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Honestly, I'm a little surprised to hear my name being announced. In my estimation, all three of us are worthy candidates for the Tianshu position. As your competitor, I've become keenly aware of your great talents. Would either of you entertain the possibility of working with me in the future and taking on some of my workload?
I'll have to see. I'm in a bad mood. This is the last thing I want to be thinking about right now.
Well, at least he's honest.
I don't mind, as long as I can help.
Okay, well, that's all from me. Jur-E, you'll have some preparation to do. It won't be long before you're informed of your official appointment. I hope you will work hard and make Uncle Tien proud.
I will live up to the Tianshu name. On this, you have my word. I should go. I need to pack my things, and then I think a celebratory meal is in order. Would anyone like to join me?
Count me out. I'm not in the mood for a celebration.
Jur-E seems pretty relaxed now. This would be a good time to follow him.
Hey, Traveler, tell me something. What exactly does that guy have that I don't? If you can't answer that, I'm not accepting this result.
I, also wouldn't mind knowing.
Oh no, if we get stuck here, we won't be able to leave.
Follow him.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I would say Yelan's way more than on it. Funny persuading Shinson and Mingbo to leave.
We finally got rid of them.
Lady Yelan, Juri has gone towards Feiyun Slope.
Follow him, quickly.
So Juri really sided with the Fatui? But Uncle Tian thinks so highly of him. Why would he do this?
Difficult to say, but everything should become a lot clearer when we find him.
Yeah, let's see how this ends out. If he's actually trouble, if it's good intentions and we just misjudged. So either way, the Fatui involvement is suspicious.
I'm sorry, Lady Yelan. We lost him. He's too good at this. We weren't able to keep following him without being seen.
How the heck did he manage to shake Yelan's sportness? I guess Juri didn't let his guard down. Still as vigilant as ever.
No, Upe says he's much more relaxed than usual. Maybe it's just how he's wired. Perceptive enough to sense when he's being watched.
But how?
Don't blame yourselves. Let's not forget he was trained by Uncle Tian himself. Evading detection is not an unusual skill for him to have. If I'd asked you to tail Uncle Tian, you'd have ended up at a dead end too.
Which means we follow Uncle Tian's old tactics to find him.
Xinyue Kiosk. He only went in briefly. Upe and I were watching outside the whole time. A few moments later, a man dressed in a completely different outfit came out. Upe had a feeling that it was him, but we couldn't get close enough to check without blowing our cover. I figured that if we spooked him, it would undo what we've accomplished today so far. Another option would have been to arrest him there and then, but without any evidence, that would have been meaningless. So I stopped Upe, and I stayed here to wait for you while that meathead went to ask around in Xinyue Kiosk.
Good work. The fish didn't take the bait, but that's okay. As long as he's still swimming around, we'll find a way to catch him eventually.
Alright, enough of the fish metaphors, Yelan. Like, we're getting to see, like, the artist at work with Yelan here. I like these kind of story quests more than the other ones. Because you get some where it's like, you just get like you're helping them out with something else, and then there's others where they're clearly in control and know what they're doing. Like Yanfei's, actually. It's like you just get to see the artist at work, you get to see them do what they do best, and that's it.
Could you explain to me how that works? A guy like him comes in, changes his whole outfit right under your nose, and you don't even ask him about it?
Our customers are free to dress however they please. What grounds would I have to question him?
Okay, fair enough, but didn't you think it was just a little bit strange?
Well, maybe I did, but it still doesn't give me the right to stop him.
Enough. Let's tone this down a little. I'll make this quick. Just one question. What did he buy while he was here?
Oh, he didn't buy anything. He just picked up a bottle of liquor that he ordered ages ago.
A bottle of liquor?
Yes, a very strong kind. Fiery, with a rich flavor. Not something the average customer would order. This gentleman ordered it in person from us a long time ago. He was only here today to pick it up.
Liquor and wineware. I see. Let's go.
Where to?
Shigu Antiques.
Where? I'm not 100% certain I know where that is. Oh, this Antiques. Got it.
Hey, Miss Linlong. Sorry to bother you. Jur-E ordered a wanware set from you not long ago, right? We're friends of his. He's been telling us how impressed he is with the quality, considering how affordable it was. So we just had to come and take a look for ourselves.
Sure. Which model are you looking for?
We don't really know a whole lot about wineware. Let's just go with Jur-E's choice. Would you be able to show us the one he bought?
Jur-E picked up his set not long ago. As a quality imitation of an antique wineware set, it has the look and feel of a luxury item. Just so you're aware, we don't have many of this model left in stock. And now that Mr. Jur-E has taken one, I'm afraid it may encourage the price to go up a little.
Don't worry, price shouldn't be an issue. I'm sure we can work something out. But I'm just a little hazy on one thing. Did Jur-E's wineware set include wine glasses, or...?
For this set, the wine glasses are sold separately. Minimum purchase is 1 glass, maximum is 4. Mr. Jur-E bought 2.
Okay. Thanks, Linlong. Seems there's a little more to buying wineware than I first thought. We'll have to mull it over.
Well, don't take too long. We could sell out any day now. All right, see you next time.
You find a quiet place nearby. We're gonna go, alright everyone.
Into a real headache.
I'd just like to point out that we have the self-professed Grand Master of Fieldwork here to thank for being wholly incapable of tailing an ordinary civilian without being seen.
It's not like you did any better.
My specialty is information trading, okay? I don't have the physical agility. What's your excuse?
Fair point.
Yelan, so has the plan failed? Oh, if we can't figure out where Jerry went, there's not much we can do. But why was he buying liquor at Shinue Kiosk anyway? To celebrate?
If so, it's no ordinary celebration.
What do you mean?
First of all, Jur-E isn't much of a drinker. On some level, he hates alcohol because of what it did to his father.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If he was just looking to celebrate by himself, he wouldn't spend his meager savings on an expensive bottle of alcohol, let alone buy a pair of special wine glasses. No,
okay.
This is a victory feast, held in honor of Jur-E's private sponsor. Whoever this person is clearly enjoys hard liquor and has a very high status. Hence the need for expensive-looking wineware. Now, where might we find Fatui who match that description, I wonder?
Fatui officials. Should be either the Snezhnayan Embassy or the Northland Bank.
Have both locations surrounded. Take as many people as you need.
Lady Yelan, is it time for us to make our move? If so, you can count me in.
Get with the program, would you? This is a covert surveillance operation. Jur-E may be vigilant, but that doesn't mean the same is true for his drinking buddy. In which case, we don't need to change tactics. Just change who we're following.
Great idea! So we just need to find out who Jur-E bought that liquor for and follow them instead!
But Lady Yelan, if we get caught, this could become a major diplomatic incident.
I'm well aware, but don't you see? Jur-E is gambling everything on this. If we really want to catch him, we're going to have to accept a little risk ourselves. Stick to your orders, and make sure we're covering all other bases too. Anywhere else Jur-E might be going. I want eyes on those locations.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't worry, Lady Yelan. Jur-E may be a slippery character, but we'll keep a close watch on the movements of all Fatui officials.
I'll be waiting for you at the tea house. If I'm guessing correctly, Fatui officials
nighttime. In the evening now. I know I'm not talking as much during this story quest, but I'm just interested to see where it goes. Go to the tea house after 8. Okay. So literally, like right nearby. I was so busy spinning the finger. I was like, hang on a minute. No, we're right there. And we'll go. I think this is the only thing. I noticed it's been like Genshin's formula since day one, but it's like almost every single story quest is sitting around chatting and seeing things crazy going on, and they're interesting, but it's like they're not the most engaging. You guys kind of sit back and listen a lot.
The embassy alone. He's heading in the direction of Qingshu Pool.
Qingshu Pool? That's the place Jur-E mentioned in his manifesto.
It looks like that's where they've arranged to meet. Sensible choice, I'll give them that. Qingshu Pool is always crawling with monsters. Most people wouldn't dream of
Oh, and this is where your Yelan demonstration would be.
Need to worry about being seen.
Oh no, we gotta go get them!
Let's go. If my hunch is correct, we just might hit the jackpot this time.
She likes that word. She's turning into a little bit of a Dante there. She keeps on saying jackpot. Alright, let's go over to the pool. And find what dungeon is there that we're going to do that will be the Yelan official like demonstration thing.
Full of ruins, crawling with monsters. Anyone with any sense steers well clear of this place. I've looked into the place before. There's a worker's entrance somewhere around here. Follow me. There's been some work done on this place in the past, but it's a bit of a labyrinth inside. I can't guarantee we'll be safe once we're underground. The workers left an emergency access route. If we can find it, this will be a much easier journey. Still, be ready to fight at any moment. Any resistance needs to be taken out quickly and quietly. We don't want to attract too much attention.
Don't worry, we're all professionals here. By the way, Yelan, where are your 3 little helpers at?
They have other things to take care of first. We couldn't afford to wait for them, but they'll join us later.
Okay. That's it for the rewards? Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's just go. Okay, is this my Yelan? No. Alright, this is guest Yelan. God damn it.
Busted. Shudder.
Can I swap? Thank you.
Quietly.
It's the wrong way round. All the characters are in the wrong slot because of this goddamn guest thing. That's so annoying.
As I expected. But this shouldn't be too much trouble.
Oh, now we've got a puzzle. Great.
I see that? That's gotta be the Fatui ambassador here to meet Ji. That must be the emergency access route, right? Come on, let's hurry.
Yep. We gotta solve this first, right?
This is the construction workers' emergency access route, but it's closed tight. Trying to break through would be risky. Let's see if we can find another way.
Gotcha. Vengeance will be mine.
It's great. We haven't really done much combat in this whole stream. We've done so many story beats.
Yeah.
Of course, that thing just went under just before. There we go. Okay. Does that mean that rechannels the water?
The water's gone down. Hey, look! Is that another way through?
And we're going to activate these and then move them around into the light bit. Or something to that extent. Love the music, all the little beeps and boops it's doing. Okay, 2 more things to find. So there's not really much of a puzzle, it's just fulfill the objective until everything slots into place.
Beg for mercy.
I am going to press right to get Raiden and it's not because of the team rearrangement. Move from this side, okay. Let's head back and put this in the slot. So you don't have to worry about it later. There we go.
Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over. Illusion shattered.
God, that power is so good. Her burst is so helpful because it just builds up and up and up and up. We'll get this first. I mean, I should be able to just continue straight through and open this door from the other side. Well, that's deeper than I thought it would be. Okay, can you get up from the water? Is there somewhere safe to get up from the water? There we go. Wasn't expecting to dive into the deep end. And this will block off a different... Oh no, open it up a different route. So that will now pour into that puddle, yeah. And now I see what we got to do. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. We got to get all the reds under the light.
Flowed into the groove, and now the statues have lit up. Okay. Now we should be able to move the statues.
Oh boy, this is going to take a minute.
Take it easy.
This is easy enough. So we'll just put this through here, so then these two can slot in naturally. There we go. Yeah, that's a nice puzzle. It's nice and simple and just straight to the point, but it does what it needs to do. Me likey.
We should be nearly at the bottom now. Let's wrap this up.
I like that this update's got so many more puzzles. Like with like the giant Rubik's Cube thing we had at the start and then the time gimmick at the end. I love having to think, you know, in this, and it not just be like you casually go through a dungeon, forget about it and move on. No, I'm loving that you're having to like take time here and there to go, okay, how's this work? How's that work? Even if the solution, like that one, I saw the solution almost immediately of what I needed to do. I played enough Professor Layton to know you move extra blocks out, shuffle it around so you get where you need to, and then shuffle it back in. But then make sure you leave room for other pieces elsewhere to go in. Alright, now let's listen in on this.
I can tell from the aroma that this is very fine liquor indeed. I'm impressed. Come on, bottoms up. After you, of course.
Oh, sorry, that went down the wrong way. I've never drunk anything this strong before. It'll take me some getting used to.
You'll get there. If you want to stay friends with us, you have to drink with us.
I'll do my best.
You're more of a lightweight than I thought. Already struggling after one glass? I thought you were made of sterner stuff. You certainly kept it together when you were poisoning your teacher's soup.
That's why he was feeling older and unwell. Oh, that's why he was feeling under it. Yep.
Come on, another round. Less talking, more drinking.
Sure. You didn't leave me much of a choice, though, did you? Just the mention of poisoning sent shivers down my spine. I'm more timid than you realize. Every time I poisoned him, I had to hide away at home for a few days because I was so scared of getting caught.
Look, I know it has not been easy for you, my friend. We appreciate all your hard work, but I have to say, you really are quite a genius at poisoning people. I mean, the poison we brought from Snezhnaya is as strong as this wine, but you found a way to turn it into an imperceptible, slow-acting poison, and came up with the idea of delivering it through fish soup. What was it you said? Oh, yeah. You said the soup's fishy flavor neutralizes the pungency of the poison, and this process even makes the soup tastier as a result. How did you think of that?
It struck me one day when I was fishing. I'm lucky it did. Otherwise, I'm not sure I would have been able to fool Uncle Tien.
You have performed excellently. The Fatui will continue to provide the support you need to consolidate your position as Tien Shu.
And then Yelan's gonna come in, like, stretch her limbs and go, alright, time to kick your ass.
Aside from Qing Shu Pool, we also have some other requests for you, which we will inform you of in due course.
Don't worry. Whatever tasks you have for me, I will perform them diligently.
Did you hear that? It was poison! That's why Uncle Tien hasn't been feeling well recently. It's all Jurye's doing. What a nasty guy. Seize him!
Hold on. Did you bring a camera? If not, you can use mine. This is quite a scene. We have to capture it for posterity.
You took a picture of them drinking together?
Excellent liquor. We've, seen no progress on the diplomatic front. and everyone has been eyeing up the treasure of Qingshu Pool. It's been a real headache for me. But soon, everything will be taken care of, and I can report back on a successful mission. Thank you, Juri. I remember when I first saw you. I knew right away that you would make a good partner for us.
I bet it's gonna be something insulting.
Hey, do you still remember what I said to you?
How could I forget? You said a lowly commoner like me could never be seen as a serious candidate for the Tianshu, no matter how hard I work. The only way is for you to shine bright in the Tianshu's darkest moment. I think you were absolutely right.
Yes. Under normal circumstances, the gap between you and other people could only ever grow wider over time.
Ouch.
Just look at your two competitors. Qianwei had wealth. Mingbo had reputation. But you had nothing. You were just another nobody. And that's why I decided to help you. You know, there's an old saying in the Fatui. Give a starving dog a bone, and it'll guard your home for the rest of its life.
Yes. I cannot thank you enough for your generous support.
You know, the best thing about you is that you do as you're told without complaining. Hey, keep up the good work, and I can assure you, you'll never have to worry about Mora again. Heck, when you're not in the company of the Fatui, you'll be able to throw your weight around as much as you want. How about that?
Uncle Gao said that Jur-E has low self-esteem. Seems he was right. He was worried that whatever advantage he might have now will diminish over time. So the Fatui persuaded him that he should act while he can. Do you have any more film in the camera? Then get ready to use it. Tonight's grand finale should be coming up any minute now. How well this goes for us depends on how Jur-E plays his hand.
Ooh, is there any more alcohol? Go on.
He's gonna poison the drink. He's gonna be fearful of the Sneznayan dude. He's gonna be fearful of this Fatui guy trying to throw out his power, so he's gonna poison him too. So we're gonna take a picture of that.
There's only a little left. Here, I'll fill your glass. If you like it, I can bring you some more next time.
He poisoned him.
This is the good stuff. It is great. Huh? What the?
Suddenly, the Fatui official seems to be in pain, so he drops to the ground.
Jur-E, you poisoned my wine? But
you seem surprised, Mr. Yusupov.
How could you?
How could I not? I've sacrificed years of my life studying and reflecting to prepare myself for this position. And in the end, I even had to poison my own teacher. You really think I'd put myself through all that just to become your little puppet? I don't want to bow down to anyone ever again.
Well, you're about to bow down to the law, motherfucker.
You imbecile. It's the Fatui who got you to where you are. Do you understand? If I disappear with no explanation, the embassy will come after you. They'll get to the bottom of this. Mark my words.
Do you see the haystack in the corner? Underneath it is a pile of explosives. And next door in the dark room are the 3 undercover agents you sent to infiltrate the Black Cliff Forge. I'm gonna stay here till I see you slip into unconsciousness. Then I'm gonna set this on fire. Once the flames burn through the hay, they'll ignite the explosives. The ruins will collapse, and everything will be buried.
What?
He's gonna make out it's an accident.
I took the liberty of leaving some evidence of your contact with the undercover agents at the Black Cliff Forge. It won't take long for people to join the dots. 2 missing person cases will become one as the truth gradually reveals itself. The Fatui planted undercover agents in the Black Cliff Forge to steal their signature ruin-grade explosives. Their plan was to blow through the solid floor tiles in the dead of night and seize the treasure of Qingshu Pool. But things didn't quite go to plan. Mistakes were made that led to the accidental deaths of the entire crew. Faced with the overwhelming evidence,
you can see Yelan so clearly in the back there.
Further. In fact, they'll be only too happy to blame it all on a rogue operation by you. It explains why you acted alone, while exonerating the rest of the embassy of any liability. Of course, None of that will have anything to do with me. When all of this comes to my attention, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to cancel the Qingshu Pool redevelopment plan immediately. I guess then, I'll be Tianshu in
Which
my
is
own
another
right,
thing they set up, because Yelan
well
said unless something completely catastrophic happens, they have to stick to the plan. If if it blows up from underneath itself, yeah, that'll do it.
Juri, do you really think you're gonna get away with this? The Fatui has a record of everything. That includes the poison, all interactions between us, even my trip here tonight. After I die, they'll come looking, and they'll get to the bottom of this.
A record? Oh, you must mean the one in the hands of your second in command, Theophan?
How do you know about that?
Because when you contacted me, I also made contact with your associates. I have Theophan to thank for providing me with the poison I used on you today. He'll help me tie up all the loose
He talks like such a super villain. This guy's voice, he's like, oh, and then there'll be nothing at all. Kind of thing. Yeah, such like the super villain voice.
He has been eyeing your position for a long time now.
That traitor! Juri, you...
Shh. Relax. It's over. After tonight, everyone gets what they want. And
I wish this guy would stop talking. I'm going the headphones on. It's like this dude's like whispering in my ear, and I'm like, stop whispering sweet nothings. Shut up.
Sweet dreams, Mr. Yusupov.
Now we step in. Miss Fingers, I'll take that as a confession. Yep. Follow Yelan. Oh, here, hi, we're here too.
I did a little surveying on the way here and found that you'd left yourself 3 escape routes in case things went south. I have them all surrounded. If you're thinking of trying anything, save yourself the effort. The game's up. We were here the whole time and have pictures of everything. They came out pretty nicely. Want to see them?
The game's up? Forgive me, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, Miss Yelan. I happened to discover a Fatui operation here, so I approached them on the pretext of joining forces and eventually brought them down from within.
We have proof, dude. She literally just opened her sentence as if we have proof of all your misdeeds.
I'm happy to have you join me in investigating this matter.
This is how you want to play it, huh? Fine. You do you. All we need to do to convict you is establish that the poison in his system is the same as in Uncle Tien's. Nothing else you wanted to add? Let's leave it there then. Time to go.
One wrong move and it all comes crashing down. I should have been more careful. You followed him here, didn't you? I was so focused on keeping myself out of sight, I forgot he was a potential liability. Let's talk about this, Yelan. I gave you my word that I would live up to the Tianshu name, and that much I can still guarantee.
Your point being? When I take office, I can guarantee that I will act in your best interests.
Trying to sell himself again.
All of you here tonight can expect very generous treatment in the future. I don't deny that I used underhanded methods to get here. But given my lowly origins, what other choice did I have?
You still don't get it, do you? Even now, what do you think?
And Christiana's always trusted you.
Exactly. Juri, clever people can always come up with a good excuse. But while you might be able to get other people to believe you, you'll never be able to deceive yourself. There's nothing wrong with wanting to win other people's respect, but when has Uncle Tien ever looked down on you? He was like a teacher and a father to you, but you chose to repay that by poisoning him. Whatever positive goal you may have started out with, you threw it away in that moment.
That's enough.
Of course. What makes this even crueler is that you managed to convince yourself there was no other way.
Oh, now she's like, oh, you brought this upon yourself, you piece of shit. You were going to kill people. You don't get to play the sad sack at this point or greed your way out of it. He was going to straight up commit murder and make it look like a suicide operation gone wrong.
Out of everyone in the world,
or an accident gone wrong.
He is the one who trusts you the most. So much that he drank your fish soup without doubting you, not for 1 second.
That's enough. That's enough.
Life is like fishing. It cannot be rushed. Whatever you do, impatience will accomplish nothing. I was just like you once, desperate to prove myself. Only later did I realize things do not always turn out the way you plan, but you have to keep calm to carry on. You're still young. Be patient, believe in yourself, and don't look outside yourself to prove your value. Where's Jury these days? It's been a long time since he last paid me a visit.
Gee, I wonder why.
Maybe he's just busy.
Well, next time, if he doesn't bring a pot of piping hot fish soup, don't let him in.
Whatever you were thinking about, you'll have plenty of time to mull it over in prison.
Oh.
I almost forgot. If the Fatui find out what happened today, prison might not turn out to be the safest place for you. Trying to have friends on both sides, it has a way of turning everyone against you. But right now, I have an opportunity for you.
What? Work for her? Isn't it? It's gonna be work for her, isn't it? Yelan's subordinates take Shirei and you support away.
Things are about to get extremely busy for me. Let's meet at Genshin Tea House tomorrow morning. I'll have someone remove the explosives. Then, there's someone I have to go and see.
Need our help with that?
No, it could be dangerous. You should leave this one to the professionals.
I'll be
Don't
careful.
worry. As long as they're willing to cooperate, this will be a straightforward deal. Get some rest. See you tomorrow.
Well, that was cool. Also, I'm real curious what it is, but I think it's going to be that, like, she's gonna nab him. I think she's gonna get him in her group. Either that, or find a way to repay the debts that he's made by, you know, poisoning his old master. Either way, she's a very cunning young lady, and it's what makes her such a fun character. You need characters like that sometimes. We don't all have to be, like, naive or caring. Like I said, I don't want him to redeem the dude. The dude was going to set people up to die and get away with it. He wasn't like a, whoops, I didn't know what I was doing kind of bad. No, he was relishing in it. He's evil. So I want to see what becomes of that.
There is now no poison left in his system. But recovery from the damage already done will not happen overnight.
Dr. Baiju, is my father going to be...
You needn't worry too much. Keep taking the prescribed medicine every day, and a full recovery will take at most 2 to 3 years.
Years?
It's good we caught it in time. A few days later, and the toxin would have built up in the internal organs. At that point, things would have been
it's a poison.
Serious.
How did they successfully secure such a seldom seen poison? It seems the Fatui are extremely resourceful. Unfortunately for them, they were up against us.
Little snake. Oh, when was the last time the snake spoke?
Remember to
That's
get
a
plenty
point.
of rest and avoid overexerting yourself while you're recovering.
Don't worry, I will. Thank you very much.
Hi, Baiju. Miss you, buddy. It's been a while. Hi. Hi, dude. Hi. Bye then. Aw. One
You're
day.
Here too? Thank you for all you've done to resolve this situation. I'll have to make some tea in a moment. You simply have to try it.
You feeling any better?
Yes. The exhaustion seems to have gone. My mind is steadily getting clearer again.
Luckily, it looks like choosing the Tianshu's successor is suddenly not such a pressing issue after all.
Yeah, because they don't need one anymore because he's fit enough.
Hey, Yelan!
My work is mostly wrapped up, so I thought I'd take a minute to check in here. The assessment process comes to an end here, Uncle Tian. In my opinion, Zhi is not suitable for the position. But Qianwei and Mingbo both have potential.
You have my gratitude. People can change their loyalties easily. I've always known this.
Yeah, but it's just, you can't just expect the people you've who seemingly trusted you all their life to suddenly turn and poison you. Don't blame yourself on that one, Uncle Xian.
Is it just Paimon? Tien not that surprised?
Don't underestimate Uncle Tien. He wouldn't have appointed me as assessment officer if he hadn't had his doubts about Jur-E. Normally, the Yue High Pavilion would be responsible for assessing the candidates. Isn't that right, Uncle Tien?
Yes, to be quite honest, I wanted to trust him unreservedly. But I have to be responsible with the position of Tianshu. When I first met Juri, I wondered if he had approached me with a hidden agenda. So I secretly investigated him. I concluded that he had no ulterior motives whatsoever. He just saw me as an ordinary fishing friend. In the end, even he changed. But when did it start?
But if none of this had ever happened...
I never had any plans to recommend him directly. But I always intended to give him the chance to compete on a level playing field. Family background and fame mean everything to many people, but I don't attach great importance to them. I had no reputation to speak of when I first became Tianshu. I relied on Ganyu's assistance for all.
Ganyu, always there in the backbone of so many establishments in this goddamn game. Especially in Leeway, she's always around.
Intelligence and
I have to admit, he's a smart guy. And very cautious. The intel suggests that the Fatui saw him as very low risk, but Jur-E was still extremely careful with the poisoning. He chose that specific liquor from Xinyue Kiosk because the fiery flavor would mask the bitterness of the poison, and he chose to wait until the Fatui official was drunk and had his guard down before delivering it to him. He also installed a secret compartment in the wine pot he bought to hold the poison. As the amount of liquor went down, he'd shake the pot to release the poison from the compartment into the liquor.
Jesus Christ, this guy was very tacticked.
Afterwards, we also found he had an antidote on him. Had the Fatui official grown suspicious, Jur-E would have drunk the poisoned wine himself, and then found an opportunity to take the antidote shortly afterwards.
But that's still really dangerous.
Yes. Had he drunk the poisonous wine, he still would have faced serious health consequences despite taking the antidote. He didn't hesitate to put himself in harm's way to achieve his goal.
Jesus.
How is Juri now?
Well, I mean, he is sitting in a jail cell. Like Yanfei says, everyone who breaks the law has to pay the price. Still, he's cooperating. He didn't turn down my offer to strike a deal. I'll make sure there are plenty of
the deal is you'll have some kind of guard, but you do what I say, because the Fatui are going to go for him.
Deal? Does this have to do with what you said to him when you arrested him?
Yes, Jur-E's not the one I'm interested in. If he was as far as this went, I'd have handed the case off to my subordinates as soon as I realized.
See how far back it goes. See what.
Once the Fatui became involved,
you want to see where the links go from the Sniz 9 side of things.
I might have the chance to catch a big fish.
Well, did you?
Almost. Unfortunately,
I wonder who that was.
Uncle Tien? Yelan? What are you talking about?
I wonder if that was Dotare that we were talking about at the start of the stream.
Jur-E colluded with the Fatui to try and secure the position of Tianshu. Or, to put it the other way around, the Fatui made an attempt to interfere in the Tianshu selection process. With Yusupov in our hands, and a statement from Jur-E, we could afford to continue with a diplomatic offensive. Also, we'd be able to gain control of Theophan, Yusupov's second-in-command. Then we'd have a pawn in the ranks of the Fatui. Pawns like this can be major assets.
Oh, so you're gonna use all of them to try and figure out who the mastermind behind this is. So that's your real plan.
Why else did you think I was investing so much time and effort into this case?
So, okay, well, did your plan succeed?
We got halfway. The first part went off without a hitch, and we passed all the information on to Lady Ningguang. But when we tried to make contact with Theophan, he was gone, along with all the evidence.
The Fatui must be spying on us. Otherwise, they'd never been able to respond so quickly.
I found out from other sources that the Harbinger Regrator got involved.
Regrator? Who's that? Who's that? That's interesting. Who's Regrator? Ooh, I wonder if this is our tease for the future. I wonder if this Regrator is going to be in Sumeru.
The Fatui's main forces aren't concentrated here. Regrator was only treating this as a peripheral concern. It's a pity that Theophan got away. But knowing which Harbingers are still looking at Liyue is something.
Yeah.
It gives me a starting point for my next mission.
Ooh.
I have to ask, Yelan, do you have any desire to take over the position of Tianshu yourself? I remember you showed some interest a few days ago at Yenshang Tea House. In my estimation, you are more than competent.
Oh, that. I was obviously joking. I prefer my current life. There's danger and there's excitement, although it'd still be a behind-the-scenes role. As Tianshu, I wouldn't have the chance to get involved in anything truly clandestine or face any real danger. Alright, I'm done here. Time for me to go. I'm heading off again in a few days and I still have to prepare.
Where are you off to this time?
To get that guy.
As you might have guessed. It's for me to know.
Yep, she's going to try and see if she can get any more leads to get that guy.
And I'm sure if you keep going as you are, getting yourselves involved in other people's business all the time, you're sure to get caught up in another misadventure before too long. Maybe I'll see you the next time danger beckons. Until then, keep your wits about you. A lot of people are watching you for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you have any more questions, just ask Uncle Tian. After the recent turn of events, I'd say he owes you one, wouldn't you?
The calculated gambit. That's cool. There was a lot of talking and understanding, but the actual premise of it, and we got a little tease. I thought I saw these two down here. I thought I saw these two down here.
You think? He poisoned Uncle Tien. I still can't believe he'd do that. Why the long face?
Nothing. I think it's a great shame. I always thought he's very smart. If he became Tianshu, he'd be able to accomplish many things I could never hope to.
Don't feel bad. I'll admit he was a strong contender, but give me 3 years and I'll overtake him. When I become Tianshu, I'll make you my deputy. Like the sound of that?
Start by working on your temperamental issues. If you can't keep your cool, your work will suffer. Right now, you still have a long way to go before you'll be eligible to take the Tianshu position.
I'll get there. One step at a time. And then, before you know it, there'll come a day when you won't be able to find a single flaw in me or my work. First things first, though. Let's go and talk to Uncle Tien.
Okay, so that's kind of sweet. Right, I said I was umming and ahhing whether I'd do the event stuff in this. I think looking at the time, that went on a lot longer than I thought it would. I really enjoyed it though. That was really cool, just to see a different perspective. And that little hint at the end of just Regerator, whatever his bloody name is. That's interesting. It's like, ooh, where's that gonna go? Where to expect next? I don't know if there's another Archon quest expected in 2.8 or what, but it's something. So we'll take that for what it is. But for now, I am going to wrap it up here because this ended up being a lot longer of a stream. And worth it too. I really, like I say, it was good. The main Archon quest was very interesting and different and had a very near terrifying moment in it where we thought Xiao might actually die. And that was a really cool way of seeing like the under happens of it. And it kept on going in slightly different directions than I thought. But I think there's a good point to wrap up. So, I will next see you guys, hopefully tomorrow with more Castlevania. But until then, thank you so much for watching as always, and I'll see you guys then.